Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 41. Vyasa said, the royal son of Kunti, freed from grief and the fever of his heart, took his seat, with face eastwards, on excellent seat made of gold. On another seat, beautiful and blazing and made of gold, sat with face directed towards him, those two chastisers of foes, viz., Satyaki and Vasudeva. Placing the king in their midst, on his two sides sat Bhima and Arjuna upon two beautiful seats adorned with gems. Upon a white throne of ivory, decked with gold, sat Prithu with Sadeva and Nakula. Sudharman and Vidura and Dalmya and the Kuru king Dhritarashtra each sat separately on separate seats that blazed with the effulgence of fire. Yuyutsu and Sanjaya and Gandhari of great fame all sat down where King Dhritarashtra had taken his seat. The righteous-souled king, seated there, touched the beautiful white flowers, swastikas, vessels full of diverse articles, earth, gold, silver, and gems, that were placed before him. Then all the subjects, headed by the priest, came to see King Yudhishthira, bringing with them diverse kinds of auspicious articles. Then earth, and gold, and many kinds of gems, and all the things in profusion that were necessary for the performance of the coronation rite, were brought there. There were golden jars full to the brim, with water, and those made of copper and silver and earth, and flowers, and fried paddy, and kusa grass, and cow's milk, and sacrificial fuel consisting of the wood of sami, pipala, and palasa, and honey and clarified butter, and sacrificial ladles made of udumvara, and conchas adorned with gold. Then the priest Dalmya, at the request of Krishna, constructed, according to rule, an altar gradually inclining towards the cast and the north. Causing the high-souled Yudhishthira then, with Krishna the daughter of Drupada, to be seated upon a handsome seat, called Sarvatobhadra, with firm feet and covered with tiger skin and blazing with effulgence, began to pour libations of clarified butter upon the sacrificial fire, with proper mantras. Then he of Dasaratha's race, rising from his seat, took up the sanctified conch, poured the water it contained upon the head of that lord of earth, viz., Yudhishthira, the son of Kunti. The royal sage Dhritarashtra and all the subjects also did the same at the request of Krishna. The son of Pandu then, with his brothers, thus bathed with the sanctified water of the conch, looked exceedingly beautiful. Then Pandavas and anakas and drums were beaten. King Yudhishthira the just duly accepted the gifts made unto him by the subjects. Always giving away presents in profusion and all his sacrifices, the king honored his subjects in return. He gave 1,000 nishkas unto the brahmanas that uttered especial benedictions on him. All of them had studied the Vedas and were endued with wisdom and good behavior. Gratified with gifts, the brahmanas, O king, wished him prosperity and victory, and with voice melodious like that of swans, uttered his praises, saying, O Yudhishthira of mighty arms, by good luck, O son of Pandu, victory has been thine. By good luck, O thou of great splendor, thou hast recovered thy position through prowess. By good luck, the wielder of Gandiva, and Bhimasena, and thyself, O king, and the two sons of Madri, are all well, having slain your foes and escaped with life from the battle, so destructive of heroes. Do thou, O Bharata, attend without delay to those acts that should next be done. Thus adored by those pious men, King Yudhishthira the Just, with his friends, became installed on the throne of a large kingdom, O Bharata. Footnotes 83:1 The priest of the Kauravas. 84:1 Sami is the acacia suma, pipala is the piperlon gum, and palasa is the beauty of frondosa. Udumvara is the ficus glamarata. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 42. Vyasa said, having heard those words, suitable to time and place, of his subjects, King Yudhishthira answered them in the following words: "Great must be the sons of Pandu, in sooth, whose merits, true or false, are thus recited by such foremost of Brahmanas assembled together. Without doubt, we are all objects of favor with you, since you so freely describe us to be possessed of such attributes. King Dhritarashtra, however, is our father and God. If ye desire to do what is agreeable to me, always render your obedience to him and what is agreeable to him. Having slaughtered all my kinsmen, I live for him alone. My great duty is to always serve him in every respect with watchfulness. If ye, as also my friends, think that I should be an object of favor with you and them, let me then request you all to show the same behavior towards Dhritarashtra as ye used to show before. He is the Lord of the world, of yourselves, and of myself. The whole world, with the Pandavas, belongs to him. Ye should always bear these words of mine in your minds." The king then told them to go whithersoever they liked. Having dismissed the citizens and the people of the provinces, the delighter of the Kurus appointed his brother Bhimasena as Yuvaraja. And he cheerfully appointed Vidura of great intelligence for assisting him with his deliberations and for overlooking the sixfold requirements of the state. And he appointed Sanjaya of mature years and possessed of every accomplishment as general director and supervisor of the finances. And the king appointed Nakula for keeping the register of the forces, for giving them food and pay, and for supervising other affairs of the army. And King Yudhishthira appointed Fulgana for resisting hostile forces and chastising the wicked. And he appointed Daumya, the foremost of priests, to attend daily to the Brahmanas and all rites in honor of the gods and other acts of a religious kind. And he appointed Sadeva to always remain by his side, for the king thought, O monarch, that he should under all circumstances be protected by that brother of his. And the king cheerfully employed others in other acts according as he deemed them fit. That slayer of hostile heroes, viz., the righteous-souled King Yudhishthira, ever devoted to virtue, commanded Vidura and the high-souled Yuyutsu, saying, "You should always with alacrity and attention do everything that my royal father Dhritarashtra wishes. Whatever also should be done in respect of the citizens and the residents of the provinces should be accomplished by you in your respective departments, after taking the king's permission." Footnotes 85:1 These are peace, war, marching, halting, sowing dissensions, and defense of the kingdom by seeking alliances and building forts, and c. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 43. Vaisampayana said, after this King Yudhishthira of magnanimous soul caused the Shraddha rites to be performed of every one of his kinsmen slain in battle. King Dhritarashtra, also of great fame, gave away, for the good of his sons in the other world, excellent food, and kine, and much wealth, and many beautiful and costly gems, unto the Brahmanas. Yudhishthira, accompanied by Draupadi, gave much wealth for the sake of Drona and the high-souled Karna, of Drishtadyumna and Abhimanyu, of the Rakshasa Gatotkacha, the son of Hidimva, and of Virata, and his other well-wishers that had served him loyally, and of Drupada and the 5 sons of Draupadi. For the sake of each of these, the king gratified thousands of Brahmanas with gifts of wealth and gems, and kine and clothes. The king performed the Shraddha rite for the good in the next world, of every one of those kings also who had fallen in the battle without leaving kinsmen or friends behind. And the king also, for the good of the souls of all his friends, caused houses to be founded for the distribution of food, and places for the distribution of water, and tanks to be excavated in their names. Thus paying off the debt he owed to them and avoiding the chance of censure in the world, the king became happy and continued to protect his subjects religiously. He showed due honor, as before, unto Dhritarashtra, and Gandhari, and Vidura, and unto all the superior Kauravas, and unto all the officers. Full of kindness, The Kuru king honored and protected all those ladies also who had, in consequence of the battle, been deprived of their heroic husbands and sons. The puissant king, with great compassion, extended his favors to the destitute and the blind and the helpless by giving them food, clothes, and shelter. Freed from foes and having conquered the whole earth, King Yudhishthira began to enjoy great happiness. Footnotes 86:1 For if he had acted otherwise, he would have been called ungrateful. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 44. Vyasa said, having got back the kingdom, King Yudhishthira of great wisdom and purity, after the ceremony of installation had been over, joining his hands together, addressed the lotus-eyed Krishna of Dasara's race, saying, Through thy grace, O Krishna, through thy policy and might and intelligence and prowess, O tiger among the Yadus, I have got back this ancestral kingdom of mine. O thou of eyes like lotus leaves, I repeatedly bow to thee, O chastiser of foes. Thou hast been called the one only being. Thou hast been said to be the refuge of all worshippers. The regenerate ones adore thee under innumerable names. Salutations to thee, O Creator of the universe. Thou art the soul of the universe, and the universe hath sprung from thee. Thou art Vishnu, thou art Jishnu, thou art Hari, thou art Krishna, thou art Vaikuntha, and thou art the foremost of all beings. Thou hast, as said in the Puranas, taken thy birth 7 times in the womb of Aditi. It was thou that tookest birth in the womb of Prishni. The learned say that thou art the 3 yugas. All thy achievements are sacred. Thou art the Lord of our senses. Thou art the great Lord worshipped in sacrifices. Thou art called the great swan. Thou art 3-eyed Sambhu. Thou art one, though known as Vibhu and Damodara. Thou art the great boar, thou art fire, thou art the sun, thou hast the bull for the device on thy banner, and thou hast Garuda also as thy device. Thou art the grinder of hostile hosts, thou art the being that pervadest every form in the universe, and thou art of irresistible prowess. Thou art the foremost of all things, thou art fierce, thou art the generalissimo in battle, thou art the truth, thou art the giver of food, and thou art Guha, the celestial generalissimo, thyself unfading, thou causest thy foes to fade and waste. Thou art the Brahmana of pure blood, and thou art those that have sprung from intermixture. Thou art great. Thou walkest on high, thou art the mountains, and thou art called Vrishadarbha and Vrishakapi. Thou art the ocean, thou art without attributes, thou hast 3 humps, thou hast 3 abodes, and thou takest human forms on earth, descending from heaven. Thou art emperor, thou art Virat, and thou art Swarat. Thou art the chief of the celestials, and thou art the cause whence the universe has sprung. Thou art almighty, thou art existence in every form, thou art without form, thou art Krishna, and thou art fire. Thou art the creator, thou art the sire of the celestial physicians, thou art the sage, Kapila, and thou art the dwarf. Thou art sacrifice embodied, thou art Dhruva, thou art Garuda, and thou art called Yajnasena. Thou art Sikandin, thou art Nahusha, and thou art Vabru. Thou art the constellation Punarvasu extended in the firmament, thou art exceedingly tawny in hue, thou art the sacrifice known by the name of Uktha, thou art Sashina, thou art the drum, that sends forth its sound on every side. The track of thy car wheels is light. Thou art the lotus of prosperity, thou art the cloud called Pushkara, and thou art decked with floral wreaths. Thou art affluent, thou art puissant, thou art the most subtle, and it is thou whom the Vedas describe. Thou art the great receptacle of waters, thou art Brahman, thou art the sacred refuge, and thou knowest the abodes of all. Thou art called Hiranyagarbha, thou art the sacred mantras Svadha and Svaha, thou art Kesva. Thou art the cause whence all this hath sprung, and thou art its dissolution. In the beginning it is thou that createst the universe. This universe is under thy control, O Creator of the universe. Salutations to thee, O wielder of sarna, discus, and sword. Thus hymned by King Yudhishthira, the just in the midst of the court, the lotus-eyed Krishna became pleased. That foremost one of the Yadavas then began to gladden the eldest son of Pandu with many agreeable speeches. Footnotes 87:1 The literal meaning of Purusha, as applied to the Supreme Being, is one that pervades all forms in the universe. 87:2 i.e., Aditi and of Aditi's self as born in different shapes at different times. 87:3 Yugas may mean either the three ages Krita, Trita, and Dwapara, or the three pairs such as virtue and knowledge, renunciation and lordship, and prosperity and fame. 87:4 Virat is one superior to an emperor and Swarat is one superior to a Virat. 87:5 Vishnu, assuming the form of a dwarf, deluded the Azura valley into giving away unto him 3 worlds which he forthwith restored to Indra. 87:6 The son of Utnapada, who in the Krita age had adored Vishnu at a very early age and obtained the most valuable boons. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 45. Vyasa said, the king dismissed all his subjects, who, commanded by the monarch, returned to their respective homes. Comforting his brothers, Yudhishthira, blazing with beauty, then addressed his brothers Bhima of terrible prowess and Arjuna and the twins, saying, Your bodies have, in the great battle, been mangled with diverse kinds of weapons by the foe. Ye are greatly fatigued, grief and anger have scorched your hearts. Through my fault, ye bulls of Bharata's race, ye have suffered the miseries of an exile in the forests like vulgar men. In delight and in happy ease enjoy this victory that ye have won. After resting yourselves and regaining the full use of your faculties, meet me again in the morning. After this, the mighty armed Vrakotar of like Magavat, entering his own beautiful fane, entered the palace of Duryodhana, that was adorned with many excellent buildings and rooms, that adorned with gems of diverse kinds, that teemed with servants, male and female, and that Yudhishthira assigned to him with the approval of Dhritarashtra. The mighty armed Arjuna also, at the command of the king, obtained the palace of Dasasana, which was not inferior to Duryodhana's, and which consisted of many excellent structures, and was adorned with a gateway of gold, and which abounded in wealth, and was full of attendants of both sexes. The palace of Dharmarshana was even superior to that of Dasasana. Looking like the mansion of Kuvera himself, it was adorned with gold and every kind of gem. King Yudhishthira gladly gave it to Nakula, who deserved it best and who had been emaciated with the miseries of a life in the great forest. The foremost of palaces belonging to Dharmaka was exceedingly beautiful and adorned with gold. It abounded in beds and beautiful women, with eyes like lotus petals. The king gave it unto Sadeva, who was ever employed in doing what was agreeable to him. Obtaining it, Sadeva became delighted as the lord of treasures upon obtaining Kailasa. Yuyutsu and Vidura and Sanjaya, O monarch, and Sudharman and Dalmya proceeded to the abodes they had owned before. Like a tiger entering his cave in the hills, that tiger among men, viz. Soren, accompanied by Satyaki, entered the palace of Arjuna. Feasting on the viands and drinks that had been kept ready for them, the princes passed the night happily. Awaking in the morning with well-pleased hearts, they presented themselves before King Yudhishthira. Footnotes 88:1 Sudharman was the priest of the Kurus. How came Dalmya, who was the priest of the Pandavas, to have from before an abode in the Kuru capital? Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 46. Janamejaya said, It behoveth thee, O learned Brahmana, to tell me what was next done by Yudhishthira, the mighty armed son of Dharma, after he had regained his kingdom. It behoveth thee to tell me also, O Rishi, what the heroic Hrishikesa, the supreme master of the three worlds, did after this. Vaisampayana said, Listen to me, O king, as I narrate in detail, O sinless one, what the Pandavas, headed by Vasudeva, did after this. Having obtained his kingdom, O monarch, Kunti's son Yudhishthira appointed each of the four orders of men to their respective duties. The eldest, son of Pandu, gave unto 1,000 high-souled Brahmanas of the Snataka order 1,000 nishkas each. He then gratified the servants that were dependent on him and the guests that came to him, including persons that were undeserving and those that held heterodox views, by fulfilling their wishes. Unto his priest Daumya he gave kine in thousands, and much wealth, and gold, and silver, and robes of diverse kinds. Towards Kripa, O monarch, the king behaved in the way one should towards one's preceptor. Observant of vows, the king continued to honor Vidura greatly. That foremost of charitable men gratified all persons with gifts of food and drink and robes of diverse kinds and beds and seats. Having restored peace to his kingdom, the king, O best of monarchs, possessed of great fame, paid due honor unto Yuyutsu and Dhritarashtra. Placing his kingdom at the disposal of Dhritarashtra, of Gandhari, and of Vidura, King Yudhishthira continued to pass his days happily. Having gratified everybody, including the citizens, in this way, Yudhishthira, O bull of Bharata's race, then proceeded with joined hands to the presence of the high-souled Vasudeva. He beheld Krishna, of the hue of a blue cloud, seated on a large sofa adorned with gold and gems. Attired in yellow robes of silk and decked with celestial ornaments, his person blazed with splendor like a jewel set on gold. His bosom adorned with the Kaustubha gem, he looked like the Udaya mountain that decked the rising sun. So beautiful did he look that there is no simile in the three worlds. Approaching the high-souled one who was Vishnu himself in incarnate form, King Yudhishthira addressed him sweetly and smilingly, saying, O foremost of intelligent men, hast thou passed the night happily? O thou of unfading glory, are all thy faculties in their full vigor? O foremost of intelligent persons, is it all right with thy understanding? We have got back our kingdom, and the whole earth has come under our control, O divine Lord, through thy grace, O refuge of the three worlds, and, O thou of three steps, through thy grace have we won victory and obtained great fame, and have not fallen away from the duties of our order. Unto that chastiser of foes, viz., King Yudhishthira, the just who addressed him in that strain, the divine Krishna said not a word, for he was then wrapped in meditation. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 47. Yudhishthira said, How wonderful is this, O thou of immeasurable prowess, that thou art wrapped in meditation! O great refuge of the universe, is it all right with the three worlds? When thou hast, O God, withdrawn thyself from the world, having, O bull among men, adopted the fourth state, my mind has been filled with wonder. The 5 life breaths that act within the body have been controlled by thee into stillness. Thy delighted senses thou hast concentrated within thy mind. Both speech and mind, O Govinda, have been concentrated within thy understanding. All thy senses, indeed, have been withdrawn into thy soul. The hair on thy body stands erect. Thy mind and understanding are both still. Thou art as immobile now, O Madhava, as a wooden post or a stone. O illustrious God, thou art as still as the flame of a lamp burning in a place where there is no wind. Thou art as immobile as a mass of rock. If I am fit to hear the cause, if it is no secret of thine, dispel, O God, my doubt, for I beg of thee and solicit it as a favor. Thou art the Creator and thou art the Destroyer. Thou art destructible, and thou art indestructible. Thou art without beginning, and thou art without end. Thou art the first and the foremost of beings. O foremost of righteous persons, tell me the cause of this, yoga, abstraction. I solicit thy favor, and am thy devoted worshipper, and bow to thee, bending my head. Thus addressed, the illustrious younger brother of Vyasa, recalling his mind, understanding, and the senses to their usual sphere, said these words with a soft smile. Vasudeva said, that tiger among men, Bhishma, who is now lying on a bed of arrows, and who is now like unto a fire that is about to go out, is thinking of me. Hence my mind also was concentrated on him. My mind was concentrated upon him, the twang of whose bowstring and the sound of whose palms Indra himself was unable to bear. I was thinking of him who, having vanquished in a trice all the assembled kings, at the self-choice of the daughters of the king of Kasi, abducted the 3 princesses for the marriage of his brother Vichitravirya. I was thinking of him who fought continually for 23 days with Rama himself of Bhrigu's race, and whom Rama was unable to overcome. Collecting all his senses and concentrating his mind by the aid of his understanding, he sought my refuge by thinking of me. It was for this that I had centered my mind upon him. I was thinking of him whom Ganga conceived and brought forth according to ordinary human laws, and whom Vasishtha took as a pupil. I was thinking of that hero of mighty energy and great intelligence who possesses a knowledge of all the celestial weapons, as also of the 4 Vedas with all their branches. I was thinking of him, O son of Pandu, who is the favorite disciple of Rama, the son of Jamadagni, and who is the receptacle of the sciences. I was thinking of that foremost of all persons conversant with morality and duty, of him, O bull of Bharata's race, who knows the past, the future, and the present. After that tiger among kings shall have, in consequences of his own achievements, ascended to heaven, the earth, O son of Pritha, will look like a moonless night. Therefore, O Yudhishthira, submissively approaching Ganga's son, viz., Bhishma of terrible prowess, question him about what thou mayst desire to learn. O Lord of the earth, inquire of him about the 4 branches of knowledge, in respect of morality, profit, pleasure, and salvation, about the sacrifices and the rites laid down for the 4 orders, about the 4 modes of life, and about the kingly duties in full. When Bhishma, that foremost one of Kuru's race, will disappear from the world, every kind of knowledge will disappear with him. It is for this that I urge thee to go to him now. Hearing these beneficial words of high import from Vasudeva, the righteous Yudhishthira, with voice choked in tears, answered Janardana, saying, What thou hast said, O Madhava, about the eminence of Bhishma, is perfectly true. I have not the slightest doubt regarding it. Indeed, I had heard of the high blessedness, as also the greatness, of the illustrious Bhishma from high-souled Brahmanas discoursing upon it. Thou, O slayer of foes, art the creator of all the worlds. There cannot, therefore, O delighter of the Yadavas, be the slightest doubt in what thou sayest. If thy heart be inclined to show grace, O Madhava, then we shall go unto Bhishma with thyself at our head. When the divine Surya shall have turned towards the north, Bhishma will leave this world for those regions of bliss that he has won. That descendant of Kuru's race, therefore, O mighty armed one, deserves to have a sight of thee. If thou grantest my prayer, Bhishma will then obtain a sight of thee that art the first of gods, of thee that art destructible and indestructible. Indeed, O Lord, thou it is that art the vast receptacle of Brahma. Vaisampayana continued, hearing these words of King Yudhishthira the just, the slayer of Madhu addressed Satyaki who was sitting beside him, saying, Let my car be yoked. At this, Satyaki quickly left Kesava's presence and going out, commanded Daruka, saying, Let Krishna's car be made ready. Hearing the words of Satyaki, Daruka speedily yoked Krishna's car. That foremost of vehicles, adorned with gold, decked with a profusion of emeralds, and moon gems and sun gems, furnished with wheels covered with gold, possessed of effulgence, fleet as the wind, set in the middle with divers other kinds of jewels, beautiful as the morning sun, equipped with a beautiful standard topped by Garuda, and gay with numerous banners, had those foremost of steeds, fleet as thought, viz. Sugrava and Saivya and the other two, in trappings of gold, yoked unto it. Having yoked it, O tiger, among kings, Daruka, with joined hands, informed Krishna of the fact. Footnotes 90:1 This is an allusion to Krishna's having covered the three worlds with three of his steps for diluting the Azura Valley and depriving him of universal sovereignty. 90:2 There are three states of consciousness in the case of ordinary men, viz., waking, dream, and sound sleep. The fourth state, realizable by yogins alone, is called Turiya. It is the state of perfect unconsciousness of this world, when the soul, abstracted within itself, is said to be fixed upon the Supreme Being or some single object. 90:3 Mind, as used generally in Hindu philosophy, is the seat of the senses and the feelings. Buddhi is the understanding or the cognitive faculties of the Kantian school. The Bombay reading of the second line is correct. It is Gunadeva Kshetriyan, etc. Neelkantha correctly explains it as Savdadigyanabhajadeva, i.e., the senses. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 48. Janamejaya said, "How did the grandsire of the Bharatas, who lay on a bed of arrows, cast off his body, and what kind of yoga did he adopt?" Vaisampayana said, "Listen, O king, with pure heart and concentrated attention, as to how, O tiger among the Kurus, the high-souled Bhishma cast off his body. As soon as the sun, passing the solstitial point, entered in his northerly course, Bhishma, with concentrated attention, caused his soul, as connected with and independent of the body, to enter his soul, in its independent and absolute state. Surrounded by many foremost of Brahmanas, that hero, his body pierced with innumerable arrows, blazed forth in great beauty like Surya himself with his innumerable rays. Surrounded by Vyasa, conversant with the Vedas by the celestial Rishi Narada, by Devastana, by Asmaka Sumantu, by Jaimini, by the high-souled Pila, by Sandilya, by Devarata, by Maitreya of great intelligence, by Asita and Vasishtha and the high-souled Kausika, by Harita and Lomesa and Atri son of great intelligence, by Vrahaspati and Sukra and the great sage Chayavana, by Sanat Kumara and Kapila and Valmiki and Tumvaru and Kuru, by Maudgalya and Rama of Bhrigu's race, and the great sage Trinavindu, by Pipalata and Vayu and Samvarta and Pulaha and Katha, by Kasayapa and Pulasatya and Kratu and Diksha and Parasvara, by Marichi and Angiras and Kasmia and Gautama and the sage Galeva, by Daumya and Vibhanda and Mandavya and Damra and Krishnanapadaka, by Uluka, that foremost of Brahmanas and the great sage Markandeya, by Bhaskari and Purana and Krishna and Sudha, that foremost of virtuous persons, surrounded by these and many other highly blessed sages of great souls and possessed of faith and self-restraint and tranquility of mind, the Kuru hero looked like the moon in the midst of the planets and the stars. Stretched on his bed of arrows, that tiger among men, Bhishma, with pure heart enjoying palms, thought of Krishna in mind, word, and act. With a cheerful and strong voice he hymned the praise of the slayer of Madhu, that master of yoga, with the lotus in his navel, that lord of the universe, called Vishnu and Jishnu. With joined hands, that foremost of eloquent men, that puissant one, viz., Bhishma of highly virtuous soul, thus praised Vasudeva. Bhishma said, "O Krishna, O foremost of beings, be thou pleased with these words which I utter, in brief and in detail, from desire of hymning thy praises." Thou art pure and purity self. Thou transcendest all. Thou art what people say to be that. Thou art the Supreme Lord. With my whole heart I seek thy refuge, O universal soul and Lord of all creatures. Thou art without beginning and without end. Thou art the highest of the high in Brahma. Neither the gods nor the rishis know thee. The divine creator, called Narayana or Hari, alone knows thee. Through Narayana, the rishis, the siddhas, the great nagas, the gods, and the celestial rishis know a little of thee. Thou art the highest of the high and knowest no deterioration. The gods, the Danavas, the Gandharvas, the Yakshas, the Panagas, do not know who thou art and whence art thou. All the worlds and all created things live in thee, and enter thee, when the dissolution comes. Like gems strung together in a thread, all things that have attributes reside in thee, the Supreme Lord. Having the universe for thy work and the universe for thy limbs, this universe consisting of mind and matter resides in thy eternal and all-pervading soul like a number of flowers strung together in a strong thread. Thou art called Hari, of 1,000 heads, 1,000 feet, 1,000 eyes, 1,000 arms, 1,000 crowns, and 1,000 faces of great splendor. Thou art called Narayana, divinity, and the refuge of the universe. Thou art the subtlest of the subtle, grossest of the gross, the heaviest of the heavy, and the highest of the high. In the Vaks, the Anuvaks, the Nishads, and Upanishads, thou art regarded as the supreme being of irresistible force. In the Samans also, whose declarations are always true, thou art regarded as truth's self. Thou art of quadruple soul. Thou art displayed in only the understanding of all creatures. Thou art the Lord of those that are bound to thee in faith. O God, thou art adored by the faithful under 4 excellent, high, and secret names. Penances are ever present in thee. Performed by other creatures for gratifying thee, penances live in thy form. Thou art the universal soul. Thou art of universal knowledge. Thou art the universe. Thou art omniscient. Thou art the creator of everything in the universe. Like a couple of sticks generating a blazing fire, thou hast been born of the divine Devaki and Vasudeva for the protection of Brahma on earth. For this eternal salvation, the devout worshipper, with mind withdrawn from everything else and casting off all desires, beholds thee, O Govinda, that art the pure soul, in his own soul. Thou transcendest Surya in glory. Thou art beyond the ken of the senses and the understanding. O Lord of all creatures, I place myself in thy hands. In the Puranas thou hast been spoken as Purusha, all-pervading spirit. On occasions of the commencement of the Yugas, thou art said to be Brahma, while on occasions of universal dissolution thou art spoken of as Sankarsana. Adorable thou art, and therefore I adore thee. Though one, thou hast yet been born in innumerable forms. Thou hast thy passions under complete control. Thy devout worshippers, faithfully performing the rites laid down in the scriptures, sacrifice to thee, O giver of every wish. Thou art called the sheath within which the universe lies. All created things live in thee. Like swans and ducks swimming on the water, all the worlds that we see float in thee. Thou art truth. Thou art one and undeteriorating. Thou art Brahma, thou art that which is beyond mind and matter. Thou art without beginning, middle, and end. Neither the gods nor the rishis know thee. The gods, the Asuras, the Gandharvas, the Siddhas, the rishis, and the great Uragas with concentrated souls, always adore thee. Thou art the great panacea for all sorrow. Thou art without birth and death. Thou art divine. Thou art self-created. Thou art eternal. Thou art invisible and beyond ken. Thou art called Hari and Narayana, O puissant one. The Vedas declare thee to be the creator of the universe and the lord of everything existing in the universe. Thou art the supreme protector of the universe. Thou knowest no deterioration, and thou art that which is called the highest. Thou art of the complexion of gold. Thou art the slayer of Asuras. The one, Aditi, brought thee forth in 12 forms. Salutations to thee that art the soul of the sun. Salutations to thee in thy form of Soma, that is spoken of as the chief of all the regenerate ones, and that gratifies with nectar the gods in the lighted fortnight and the Pitris in the dark fortnight. Thou art the one being of transcendent effulgence, dwelling on the other side of thick darkness. Knowing thee, one ceases to have any fear of death. Salutations to thee in that form which is an object of knowledge. In the grand artha sacrifice, the Brahmanas adore thee as the great rich. In the great fire sacrifice, they sing thee as the chief adhyaru, priest. Thou art the soul of the Vedas. Salutations to thee. The riches, the yajus, and the samans are thy abode. Thou art the 5 kinds of sanctified libations, used in sacrifices. Thou art the 7 woofs used in the Vedas. Salutations to thee in thy form of sacrifice. Libations are poured on the homa fire in accompaniment with the 17 monosyllabic sounds. Thou art the soul of the homa. Salutations to thee. Thou art that Purusha whom the Vedas sing. Thy name is Yajus. The Vedic meters are thy limbs. The sacrifices laid down in the 3 Vedas are thy 3 heads. The great sacrifice called Rathantara is thy voice expressive of gratification. Salutation to thee in thy form of sacred hymns. Thou art the Rishi that hadst appeared in the great sacrifice extending for 1,000 years, performed by the creators of the universe. Thou art the great swan with wings of gold. Salutations to thee in thy form of a swan. Roots with all kinds of affixes and suffixes are thy limbs. The sandhis are thy joints. The consonants and the vowels are thy ornaments. The Vedas have declared thee to be the divine word. Salutations to thee in thy form as the Word. Assuming the form of a boar whose limbs were constituted by sacrifice, thou hadst raised the submerged earth for the benefit of the 3 worlds. Salutations to thee in thy form of infinite prowess. Thou sleepest in yoga on thy snake-decked sofa constituted by the 1,000 hoods of the Naga. Salutations to thee in thy form of sleep. Thou buildest a bridge for the good, to cross the sea of life, with truth, with those means by which emancipation may be obtained, and with the means by which the senses may be controlled. Salutations to thee in thy form of truth. Men practicing diverse creeds, actuated by desire of diverse fruits, worship thee with diverse rites. Salutations to thee in thy form of creed. From thee have all things sprung. It is thou that excitest all creatures having physical frames containing the principle of desire. Salutations to thee in thy form of excitement. The great rishis seek thy unmanifest self within the manifest. Called Kshetrajna, thou sittest in Kshetra. Salutations to thee in thy form of Kshetra. Thou always conscious and present in self, the Sankhya's still describe thee as existing in the 3 states of wakefulness, dream, and sound sleep. They further speak of thee as possessed of 16 attributes and representing the number 17. Salutations to thy form as conceived by the Sankhya's. Casting off sleep, restraining breath, withdrawn into their own selves, yogins of restrained senses behold thee as eternal light. Salutations to thee in thy yoga form. Peaceful sannyasins, freed from fear of rebirth in consequence of the destruction of all their sins and merits, obtain thee. Salutations to thee in thy form of emancipation. At the end of 1,000 yugas, thou assumest the form of a fire with blazing flames, and consumest all creatures. Salutations to thee in thy form of fierceness. Having consumed all creatures, and making the universe one vast expanse of water, thou sleepest on the waters in the form of a child. Salutations to thee in thy form as Maya, illusion. From the navel of the self-born of eyes like lotus leaves, sprang a lotus. On that lotus is established this universe. Salutations to thee in thy form as lotus. Thou hast 1,000 heads. Thou pervadest everything. Thou art of immeasurable soul. Thou hast subjugated the 4 kinds of desire that are as vast as the 4 oceans. Salutations to thee in thy form of yoga sleep. The clouds are in the hair of thy head. The rivers are in the several joints of thy limbs. The 4 oceans are in thy stomach. Salutations to thee in thy form as water. Birth and the change represented by death spring from thee. All things, again, at the universal dissolution dissolve away in thee. Salutations to thy form as cause. Thou sleepest not in the night. Thou art occupied in daytime also. Thou observest the good and the bad actions of all. Salutations to thee in thy form of universal observer. There is no act which thou canst not do. Thou art, again, ever ready to accomplish acts that are righteous. Salutations to thee in thy form of work, the form, viz., which is called Vaikuntha. In wrath thou hadst, in battle, exterminated thrice 7 times the Kshatriyas who had trampled virtue and authority under their feet. Salutations to thee in thy form of cruelty. Dividing thyself into 5 portions, thou hast become the 5 vital breaths that act within everybody and cause every living creature to move. Salutations to thee in thy form of air. Thou appearest in every yuga in the form called month and season and half year and year, and art the cause of both creation and dissolution. Salutations to thee in thy form of time. Brahmanas are thy mouth, Kshatriyas are thy 2 arms, Vaishyas are thy stomach and thighs, and Sudras live in thy feet. Salutations to thee in thy form of caste. Fire constitute thy mouth. The heavens are the crown of thy head. The sky is thy navel. The earth is thy feet. The sun is thy eye. The points of the compass are thy ears. Salutations to thee in thy form as the 3 worlds. Thou art superior to time. Thou art superior to sacrifice. Thou art higher than the highest. Thyself without origin, thou art the origin of the universe. Salutations to thee in thy form as universe. Men of the world, according to the attributes ascribed to thee by the Vaiseshika theory, regard thee as the protector of the world. Salutations to thee in thy form of protector. Assuming the forms of food, drink, and fuel, thou increasest the humors and the life breaths of creatures and upholdest their existence. Salutations to thee in thy form of life. For supporting the life breaths thou eatest the 4 kinds of food. Assuming also the form of Agni within the stomach, thou digestest that food. Salutations to thee in the form of digesting heat. Assuming the form of half man and half lion, with tawny eyes and tawny manes, with teeth and claws for thy weapons, thou hadst taken the life of the chief of the Asuras. Salutations to thee in thy form of swelling might. Neither the gods, nor the Gandharvas, nor the Daityas, nor the Danavas know thee truly. Salutations to thy form of exceeding subtlety. Assuming the form of the handsome, illustrious, and Puis and Ananta in the nether region, thou upholdest the world. Salutations to thy form of might. Thou stupefiest all creatures by the bonds of affection and love for the continuance of the creation. Salutations to thee in thy form of stupefaction. Regarding that knowledge which is conversant with the five elements to be the true self-knowledge, for which yogins strive, people approach thee by knowledge. Salutations to thee in thy form of knowledge. Thy body is immeasurable. Thy understanding and eyes are devoted to everything. Thou art infinite, being beyond all measures. Salutations to thee in thy form of vastness. Thou hadst assumed the form of a recluse, with matted locks on head, staff in hand, a long stomach, and having thy begging bowl for thy quiver. Salutations to thee in thy form of Brahma. Thou bearest the trident, thou art the lord of the celestials, thou hast 3 eyes, and thou art high-souled. Thy body is always besmeared with ashes, and thy phallic emblem is always turned upwards. Salutations to thee in thy form of Rudra. The half-moon forms the ornament of thy forehead. Thou hast snakes for the holy thread circling thy neck. Thou art armed with Pinaka and trident. Salutations to thy form of fierceness. Thou art the soul of all creatures. Thou art the creator and the destroyer of all creatures. Thou art without wrath, without enmity, without affection. Salutations to thee in thy form of peace. Everything is in thee. Everything is from thee. Thyself art everything. Everywhere art thou. Thou art always the all. Salutations to thee in thy form as everything. Salutations to thee whose work is the universe, to thee that art the soul of the universe, to thee from whom hath sprung the universe, to thee that art the dissolution of all things, to thee that are beyond the 5 elements that constitute all things. Salutations to thee that art the 3 worlds, to thee that art above the 3 worlds. Salutations to thee that art all the directions. Thou art all, and thou art the one receptacle of all. Salutations to thee, O Divine Lord, O Vishnu, and O eternal origin of all the worlds. Thou, O Hrishikesa, art the creator, thou art the destroyer, and thou art invincible. I cannot behold that heavenly form in which thou art displayed in the past, present, and the future. I can, however, behold truly thy eternal form, as manifest in thy works. Thou hast filled heaven with thy head, and the earth with thy feet, with thy prowess thou hast filled the 3 worlds. Thou art eternal, and thou pervadest everything in the universe. The directions are thy arms, the sun is thy eye, and prowess is thy vital fluid. Thou art the Lord of all creatures. Thou standest, shutting up the 7 paths of the wind whose energy is immeasurable. They are freed from all feats that worship thee, O Govinda of unfading prowess, thee that art attired in yellow robes of the color of the Atasi flower. Even one bending of the head unto thee, O Krishna, is equal to the completion of 10 horse sacrifices. The man that has performed 10 horse sacrifices is not freed from the obligation of rebirth. The man, however, that bows to Krishna escapes rebirth. They that have Krishna for their vow, they that think of Krishna in the night, and upon rising from sleep, may be said to have Krishna for their body. Those people, after death, enter Krishna's self even as libations of clarified butter sanctified with mantras enter the blazing fire. Salutations to thee that dispellest the fear of hell, to thee, O Vishnu, that art a boat unto them that are plunged amid the eddies of the ocean represented by worldly life. Salutations to thee, O God, that art the Brahmana's self, to thee that art the benefactor of Brahmanas and kind, to thee that art the benefactor of the universe, to thee that art Krishna and Govinda. The 2 syllables Hari constitute the pecuniary stock of those that sojourn through the wilderness of life and the medicine that effectually cures all worldly predilections, besides being the means that alleviate sorrow and grief. As truth is full of Vishnu, as the universe is full of Vishnu, as everything is full of Vishnu, so let my soul be full of Vishnu and my sins be destroyed. I seek thy protection and am devoted to thee, desirous of obtaining a happy end, O thou of eyes like lotus petals, O best of gods, do thou think of what will be for my good. Thyself without origin, O Vishnu, thou art the origin of knowledge and penances. Thus art thou praised. O Janardana, thus worshipped by me in the sacrifice constituted by speech alone, be, O God, gratified with me. The Vedas are devoted to Narayana. Penances are devoted to Narayana. The gods are devoted to Narayana. Everything is always Narayana. Vaisampayana continued, having uttered these words, Bhishma, with mind concentrated upon Krishna, said, Salutations to Krishna, and bowed unto him. Learning by his yoga prowess of the devotion of Bhishma, Madhava, otherwise called Hari, entering his body, bestowed upon him heavenly knowledge compassing the past, the present, and the future, and went away. When Bhishma became silent, those utterers of Brahma that sat around him, with voices choked in tears, adored that high-souled chief of the Kurus in excellent words. Those foremost of Brahmanas uttered the praises of Krishna also, that first of beings, and then continued in soft voices to commend Bhishma repeatedly. Learning, by his yoga powers, of the devotion of Bhishma towards him, that foremost of beings, viz., Madhava, suddenly rose from his seat and ascended on his car. Kesava and Satyaki proceeded on one car. On another proceeded those two illustrious princes, viz., Yudhishthira and Dhananjaya. Bhimasena and the twins rode on a third, while those bulls among men, Kripa and Yuyutsu, and that scorcher of foes, Sanjaya of the Sudha caste, proceeded on their respective cars, each of which looked like a town. And all of them proceeded, causing the earth to tremble with the rattle of their chariot wheels. That foremost of men, as he proceeded, cheerfully listened to the speeches, fraught with his praise, that were uttered by the Brahmanas. The slayer of Kisari, with gladdened heart, saluted the people that waited along the streets, with joined hands and bent heads. Footnotes 93:1 The Supreme Being is called here and elsewhere Hansa, i.e., swan, because as the swan is supposed to transcend all winged creatures in the range of its flight, so the Supreme Being transcends all creatures in the universe. He is called that, as in the Vedic formula of praise, thou art that, meaning, thou art inconceivable and incapable of being described in words. 93:2 Created things have attributes. It is Brahma only that has no attributes, in the sense that no attributes with which we are familiar can be affirmed of him. 93:3 The Vaks are the mantras, the Anuvaks are those portions of the Vedas which are called Brahmanas, the Nishads are those portions of the Vedic ritual which lead to an acquaintance with the gods. The Upanishads are those portions which treat exclusively of the knowledge of the soul. 93:4 Quadruple soul, i.e., Brahma, Jiva, mind, and consciousness. The four names under which the Supreme Being is adored by the faithful are Vasudeva, Sankarsana, Pradyumna, and Anirudh. 94:1 Penances are ever present in thee, in the sense thou art never without them, penances constituting thy essence. Performed by creatures, they live in thy limbs, in the sense that penances performed are never lost. 94:2 In ancient India, the rishis living in the woods got their fire by rubbing two sticks together. These they called Arani. Brahma on earth is explained by Nilkantha to mean the Vedas, the Brahmanas, and the sacrifices. 94:3 These are the 12 Adityas or chief gods. 94:4 Thou art pure knowledge and resident beyond the darkness of ignorance. I bow to thee not in any of those forms in which thou art ordinarily adored, but in that form of pure light which yogins only can behold by spiritual sight. 95:1 The 5 libations are dana, karamba, paravapa, and water. The 7 woofs are the 7 mantras, chandas, predominating in the Vedic hymns, such as Gayatri, etc. 95:2 The Prajapatis, who are the creators of the universe, performed a sacrifice extending for 1,000 years. The Supreme Being appeared in that sacrifice as an act of grace to the sacrificers. 95:3 Sandhis are those changes of contiguous vowels and compounding 2 words that are required by the rules of euphony. Akshara is literally a character or letter, word made up of characters or letters. 95:4 The manifest is the body. The rishis seek the unmanifest self within the body, in their own hearts. Kshetra is buddhi or intelligence. The Supreme Being is called Kshetrajna because he knows every mind. Intelligence or mind is one of his forms. 95:5 The 16 attributes are the 11 senses and the 5 elements in their subtle forms called Mahabhutas. Added to this is infinity. The Supreme Being, according to the Sankhya doctrine, is thus the embodiment of the number 17. Thy form is conceived by the Sankhyas, i.e., thy form is number. 96:1 In cases of those that are reborn, there is always a residuum of sin and merit for which they have, in their earthly life, to suffer and enjoy. In the case, however, of those that have betaken themselves to a life of renunciation, the great endeavor is to exhaust this residuum. 97:1 i.e. that which is chewed, that which is sucked, that which is licked, and that which is drunk. 97:2 All creatures are stupefied by love and affection. The great end which the yogins propose to themselves is to tear those bonds rising superior to all the attractions of the flesh to effect their deliverance or emancipation from rebirth. 97:3 i.e. Brahmacharan. 98:1 Linam Usaditissaman. 98:2 Samsara is the world or worldly life characterized by diverse attachments. Reflection on Hari frees one from those attachments. Or, samsara may mean the repeated deaths and births to which the unemancipated soul is subject. Contemplation of the Divine Being may prevent such repeated births and deaths by leading to emancipation. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 49. Vaisampayana said, Then Hrishikesa and King Yudhishthira, and all those persons headed by Kripa, and the 4 Pandavas, riding on those cars looking like fortified cities and decked with standards and banners, speedily proceeded to Kurukshetra with the aid of their fleet steeds. They descended on that field which was covered with hair and marrow and bones, and where millions of high-souled Kshatriyas had cast away their bodies. It abounded also with many a hill formed of the bodies and bones of elephants and steeds, and human heads and skulls laid stretched over it like conch shells. Variegated with thousands of funeral pyres and teeming with heaps of armor and weapons, the vast plain looked like the drinking garden of the destroyer himself, used and abandoned recently. The mighty car warriors quickly proceeded, viewing the field of battle haunted by crowds of spirits and thronged with Rakshasas. While proceeding, the mighty armed Kesva, that delighter of all the Yadavas, spoke unto Yudhishthira about the prowess of Jamadagni's son. Yonder, at a distance, O Partha, are seen the 5 lakes of Rama. There Rama offered oblations of Kshatriya blood unto the manes of his ancestors. It was hither that the puissant Rama, having freed the earth of Kshatriya for thrice 7 times, gave up his task. Yudhishthira said, I have great doubts in what thou sayest about Rama's having thrice 7 times exterminated the Kshatriyas in days of old. When the very Kshatriya seed was burnt by Rama, O bull among the Yadus, how was the Kshatriya order revived, O thou of immeasurable prowess? How, O bull of the Yadus, was the Kshatriya order exterminated by the illustrious and high-souled Rama, and how did it again grow? In frightful car encounters millions of Kshatriyas were slain. The earth, O foremost of eloquent men, was strewn with the corpses of Kshatriyas. For what reason was the Kshatriya order thus exterminated in days of yore by Rama, the high-souled descendant of Bhrigu, O tiger among the Yadus? O thou of Vrishni's race, remove this doubt of mine, O bird-bannered hero. O Krishna, O younger brother of Baladeva, the highest knowledge is from thee. Vaisampayana said, the puissant elder brother of Gada then narrated unto Yudhishthira of incomparable prowess everything that happened, in full detail, as to how the earth had become filled with Kshatriyas. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 50. Vasudeva said, listen, O son of Kunti, to the story of Rama's energy and powers and birth as heard by me from great rishis discoursing upon the subject. Listen to the story of how millions of Kshatriyas were slain by Jamadagni's son, and how those that sprung again in the diverse royal races in Bharata were again slaughtered. Jadu had a son named Rajas. Rajas had a son named Valakaswa. King Valakaswa had a son named Kusika of righteous behavior. Resembling the thousand-eyed Indra on earth, Kusika underwent the austerest of penances from desire of attaining the chief of the three worlds for a son. Beholding him engaged in the austerest of penances and competent to beget a son, the thousand-eyed Purandara himself inspired the king with his force. The great lord of the three worlds, the chastiser of Paka, O king, then became Kusika's son, known by the name of Gadi. Gadi had a daughter, O monarch, of the name of Satyavati. The puissant Gadi gave her, for wife, unto Richika, a descendant of Bhrigu. Her lord of Bhrigu's race, O delighter of the Kurus, became highly gratified with her for the purity of her behavior. He cooked the sacrificial food consisting of milk and rice for giving unto Gadi, her sire, a son. Calling his wife, Richika of Bhrigu's race said, this portion of the sanctified food should be taken by thee, and this, other, portion by thy mother. A son will be born of her that will blaze with energy and be a bull among Kshatriyas. Invincible by Kshatriyas on earth, he will be the slayer of the foremost of Kshatriyas. As regards thee, O blessed lady, this portion of the food will give thee a son of great wisdom, an embodiment of tranquility, endued with ascetic penances, and the foremost of Brahmanas. Having said these words unto his wife, the blessed Richika of Bhrigu's race, setting his heart on penances, proceeded to the woods. About this time, King Gadi, resolved upon a pilgrimage to the holy waters, arrived with his queen at the retreat of Richika. Satyavati, upon this, O king, taking the two portions of the sanctified food, cheerfully and in great haste, represented the worlds of her lord unto her mother. The queen mother, O son of Kunti, gave the portion intended for herself unto her daughter, and herself took from ignorance the portion intended for the latter. Upon this, Satyavati, her body blazing with luster, conceived a child of terrible form intended to become the exterminator of the Kshatriyas. Beholding a Brahmana child lying within her womb, that tiger among the Bhrigus said unto his wife of celestial beauty these words, Thou hast been deceived by the mother, O blessed lady, in consequence of the substitution of the sanctified morsels. Thy son will become a person of cruel deeds and vindictive heart. Thy brother again, born of thy mother, will be a Brahmana devoted to ascetic penances. Into the sanctified food intended for thee had been placed the seed of the supreme and universal Brahma, while into that intended for thy mother had been placed the sum total of Kshatriya energy. In consequence, however, of the substitution of the two portions, O blessed lady, that which had been intended will not happen. Thy mother will obtain a Brahmana child, while thou wilt obtain a son that will become a Kshatriya. Thus addressed by her lord, the highly blessed Satyavati prostrated herself, and placing her head at his feet, trembling, said, It behoveth thee not, O Holy One, to speak such words unto me, viz., thou shalt obtain a wretch among Brahmanas for thy son. Richika said, This was not intended by me, O blessed lady, in respect of thee. A son of fierce deeds has been conceived by thee simply in consequence of the substitution of the sanctified morsels. Satyavati replied, saying, If thou wishest, O sage, thou canst create other worlds, what need then be said of a child? It behoveth thee, O puissant one, to give me a son that shall be righteous and devoted to peace. Richika said, Never was falsehood spoken by me before, O blessed lady, even in jest. What need then be said of such a solemn occasion as preparing sanctified food with the aid of Vedic formulae after igniting tea fire? It was ordained of you by destiny, O amiable one. I have ascertained it all by my penances. All the descendants of thy father will be possessed of Brahmanic virtues. Satyavati said, O puissant one, let our grandson be such, but, O foremost of ascetics, let me have a son of tranquil pursuits. Richika said, O thou of the fairest complexion, there is no distinction, I conceive, between a son and a grandson. It will be, O amiable one, as thou sayest. Vasudeva continued, Then Satyavati brought forth a son in Bhrigu's race who was devoted to penances and characterized by tranquil pursuits, viz., Jamadagni of regulated vows. Kusika's son Gati begot a son named Viswamitra. Possessed of every attribute of a Brahmana, that son, though born in the Kshatriya order, was equal to a Brahmana. Richika, thus, begot Jamadagni, that ocean of penances. Jamadagni begot a son of fierce deeds. The foremost of men, that son mastered the sciences, including the science of arms. Like unto a blazing fire, that son was Rama, the exterminator of the Kshatriyas. Having gratified Mahadeva on the mountains of Gandhamadana, he begged weapons of that great god, especially the axe of fierce energy in his hands. In consequence of that unrivaled axe of fiery splendor and irresistible sharpness, he became unrivaled on earth. Meanwhile, the mighty son of Kritavirya, viz., Arjuna of the Kshatriya order and ruler of the Haihayas, endued with great energy, highly virtuous in behavior, and possessed of 1,000 arms through the grace of the great Rishi Dattatreya, having subjugated in battle, by the might of his own arms, the whole earth with her mountains and 7 islands, became a very powerful emperor and, at last, gave away the earth unto the Brahmanas in a horse sacrifice. On a certain occasion, solicited by the thirsty god of fire, O son of Kunti, the 1,000-armed monarch of great prowess gave alms unto that deity. Springing from the point of his shafts, the god of fire, possessed of great energy, desirous of consuming what was offered, burnt villages and towns and kingdoms and hamlets of cowherds. Through the prowess of that foremost of men, viz., Kritavirya of great energy, the god of fire burnt mountains and great forests, assisted by the king of the Haihayas, the god of fire, caused by the wind to blaze forth with energy, consumed the uninhabited but delightful retreat of the high-souled Apava. Possessed of great energy, Apava, O mighty armed king, seeing his retreat consumed by the powerful Kshatriya, cursed that monarch in wrath, saying, Since, O Arjuna, without accepting these my specious woods, thou hast burnt them, therefore, Rama, of Bhrigu's race, will lop off thy 1,000 arm. The mighty Arjuna, however, of great prowess, always devoted to peace, ever regardful of Brahmanas and disposed to grant protection unto all class, and charitable and brave, O Bharata, did not think of that curse denounced on him by that high-souled rishis. His powerful sons, always haughty and cruel, in consequence of that course, became the indirect cause of his death. The princes, O bull of Bharata's race, seized and brought away the calf of Jamadagni's Homa cow, without the knowledge of Kritavirya, the ruler of the Hyas. For this reason a dispute took place between the high-souled Jamadagni and the Hyas. The puissant Rama, the son of Jamadagni, filled with wrath, lopped off the arms of Arjuna and brought back, O monarch, his sire's calf which was wandering within the inner enclosures of the king's palace. Then the foolish son of Arjuna, repairing together to the retreat of the high-souled Jamadagni, felled with the points of their lances, O king, the head of the rishi from off his trunk while the celebrated Rama was out for fetching sacred fuel and grass. Inflamed with wrath at the death of his father and inspired with vengeance, Rama vowed to free the earth of Kshatriyas and took up arms. Then that tiger among the Bhrigus, possessed of great energy, putting forth his prowess, speedily slaughtered all the sons and grandsons of Kritavirya. Slaughtering thousands of Hyas in rage, the descendant of Bhrigu, O king, made the earth miry with blood. Possessed of great energy, he quickly reft the earth of all Kshatriyas. Filled then with compassion, he retired into the woods. Afterwards, when some thousands of years had passed away, the puissant Rama, who was wrathful by nature, had imputations cast upon him of cowardice. The grandson of Viswamitra and son of Ravya, possessed of great ascetic merit, named Purvasu, O monarch, began to cast imputations on Rama in public, saying, O Rama, were not those righteous men, viz. Pratidana and others, who were assembled at a sacrifice at the time of Yayati's fall, Kshatriyas by birth? Thou art not of true vows, O Rama. Thine is an empty boast among people. Through fear of Kshatriya heroes thou hast betaken thyself to the mountains. The descendant of Bhrigu, hearing these words of Purvasu, once more took up arms and once more strewed the earth with hundreds of Kshatriya bodies. Those Kshatriyas, however, O king, counting by hundreds, that were spared by Rama, multiplied, in time, and became mighty monarchs on earth. Rama once more slaughtered them quickly, not sparing the very children, O king. Indeed, the earth became once more strewn with the bodies of Kshatriya children of premature birth. As soon as Kshatriya children were born, Rama slaughtered them. Some Kshatriya ladies, however, succeeded in protecting their children from Rama's wrath. Having made the earth destitute of Kshatriyas for thrice 7 times, the puissant Bhargava, at the completion of a horse sacrifice, gave away the earth as sacrificial present unto Kasyapa. For preserving the remnant of the Kshatriyas, Kasyapa, O king, pointing with his hand that still held the sacrificial ladle, said these words, O great sage, repair to the shores of the southern ocean. It behoveth thee not, O Rama, to reside within, what is, my dominion. At these words, Ocean suddenly created for Jamadagni's son, on his other shore, a region called Sarparaka. Kasyapa also, O monarch, having accepted the earth in gift, and made a present of it unto the Brahmanas, entered the great forest. Then Sudras and Vaishyas, acting most willfully, began to unite themselves, O bull of Bharata's race, with the wives of Brahmanas. When anarchy sets in on earth, the weak are oppressed by the strong, and no man is master of his own property. Unprotected duly by Kshatriyas observant of virtue, and oppressed by the wicked in consequence of that disorder, the earth quickly sank to the lowest depths. Beholding the earth sinking from fear, the high-souled Kasyapa held her on his lap, and since the great Rishi held her on his lap, you are you, therefore is the earth known by the name of Urvi. The goddess Earth, for protection's sake, gratified Kasyapa and begged of him a king. The earth said, There are, O regenerate one, some foremost of Kshatriyas concealed by me among women. They were born in the race of Hyas. Let them, O sage, protect me. There is another person of Puru's race, viz., Vidurtha's son, O puissant one, who has been brought up among bears in the Rikshavat mountains. Another, viz., the son of Sadesa, has been protected, through compassion, by Parasvara of immeasurable energy and ever engaged in sacrifices. Though born in one of the regenerate orders, yet like a Sudra he does everything for that Rishi and has, therefore, been named Sarvakarman, servant of all work. Sivi's son of great energy, viz. Gopati by name, has been brought up in the forest among kine. Let him, O sage, protect me. Pratidana's son, named Vats of great might, has been brought up among calves in a kalpan. Let that one of the royal order protect me. Dadhivahana's grandson and Devirtha's son was concealed and protected on the banks of Ganga by the sage Gautama. His name is Vrahadratha. Possessed of great energy and adorned with numerous blessed qualities, that blessed prince has been protected by wolves and the mountains of Gridrakuta. Many Kshatriyas belonging to the race of Maratha have been protected. Equal unto the Lord of merits and energy, they have been brought up by ocean. These children of the Kshatriya order have been heard of as existing in different places. They are living among artisans and goldsmiths. If they protect me, I shall then stay unmoved. Their sires and grandsires have been slain for my sake by Rama of great prowess. It is my duty, O great sage, to see that their funeral rites are duly performed. I do not desire that I should be protected by my present rulers. Do thou, O sage, speedily make such arrangements that I may exist, as before. Vasudeva continued, the sage Kasyapa then, seeking out those Kshatriyas of great energy whom the goddess had indicated, installed them duly as kings, for protecting her. Those Kshatriya races that are now extant are the progeny of those princes. That which thou hast questioned me, O son of Panda, happened in days of yore even thus. Vaisampayana continued, conversing thus with Yudhishthira, that foremost of righteous persons, the high-souled Yadava hero proceeded quickly on that car, illumining all the points of the compass like the divine Surya himself. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 51. Vaisampayana said, King Yudhishthira, hearing of those feats of Rama, became filled with wonder and said unto Janardana, O thou of Vrishni's race, the prowess of the high-souled Rama, who in wrath had freed the earth of Kshatriyas, was like that of Sakra himself. The scions of Kshatriyas, troubled with the fear of Rama, were concealed and brought up by kine, ocean, leopards, bears, and apes. Worthy of every praise is this world of men, and fortunate are they that reside in it, where a feat that was again so righteous was accomplished by a Brahmana. After this discourse was ended, those two illustrious persons, viz., Krishna of unfading glory and Yudhishthira, proceeded thither where the puissant son of Ganga lay on his bed of arrows. They then beheld Bhishma stretched on his arrowy bed and resembling in splendor the evening sand covered with his own rays. The Kuru hero was surrounded by many ascetics like he of 100 sacrifices by the deities of heaven. The spot on which he lay was highly sacred, being situate on the banks of the river Agavati. Beholding him from a distance, Krishna and Dharma's royal son, and the 4 Pandavas, and the other headed by Saradwat, alighted from their vehicles and collecting their restless minds and concentrating all their senses, approached the great rishis. Saluting those foremost of rishis headed by Vyasa, Govinda and Satyaki and the others approached the son of Ganga. Beholding Ganga's son of great ascetic merit, the Yadu and Kuru princes, those foremost of men, took their seats, surrounding him. Seeing Bhishma looking like a fire about to die out, Kesava with a rather cheerless heart addressed him as follows. Kesava said, Are thy perceptions now as clear as before? I hope thy understanding, O foremost of eloquent men, is not clouded. I hope thy limbs are not tortured by the pain arising from the wounds by shafts. From mental grief also the body becomes weak. In consequences of the boon granted to thee by thy sire, the righteous Santanu, thy death, O puissant hero, depends on thy own will. I myself have not that merit in consequence of which thou hast obtained this boon. The minutest pin, inserted within the body, produces pain. What need then be said, O king, of hundreds of arrows that have pierced thee? Surely, pain cannot be said to afflict thee. Thou art competent, O Bharata, to instruct the very gods regarding the origin and dissolution of living creatures. Possessed of great knowledge, everything belonging to the past, the future, and the present is well known to thee. The dissolution of created beings and the reward of righteousness are well known to thee, O thou of great wisdom, for thou art an ocean of virtue and duty. While living in the enjoyment of swelling sovereignty, I beheld thee forego female intercourse though sound of limbs and perfectly hale, and though surrounded by female companions. Except Santanu's son Bhishma, of great energy and firmly devoted to righteousness, possessed of heroism and having virtue for the only object of his pursuit. We have never heard of any other person in the three worlds that could, by his ascetic power, though lying on a bed of arrows and at the point of death, still have such a complete mastery over death as to keep it thus at bay. We have never heard of anybody else that was so devoted to truth, to penances, to gifts, to the performances of sacrifices, to the science of arms, to the Vedas, and to the protection of persons soliciting protection, and that was so harmless to all creatures, so pure in behavior, so self-restrained, and so bent upon the good of all creatures, and that was also so great a car warrior as thee. Without doubt, thou art competent to subjugate, on a single car, the gods, Gandharvas, Asuras, Yakshas, and Rakshasas. O mighty-armed Bhishma, thou art always spoken of by the Brahmanas as the ninth of the Vasus. By thy virtues, however, thou hast surpassed them all and art equal unto Vasva himself. I know, O best of persons, that thou art celebrated for thy prowess, O foremost of beings, among even the very gods. Among men on earth, O foremost of men, we have never seen nor heard of any one possessed of such attributes as thee. O thou of the royal order, thou surpassest the gods themselves in respect of every attribute. By thy ascetic power thou canst create a universe of mobile and immobile creatures. What need then be said of thy having acquired many blessed regions by means of thy foremost of virtues? Dispel now the grief of the eldest son of Panda, who is burning with sorrow on account of the slaughter of his kinsmen. All the duties that have been declared in respect of the four orders about the four modes of life are well known to thee. Everything again that is indicated in the four branches of knowledge, and the four hadras, O Bharata, as also those eternal duties that are laid down in Yoga and Sankhya philosophy, the duties too of the four orders, and these duties that are not inconsistent with their declared practices, all these, along with their interpretations, O son of Ganga, are known to thee. The duties that have been laid down for those sprang from an intermixture of the four orders, and those laid down for particular countries and tribes and families, and those declared by the Vedas and by men of wisdom, are all well known to thee. The subjects of histories and the Puranas are all known to thee. All the scriptures treating of duty and practice dwell in thy mind. Save thee, O bull among men, there is no other person that can remove the doubts that may arise in respect of those subjects of knowledge that are studied in the world. With the aid of thy intelligence, do thou, O prince of men, drive the sorrow felt by the son of Pandu. Persons possessed of so great and such varied knowledge live only for comforting men whose minds have been stupefied. Vyasa said, hearing those words of Vasudeva of great intelligence, Bhishma, raising his head a little, said these words with joined hands. Bhishma said, salutations to thee, O divine Krishna. Thou art the origin and thou art the dissolution of all the worlds. Thou art the creator and thou art the destroyer. Thou, O Hrishikesa, art incapable of being vanquished by anyone. The universe is the handiwork. Thou art the soul of the universe, and the universe hath sprung from thee. Salutations to thee. Thou art the end of all created things. Thou art above the 5 elements. Salutations to thee that art the 3 worlds, and that art again above the 3 worlds. O Lord of Yogins, salutations to thee that art the refuge of everything. O foremost of beings, those words which thou hast said regarding me have enabled me to behold thy divine attributes as manifest in the 3 worlds. In consequence of that kindness, O Govinda, I also behold thy eternal form. Thou standest shutting up the 7 paths of the wind possessed of immeasurable energy. The firmament is occupied by thy head, and the earth by thy feet. The points of the compass are thy 2 arms, and the sun is thy eye, and Sakrat constitutes thy prowess. O thou of unfading glory, thy person, attired in yellow robes that resemble the hue of the atasi flower, seemed to us to be like a cloud charged with flashing of lightning. Think of that, O best of gods, which would be good, O thou of lotus eyes, for my humble self, that am devoted to thee, that seek thy protection, and that am desirous of obtaining a blissful end. Vasudeva said, since, O bull among men, thy devotion to me is very great, for this, O prince, I have displayed my celestial form to thee. I do not, O foremost of kings, display myself unto one that is not devoted to me, or unto a devotee that is not sincere, or unto one, O Bharata, that is not of restrained soul. Thou art devoted to me, and art always observant of righteousness. Of a pure heart, thou art always self-restrained and ever observant of penances and gifts. Through thy own penances, O Bhishma, thou art competent to behold me. Those regions, O king, are ready for thee whence there is no return. 56 days, O foremost one of Kuru's race, still remain for thee to live. Casting off thy body, thou shalt then, O Bhishma, obtain the blessed reward of thy acts. Behold, those deities in the Vasus, all endued with forms of fiery splendor, riding on their cars, are waiting for thee invisibly till the moment of the sun's entering on northerly course. Subject to universal time, when the divine Surya turns to his northerly course, thou, O foremost of men, shalt go to those regions whence no man of knowledge ever returns to this earth. When thou, O Bhishma, wilt leave this world for that, all knowledge, O hero, will expire with thee. It is for this, that all these persons, assembled together, have approached thee for listening to discourses on duty and morality. Do thou then speak words of truth, fraught with morality and yoga, unto Yudhishthira, who is firm in truth, but whose learning has been clouded by grief on account of the slaughter of his kinsmen, and do thou, by this, quickly dispel that grief of his. Footnotes 106:1ie. One that goes thither is not subject to rebirth. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 52. Vyasa said, hearing these words of Krishna fraught with morality and profit, Santanu's Bhishma answered him in the following words. Bhishma said, O master of all the worlds, O mighty armed one, O Shiva, O Narayana, O thou of unfading glory, hearing the words spoken by thee I have been filled with joy. But what words, of instruction, O master of speech, can I say in thy presence, when especially in all the subjects of speech have been dealt with in the speech? Whatever in either world should be done or is done, proceeds from thy intelligent self, O God. That person who is competent to discourse on the subject of heaven in the presence of the chief of the gods himself is competent to discourse on the interpretation of morality and pleasure and profit and salvation in thy presence. My mind, O slayer of Madhu, is exceedingly agitated by the pain of arrow wounds. My limbs are weak. My understanding is not clear. I am so afflicted, O Govinda, by these shafts resembling poison or fire that I have not power to utter anything. My strength is abandoning me. My life breaths are hastening to leave me. The very vitals of my body are burning. My understanding is clouded. From weakness my utterance is becoming indistinct. How then can I venture to speak? O enhancer of, the glory of, Dasara's race, be gratified with me. O mighty armed one, I will not say anything. Pardon me for my unwillingness. The very master of speech, Vrihaspati, in speaking in thy presence, will be overcome by hesitation. I cannot any longer distinguish the points of the compass, nor the sky from the earth. Through thy energy, O slayer of Madhu, I am only barely alive. Do thou, therefore, thyself speak for the good of King Yudhishthira the just, for thou art the ordainer of all the ordinances. How, O Krishna, when thou, the eternal creator of the universe, art present, can one like me speak on such subjects, like a disciple in the presence of the preceptor? Vasudeva said, the words spoken by thee are worthy of thee that art the foremost one of Kuru's race, thee that art endued with great energy, thee that art of great soul, and thee that art possessed of great patience and conversant with every subject. Regarding what hast thou said unto me about the pain of thy arrow wounds, receive, O Bhishma, this boon that I grant thee, O puissant one, from my grace. Discomfort and stupefaction and burning and pain and hunger and thirst shall not, O son of Ganga, overcome thee, O thou of unfading glory. Thy perceptions and memory, O sinless one, shall be unclouded. The understanding shall not fail thee. The mind, O Bhishma, freed from the qualities of passion and darkness, will always be subject to the quality of goodness, like the moon emerged from the clouds. Thy understanding will penetrate whatever subject connected with duty, morality, or profit thou wilt think upon. O tiger among kings, obtaining celestial vision, thou wilt, O thou of immeasurable prowess, succeed in beholding the four orders of created things. Endued with the eye of knowledge, thou wilt, O Bhishma, behold, like fishes in a limpid stream, all created things that thou mayst endeavor to recollect. Vaisampayana continued, then those great rishis, with Vyasa amongst them, adored Krishna with hymns from the riches, the Yajusas, and the Samans. A celestial shower of flowers belonging to every season fell on that spot where he of Vrishni's race, with Ganga's son and the son of Pandu were. Celestial instruments of every kind played in the welkin, and the tribes of Apsaras began to sing. Nothing of evil and no portent of any evil kind were seen there. An auspicious, pleasant, and pure breeze, bearing every kind of fragrance, began to blow. All the points of the compass became clear and quiet, and all the animals and birds began to rove in peace. Soon after, like a fire at the extremity of a great forest, the divine Surya of 1,000 rays was seen to descend to the west. The great rishis then, rising up, saluted Janardana and Bhishma and King Yudhishthira. Upon this, Kesava and the sons of Pandu, and Satyaki, and Sanjaya, and Saradwata's son Kripa, bowed in reverence to those sages. Devoted to the practice of righteousness, those sages, thus worshipped by Kesava and others, speedily proceeded to their respective abodes, saying, "We will return tomorrow." After this, Kesava and the Pandavas, saluting Bhishma and circumambulating him, ascended their handsome cars. Those heroes then proceeded, accompanied by many other cars decked with golden kuvaras, and infuriated elephants looking like mountains, and steeds fleet as Garudas, and foot soldiers armed with bows and weapons. That army, moving with great speed, proceeded in 2 divisions, one in the van and the other in the rear of those princes. The scene resembled the 2 currents of the great river Narmada at the point where it is divided by the Rikshavat mountains standing across it. Gladdening that great host, the divine Chandramadhavs rose before it in the firmament, once more inspiring with moisture, by his own force, the terrestrial herbs and plants whose juice had been sucked up by the sun. Then that bull of Yedu's race and the sons of Pandu, entering the Kuru city whose splendor resembled that of the city of Indra itself, proceeded to their respective mansions like tired lions seeking their caves. Footnotes 107:1 The Vedas constitute the speech of the Supreme Being. Everything about morality occurs in them. 108:1 Literally, everything thou knowest shall appear to thee by inward light. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 53. Vyasa said, the slayer of Madhu, retiring to his bed, slept happily. Awaking when half a yama was wanting to usher it in the day, he addressed himself to contemplation. Fixing all his senses, he meditated on the eternal Brahma. Then a batch of well-trained and sweet-voiced persons, conversant with hymns and the Puranas, began to utter the praises of Vasudeva, that Lord of all creatures and creator of the universe. Others, marking time by clapping of hands, began to recite sweet hymns, and vocalists began to sing. Conch shells and drums were blown and beaten by thousands. The delightful sound of venas, Pandavas, and bamboo flutes was heard. The spacious mansion of Krishna, in consequence thereof, seemed to laugh with music. In the palace of King Yudhishthira also sweet voices were heard, uttering auspicious wishes, and the sound of songs too, and musical instruments. Then he of Dasara's race performed his ablutions. Joining his hands, the mighty armed hero of unfading glory silently recited his secret mantras, and kindling a fire poured libations of clarified butter upon it. Giving away 1,000 kine unto 1,000 brahmanas, all of whom were fully conversant with the 4 Vedas, he caused them to utter benedictions upon him. Touching next diverse kinds of auspicious articles, and beholding himself in a clear mirror, Krishna addressed Satyaki, saying, Go, O descendant of Seni, and repairing to Yudhishthira's abode, ascertain whether that king of great energy is dressed for visiting Bhishma. At these words of Krishna, Satyaki, proceeding quickly to the royal son of Pandu, said unto him, The foremost of cars, belonging to Vasudeva of great intelligence, stands ready, O king, for Janardana will go to see Ganga's son. O righteous king of great splendor, he is waiting for thee. It behoveth thee now to do what should be done next. Thus addressed, Dharma's son Yudhishthira answered as follows. Yudhishthira said, O Fulguna of unrivaled splendor, let my foremost of cars be made ready. We should not be accompanied, today, by the soldiers, but we shall proceed ourselves. That foremost of righteous persons, Bhishma, should not be vexed. Let the guards, therefore, O Dhananjaya, stop today. From this day Ganga's son will speak of things that are great mysteries. I do not therefore, O son of Kunti, wish that there should be a miscellaneous gathering in Bhishma's presence. Vyasa continued, hearing these words of the king, Kunti's son Dhananjaya, that foremost of men, went out and coming back, represented unto him that his best of cars stood harnessed for him. King Yudhishthira, and the twins, and Bhima and Arjuna, the 5 resembling the 5 elements, then proceeded towards Krishna's abode. While the high-souled Pandavas were coming, Krishna of great intelligence, accompanied by the grandson of Seni, mounted on his car. saluting one another from their cars, and each inquiring of the other whether the night had been passed happily by him, those bulls among men proceeded, without stopping on those foremost of cars whose rattle resembled the roar of the clouds. Krishna's steeds, viz., Valahaka and Megapushpa and Saivya and Sugriva, were urged by Daruka. The animals, urged by him, O king, proceeded, indenting the earth with their hoofs. Endued with great strength and great speed, they flew onwards, devouring the very skies. Traversing the sacred field of Kuru, the princes proceeded to that spot where the puissant Bhishma on his bed of arrows was lying, surrounded by those great rishis, like Brahman himself in the midst of the gods. Then Govinda and Yudhishthira and Bhima and the wielder of Gandiva and the twins and Satyaki, alighting from their vehicles, saluted the rishis by raising their right hands. Surrounded by them, King Yudhishthira, like the moon in the midst of the stars, approached Ganga's son like Vasva proceeding towards Brahman. Overcome with fear, the king timidly cast his eyes on the mighty armed hero lying on his bed of arrows like the sun himself dropped from the firmament. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 54. Janamejaya said, when that tiger among men, of righteous soul and great energy, firmly adhering to truth and with passions under complete control, viz., the son of Santanu and Ganga, named Devavrata or Bhishma of unfading glory, lay on a hero's bed with the sons of Pandu sitting around him. Tell me, O great sage, what converse ensued in that meeting of heroes after the slaughter of the troops? Vaisampayana said, when Bhishma, that chief of the Kurus, lay on his bed of arrows, many rishis and siddhas, O king, headed by Narada, came to that spot. The unslain remnant of the assembled kings with Yudhishthira at their head, and Dhritarashtra and Krishna and Bhima and Arjuna and the twins also came there. Those high-souled persons, approaching the grandsire of the Bharatas who looked like the sun himself dropped from the firmament, indulged in lamentations for him. Then Narada, of godlike features, reflecting for a short while, addressed all the Pandavas and the unslain remnant of the kings, saying, the time, I think, has come for you to question Bhishma on subject of morality and religion, for Ganga's son is about to expire like the sun that is on the point of setting. He is about to cast off his life breaths. Do you all, therefore, solicit him to discourse to you? He is acquainted with the very duties of all the four orders. Old in years, after abandoning his body, he will obtain high regions of bliss. Solicit him, therefore, without delay, to clear the doubts that exists in your minds. Thus addressed by Narada, those princes approached Bhishma, but unable to ask him anything, looked at one another. Then Yudhishthira, the son of Pandu, addressing Hrishikesa, said, there is no one else than Devki's son that can question the grandsire. O foremost one of Yadu's race, do thou, therefore, O slayer of Madhu, speak first. Thou, O sire, art the foremost of us all, and thou art conversant with every duty and practice. Thus addressed by the son of Pandu, the illustrious Kesava of unfading glory, approaching the unconquerable Bhishma, spoke unto him as follows. Vasudeva said, hast thou, O best of kings, passed the night happily? Has thy understanding become unclouded? Does thy knowledge, O sinless one, shine in thee by inward light? I hope thy heart no longer feels pain and thy mind is no longer agitated. Bhishma said, burning, stupefaction, fatigue, exhaustion, illness, and pain, through thy grace, O thou of Vrishni's race, have all left me in a single day. O thou of incomparable splendor, all that is past, all that is future, and all that is present, I behold as clearly as a fruit placed in my hands. All the duties declared in the Vedas, all those laid down in the Vedantas, I behold clearly, O thou of unfading glory, in consequence of the boon thou hast granted to me. The duties that have been declared by persons of learning and righteous behavior dwell in my remembrance. I am conversant also, O Janardana, with the duties and practices prevailing in particular countries and among particular tribes and families. Everything relating again to the four modes of life has come back to my recollection. I am acquainted also, O Kesva, with the duties that relate to kingcraft. Whatever should at whatever time be said, I would say, O Janardana. Through thy grace, I have acquired an auspicious understanding. Strengthened by meditation on thee, feel as if I have become a young man again. Through thy favor, O Janardana, I have become competent to discourse on what is beneficial for the world. Why, however, O Holy One, dost thou not thyself discourse to Pandu's son upon all that is good? What explanation hast thou to give in respect of this? Tell me quickly, O Madhava. Vasudeva said, Know, O thou of Kuru's race, that I am the root of fame and of everything that leads to good. All things, good or bad, proceed from me. Who on earth will wonder if the moon be said to be of cool rays? Similarly, who will wonder if I were described as one possessed of the full measure of fame? I have, however, resolved to enhance thy fame, O thou of great splendor. It is for this, O Bhishma, that I have just inspired thee with great intelligence. As long, O Lord of earth, as the earth will last, so long will thy fame travel with undiminished luster through all the worlds. Whatever, O Bhishma, thou wilt say unto the inquiring son of Pandu, will be regarded on earth to be as authoritative as the declarations of that Vedas. That person who will conduct himself here according to the authority of thy declarations will obtain hereafter the reward of every meritorious act. For this reason, O Bhishma, I have imparted to thee celestial understanding so that thy fame may be enhanced on earth. As long as a man's fame lasts in the world, so long are his achievements said to live. The unslain remnant of the assembled kings are sitting around thee, desirous of listening to thy discourses on morality and duty. Do thou speak unto them, O Bharata. Thou art old in years, and thy behavior is consistent with the ordinance of the Shrutis. Thou art well conversant with the duties of kings and with every other science of duty. No one has ever noticed the slightest transgression in thee from thy every birth. All the kings know thee to be conversant with all the sciences of morality and duty. Like a sire unto his sons do thou, therefore, O king, discourse unto them of high morality. Thou hast always worshipped the rishis and the gods. It is obligatory on thee to discourse on these subjects in detail unto persons desirous of listening to discourse on morality and duty. A learned person, especially when solicited by the righteous, should discourse on the same. The sages have declared this to be a duty. O puissant one, if thou dost not speak on such subjects, thou wilt incur sin. Therefore, questioned by thy sons and grandsons, O learned one, about the eternal duties of men, do thou, O bull among the Bharatas, discourse upon them on the subject. Footnotes 111:1 The sense is, I who have already the full measure of fame can scarcely add to my fame by doing or saying anything. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 55. Vaisampayana said, endued with great energy, the delighter of the Kurus, viz., Bhishma, said, I shall discourse on the subject of duty. My speech and mind have become steady, through thy grace, O Govinda, since thou art the eternal soul of every being. Let the righteous souled Yudhishthira question me about morality and duty. I shall then be much gratified and shall speak of all duties. Let the son of Pandu, that royal sage of virtuous and great soul, upon whose birth all the Vrishnis were filled with joy, question me. Let the son of Pandu, who has no equal among all the Kurus, among all persons of righteous behavior, and among men of great celebrity, put questions to me. Let the son of Pandu, in whom are intelligence, self-restraint, brahmacharya, forgiveness, righteousness, mental vigor, and energy, put questions to me. Let the son of Pandu, who always by his good offices honors his relatives and guests and servants and others that are dependent on him, put questions to me. Let the son of Pandu, in whom are truth and charity and penances, heroism, peacefulness, cleverness, and fearlessness, put questions to me. Let the righteous-souled son of Pandu, who would never commit a sin influenced by desire of pleasure or profit or from fear, put questions to me. Let the son of Pandu, who is ever devoted to truth, to forgiveness, to knowledge, and to guests, and who always makes gifts unto the righteous, put questions to me. Let the son of Pandu, who is ever engaged in sacrifices and study of the Vedas and the practice of morality and duty, who is ever peaceful and who has heard all mysteries, put questions to me. Vasudeva said, King Yudhishthira the just, overcome with great shame and fearful of thy curse, does not venture to approach thee. That Lord of earth, O monarch, having caused a great slaughter, ventures not to approach thee from fear of thy curse. Having pierced with shafts those that deserved his worship, those that were devoted to him, those that were his preceptors, those that were his relatives and kinsmen, and those that were worthy of his highest regard, he ventures not to approach thee. Bhishma said, as the duty of the Brahmanas consists of the practice of charity, study, and penances, so the duty of Kshatriyas is to cast away their bodies, O Krishna, in battle. A Kshatriya should stay sires and grandsires and brothers and preceptors and relatives and kinsmen that may engage with him in unjust battle. This is their declared duty. That Kshatriya, O Kesava, is said to be acquainted with his duty who slays in battle his very preceptors if they happen to be sinful and covetous and disregardful of restraints and vows. That Kshatriya is said to be acquainted with his duty who slays in battle the person that from covetousness disregards the eternal barriers of virtue. That Kshatriya is said to be acquainted with duty who in battle makes the earth a lake of blood, having the hair of slain warriors for the grass and straw floating on it, and having elephants for its rocks, and standards for the trees on its banks. A Kshatriya, when challenged, should always fight in battle, since Manu has said that a righteous battle, in the case of a Kshatriya, leads to both heaven and fame on earth. Vaisampayana continued, after Bhishma had spoken thus, Dharma's son Yudhishthira, with great humility, approached the Kuru hero and stood in his sight. He seized the feet of Bhishma, who in return gladdened him with affectionate words. Smelling his head, Bhishma asked Yudhishthira to take his seat. Then Ganga's son, that foremost of bowmen, addressed Yudhishthira, saying, Do not fear, O best of the Kurus. Ask me, O child, without any anxiety. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 56. Vaisampayana said, having bowed unto Hrishikesa, and saluted Bhishma, and taken the permission of all the seniors assembled there, Yudhishthira began to put questions unto Bhishma. Yudhishthira said, Persons conversant with duty and morality say that kingly duties constitute the highest science of duty. I also think that the burden of those duties is exceedingly onerous. Do thou, therefore, O king, discourse on those duties. O grandsire, do thou speak in detail on the duties of kings. The science of kingly duties is the refuge of the whole world of life. O thou of Kuru's race, morality, profit, and pleasure are dependent on kingly duties. It is also clear that the practices that lead to emancipation are equally dependent on them. As the reins are in respect of the steed or the iron hook in respect of the elephant, even so the science of kingly duties constitutes the reins for checking the world. If one becomes stupefied in respect of the duties observed by royal sages, disorder would set in on the earth and everything will become confused. As the sun, rising, dispels inauspicious darkness, so this science destroys every kind of evil consequence in respect of the world. Therefore, O grandsire, do thou, for my sake, discourse on kingly duties in the first instance, for thou, O chief of the Bharatas, art the foremost of all persons conversant with duties. O scorcher of foes, Vasudeva regards thee as the first of all intelligent persons. Therefore, all of us expect the highest knowledge from thee. Bhishma said, bowing unto Dharma who is supreme, unto Krishna who is Brahma in full, and unto the Brahmanas, I shall discourse on the eternal duties of men. Hear from me, O Yudhishthira, with concentrated attention, the whole range of kingly duties described with accurate details, and other duties that you may desire to know. In the first place, O foremost one of Kuru's race, the king should, from desire of pleasing his subjects, wait with humility upon the gods and the Brahmanas, always bearing himself agreeably to the ordinance. By worshipping the deities and the Brahmanas, O perpetuator of Kuru's race, the king pays off his debt to duty and morality, and receives the respect of his subjects. O son, thou shouldst always exert with promptitude, O Yudhishthira, for without promptitude of exertion mere destiny never accomplishes the objects cherished by kings. These two, viz., exertion and destiny, are equal in their operation. Of them, I regard exertion to be superior, for destiny is ascertained from the results of what is begun with exertion. Do not indulge in grief if what is commenced ends disastrously, for thou shouldst then exert thyself in the same act with redoubled attention. This is the high duty of kings. There is nothing which contributes so much to the success of kings as truth. The king who is devoted to truth finds happiness both here and hereafter. As regards rishis also, O king, truth is their great wealth. Similarly, as regards kings, there is nothing that so much inspires confidence in them as truth. The king that is possessed of every accomplishment and good behavior, that is self-restrained, humble, and righteous, that has his passions under control, that is of handsome features and not too inquiring, never loses prosperity. By administering justice, by attending to these three, viz., concealment of his own weaknesses, ascertainment of the weaknesses of foes, and keeping his own counsels, as also by the observance of conduct that is straightforward, the king, O delighter of the Kurus, obtains prosperity. If the king becomes mild, everybody disregards him. On the other hand, if he becomes fierce, his subjects then become troubled. Therefore, do thou observe both kinds of behavior. O foremost of liberal men, the Brahmanas should never be punished by thee, for the Brahmana, O son of Pandu, is the foremost of beings on the earth. The high-souled Manu, O king of kings, that sung 2 slokas. In respect of thy duties, O thou of Kuru's race, thou shouldst always bear them in mind. Fire hath sprung from water, the Kshatriya from the Brahmana, and iron from stone. The three, viz., fire, Kshatriya, and iron, can exert their force on every other thing, but coming into contact with their respective progenitors, their force becomes neutralized. When iron strikes stone, or fire battles with water, or Kshatriya cherishes enmity towards Brahmana, these three soon become weak. When this is so, O monarch, you will see that the Brahmanas are worthy of worship. They that are foremost among the Brahmanas are gods on earth. Duly worshipped, they uphold the Vedas and the sacrifices. But they, O tiger among kings, that desire to have such honor however much they may be impediments to the 3 worlds, should ever be repressed by the might of thy arms. The great Rishi Usanas, O son, sang 2 slokas in days of old. Listen to them, O king, with concentrated attention. The righteous Kshatriya, mindful of his duties, should chastise a Brahmana that may be a very master of the Vedas if he rushes to battle with an uplifted weapon. The Kshatriya, conversant with duties, that upholds righteousness when it is trespassed against, does not, by that act, become a sinner, for the wrath of the assailant justifies the wrath of the chastiser. Subject to these restrictions, O tiger among kings, the Brahmanas should be protected. If they become offenders, they should then be exiled beyond thy dominions. Even when deserving of punishment, thou shouldst, O kings, show them compassion. If a Brahmana becomes guilty of Brahmanicide, or of violating the bed of his preceptor or other revered senior, or of causing miscarriage, or of treason against the king, his punishment should be banishment from thy dominions. No corporal chastisement is laid down for them. Those persons that show respect towards the Brahmanas should be favored by thee, with offices in the state. There is no treasure more valuable to kings than that which consists in the selection and assemblage of servants. Among the 6 kinds of citadels indicated in the scriptures, indeed among every kind of citadel, that which consists of the ready service and the love of the subjects is the most impregnable. Therefore, the king who is possessed of wisdom should always show compassion towards the 4 orders of his subjects. The king who is of righteous soul and truthful speech succeeds in gratifying his subjects. Thou must not, however, O son, always behave with forgiveness towards everybody, for the king that is mild is regarded as the worst of his kind, like an elephant that is reft of fierceness. In the scriptures composed by Vrihaspati, a sloka was in days of old applicable to the present matter. Hear it, O king, as I recite it. If the king happens to be always forgiving, the lowest of persons prevails over him, even as the driver who sits on the head of the elephant he guides. The king, therefore, should not always be mild, nor should he always be fierce. He should be like the vernal sun, neither cold nor so hot as to produce perspiration. By the direct evidence of the senses, by conjecture, by comparisons, and by the canons of the scriptures, O monarch, the king should study friends and foes. O thou of great liberality, thou shouldst avoid all those evil practices that are called Vyasanas. It is not necessary that thou shouldst never indulge in them. What, however, is needed is that thou shouldst not be attached to them. He that is attached to those practices is prevailed over by everyone. The king who cherishes no love for his people inspires the latter with anxiety. The king should always bear himself towards his subjects as a mother towards the child of her womb. Hear, O monarch, the reason why this becomes desirable. As the mother, disregarding those objects that are most cherished by her, seeks the good of her child alone, even so, without doubt, should kings conduct themselves towards their subjects. The king that is righteous, O foremost one of Kuru's race, should always behave in such a manner as to uphold what is dear to him, for the sake of doing that which would benefit his people. Thou shouldst not ever, O son of Pandu, abandon fortitude. The king that is possessed of fortitude, and who is known to inflict chastisement on wrongdoers, has no cause of fear. O foremost of speakers, thou shouldst not indulge in jests with thy servants. O tiger among kings, listen to the faults of such conduct. If the master mingles too freely with them, dependents begin to disregard him. They forget their own position and most truly transcend that of the master. Ordered to do a thing, they hesitate and divulge the master's secrets. They ask for things that should not be asked for, and take the food that is intended for the master. They go to the length of displaying their wrath and seek to outshine the master. They even seek to predominate over the king, and accepting bribes and practicing deceit, obstruct the business of the state. They cause the state to rob with abuses by falsifications and forgeries. They make love with the female guards of the palace and dress in the same style as their master. They become so shameless as to indulge in eructations and the like, and expectorate in the very presence of their master, O tiger among kings, and they do not fear to even speak of him with levity before others. If the king becomes mild and disposed to jest, his servants, disregarding him, ride on steeds and elephants and cars as good as the king's. His counselors, assembled in court, openly indulge in such speeches as, "This is beyond thy power. This is a wicked attempt." If the king becomes angry, they laugh, nor are they gladdened if favors be bestowed upon them, though they may express joy for other reasons. They disclose the secret counsels of their master and bruit his evil acts. Without the least anxiety they set at naught the king's commands. If the king's jewels, or food, or the necessaries of his bath, or unguents, be not forthcoming, the servants, in his very presence, do not show the least anxiety. They do not take what rightfully belongs to them. On the other hand, without being content with what has been assigned to them, they appropriate what belongs to the king. They wish to sport with the king as with a bird tied with a string, and always give the people to understand that the king is very intimate with them and loves them dearly. If the king becomes mild and disposed to jest, O Yudhishthira, these and many other evils spring from it. Footnotes 113:1 literally, the eternal bridge of virtue. 114:1 in the sense of being liberal. A king should not too minutely inquire into what is done with the things belonging to him. 116:1 literally, worthy of being used by the king. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 57. Bhishma said, "The king, O Yudhishthira, should always be ready for action. That king is not worth of praise who, like a woman, is destitute of exertion." In this connection, the holy Usanas has sting a sloka, O monarch. Listen to it with attention, O king, as I recite it to thee. Like a snake swallowing up mice, the earth swallows tip these two, the king that is averse to battle and the Brahmana that is exceedingly attached to wives and children. It behoveth thee, O tiger among kings, to bear this always in thy heart. Make peace with those foes with whom, according to the ordinance, peace should be made, and wage war with them with whom war should be waged. Be he thy preceptor, or be he thy friend, he that acts inimically towards thy kingdom consisting of 7 limbs, should be slain. There is an ancient sloka sung by King Maruta, agreeable to Vrihaspati's opinion, O monarch, about the duty of kings. According to the eternal provision, there is punishment for even the preceptor if he becomes haughty and disregardful of what should be done and what should not, and if he transgresses all restraints. Jadu's son, King Sagara, of great intelligence, from desire of doing good to the citizens, exiled his own eldest son Asamanjas. Asamanjas, O king, used to drown the children of the citizens in the Sarayu. His sire, therefore, rebuked him and sent him to exile. The Rishi Uddalaka cast off his favorite son Swetaketu, afterwards, of rigid penances, because the latter used to invite Brahmanas with deceptive promises of entertainment. The happiness of their subjects, observance of truth, and sincerity of behavior are the eternal duty of kings. The king should not covet the wealth of others. He should in time give what should be given. If the king becomes possessed of prowess, truthful in speech, and forgiving in temper, he would never fall away from prosperity. With soul cleansed of vices, the king should be able to govern his wrath, and all his conclusions should be conformable to the scriptures. He should also always pursue morality and profit and pleasure and salvation judiciously. The king should always conceal his counsels in respect of these 3, viz., morality, profit, and pleasure. No greater evil can befall the king than the disclosure of his counsels. Kings should protect the 4 orders in the discharge of their duties. It is the eternal duty of kings to prevent a confusion of duties in respect of the different orders. The king should not repose confidence on others than his own servants, nor should he repose full confidence on even his servants. He should, by his own intelligence, look after the merits and defects of the 6 essential requisites of sovereignty. The king who is observant of the laches of his foes, and judicious in the pursuit of morality, profit, and pleasure, who sets clever spies for ascertaining secrets and seeks to wean away the officers of his enemies by presents of wealth, deserves applause. The king should administer justice like Yama and amass wealth like Kuvara. He should also be observant of the merits and defects of his own acquisitions and losses and of his own dominions. He should feed those that have not been fed, and inquire after those that have been fed. Possessed of sweet speech, he could speak with a smiling, and not with a sour, countenance. He should always wait upon those that are old in years and repress procrastination. He should never covet what belongs to others. He should firmly follow the behavior of the righteous and, therefore, observe that behavior carefully. He should never take wealth from those that are righteous. Taking the wealth of those that are not righteous, he should give it unto them that are righteous. The king should himself be skillful in smiting. He should practice liberality. He should have his soul under control. He should dress himself with splendor. He should make gifts in season and regular in his meals. He should also be of good behavior. The king, desirous of obtaining prosperity, should always bind to his service men that are brave, devoted, and capable of being deceived by foes, well-born, healthy, well-behaved, and connected with families that are well-behaved, respectable, never inclined to insult others, conversant with all the sciences, possessing a knowledge of the world and its affairs, unmindful of the future state of existence, always observant of their duties, honest, and steadfast like mountains. There should be no difference between him and them as regards objects of enjoyment. The only distinction should consist in his umbrella and his power or passing orders. His conduct towards them, before or behind, should be the same. The king who behaves in this way never comes to grief. That crooked and covetous king who suspects everybody and who taxes his subjects heavily is soon deprived of life by his own servants and relatives. That king, however, who is of righteous behavior and who is ever engaged in attracting the hearts of his people, never sinks when attacked by foes. If overcome, he soon regains his position. If the king is not wrathful, if he is not addicted to evil practices and not severe in his punishments, if he succeeds in keeping his passions under control, he then becomes an object of confidence unto all, like the Himavat mountains, unto all creatures. He is the best of kings who hath wisdom, who is possessed of liberality, who is ready to take advantage of the laches of foes, who has agreeable features, who is conversant with what is bad for each of the 4 orders of his subjects, who is prompt in action, who has his wrath under control, who is not vindictive, who is high-minded, who is not irascible by disposition, who is equal engaged in sacrifices and other religious acts, who is not given to boasting, and who vigorously prosecutes to completion all works commenced by him. He is the best of kings in whose dominions men live fearlessly like sons in the house of their sire. He is the best of kings whose subjects have not to hide their wealth and are conversant with what is good and what is bad for them. He, indeed, is a king whose subjects are engaged in their respective duties and do not fear to cast off their bodies when duty calls for it, whose people, protected duly, are all of peaceful behavior, obedient, docile, tractable, unwilling to be engaged in disputes, and inclined to liberality. That king earns eternal merit in whose dominions there is no wickedness and dissimulation and deception and envy. That king truly deserves to rule who honors knowledge, who is devoted to the scriptures and the good of his people, who treads in the path of the righteous, and who is liberal. That king deserves to rule, whose spies and counsels and acts, accomplished and unaccomplished, remain unknown to his enemies. The following verse was sung in days of old by Usanas of Bhrigu's race, in the narrative called Ramakarita, on the subject, O Bharata, of kingly duties. One should first select a king, in whose dominions to live. Then should he select a wife, and then earn wealth. If there be no king, what would become of his wife and acquisition? Regarding those that are desirous of kingdom, there is no other eternal duty more obligatory than the protection of subjects. The protection the king grants to his subjects upholds the world. Manu, the son of Purusharthas, sang these 2 verses respecting the duties of kings. Listen to them with attention. These 6 persons should be avoided like a leaky boat on the sea, viz., a preceptor that does not speak, a priest that has not studied the scriptures, a king that does not grant protection, a wife that utters what is disagreeable, a cowherd that likes to rove within the village, and a barber that is desirous of going to the woods. Footnotes 117:1 literally the Brahmana that would not leave his home. The verse has been quoted in this very parvan previously. 117:2 These 7 limbs are the king, army, counselors, friends, treasury, territory, and forts. 118:1 These 6 are peace, with a foe that is stronger, war, with one of equal strength, marching, to invade the dominions of one who is weaker, halting, seeking protection, if weak in one's own fort, and sowing dissensions among the chief officers of the enemy. 118:2 Asambayan is explained by Nilkantha as incapable of being overreached by foes. 119:1 in the sense that without royal protection, the world soon comes to grief. 119:2 The duties of the cowherd should lead him to the fields. If without manifesting any inclination for going to the fields he likes to loiter within the village, he should not be employed. Similarly, the barber's duties require his presence within the village. If without being present there he likes to wander in the woods, he should never be employed, for it may then be presumed that he is wanting in that skill which experience and habit bring. These 2 verses are often quoted in conversation by both the learned and unlearned equally. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 58. Bhishma said, "Protection of the subject, O Yudhishthira, is the very cheese of kingly duties." The divine Vrahaspati does not applaud any other duty so much as this one. The divine Kavi, Usanas, of large eyes and austere penances, the 1,000-eyed Indra, and Manu the son of Purusharthas, the divine Bharadvaja, and the Saga Gurusairas, all devoted to Brahma and utterers of Brahma, have composed treatises on the duties of kings. All of them praise the duty of protection, O foremost of virtuous persons, in respect of kings. O thou of eyes like lotus leaves and of the hue of copper, listen to the means by which protection may be secured. Those means consist of the employment of spies and servants, giving them their just dues without haughtiness, the realization of taxes with considerateness, never taking anything from the subject, capriciously and without cause, O Yudhishthira, the selection of honest men, for the discharge of administrative functions, heroism, skill, and cleverness, and the transaction of business. Truth, seeking the good of the people, producing discord and disunion among the enemy by fair or unfair means, the repair of buildings that are old or on the point of falling away, the infliction of corporal punishments and fines regulated by observance of the occasion, never abandoning the honest, granting employment and protection to persons of respectable birth, the storing of what should be stored, companionship with persons of intelligence, always gratifying the soldiery. supervision over the subjects, steadiness in the transaction of business, filling the treasury, absence of blind confidence on the guards of the city, producing disloyalty among the citizens of a hostile town, carefully looking after the friends and allies living in the midst of the enemy's country, strictly watching the servants and officers of the state, personal observation of the city, distrust of servants, comforting the enemy with assurances, steadily observing the dictates of policy. Readiness for action, never disregarding an enemy, and casting off those that are wicked. Readiness for exertion in kings is the root of kingly duties. This has been said by Vrihaspati. Listen to the verses sung by him. By exertion the Amrita was obtained, by exertion the Asuras were slain, by exertion Indra himself obtained sovereignty in heaven and on earth. The hero of exertion is superior to the heroes of speech. The heroes of speech gratify and worship the heroes of exertion. The king that is destitute of exertion, even if possessed of intelligence, is always overcome by foes like a snake that is bereft of poison. The king, even if possessed of strength, should not disregard a foe, however weak. A spark of fire can produce a conflagration, and a particle of poison can kill. With only one kind of force, an enemy from within a fort can afflict the whole country of even a powerful and prosperous king. The secret speeches of a king, the amassing of troops for obtaining victory, the crooked purposes in his heart, similar intents for accomplishing particular objects, and the wrong acts he does or intends to do, should be concealed by putting on an appearance of candor. He should act righteously for keeping his people under subjection. Persons of crooked minds cannot bear the burden of extensive empire. A king who is mild cannot obtain superior rank, the acquisition of which depends upon labor. A kingdom, coveted by all like meat, can never be protected by candor and simplicity. A king, O Yudhishthira, should, therefore, always conduct himself with both candor and crookedness. If in protecting his subjects a king falls into danger, he earns great merit. Even such should be the conduct of kings. I have now told thee a portion only of the duties of kings. Tell me, O best of the Kurus, what more you wish to know. Vaisampayana continued, the illustrious Vyasa and Devastana and Aswa, and Vasudeva and Kripa and Satyaki and Sanjaya, filled with joy, and with faces resembling full-blown flowers, said, Excellent! Excellent! And hymned the praises of that tiger among men, viz., Bhishma, that foremost of virtuous persons. Then Yudhishthira, that chief of Kuru's race, with a cheerless heart and eyes bathed in tears, gently touched Bhishma's feet and said, O grandsire, I shall tomorrow inquire after those points about which I have my doubts, for today, the sun, having sucked the moisture of all terrestrial objects, is about to set. Then Kesva and Kripa and Yudhishthira and others, saluting the Brahmanas, assembled there, and circumambulating the son of the great river, cheerfully ascended their cars. All of them observant of excellent vows then bathed in the current of the Drishadwati. Having offered oblations of water unto their ancestors, and silently recited the sacred mantras, and done other auspicious acts, and having performed the evening prayer with due rites, those scorchers of foes entered the city called after the elephant. Footnotes 120:1 Eloquent Brahmanas learned in the scriptures are heroes of speech, great Kshatriya kings are heroes of exertion. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 59. Vaisampayana said, rising from their beds the next day and performing the morning rites laid down in the scriptures, the Pandavas and the Yadavas set out for the spot where Bhishma lay, on their cars resembling fortified towns. Proceeding to the field of Kuru and approaching the sinless Bhishma, they inquired of that foremost of car warriors if he had passed the night happily. Saluting all the rishis, and blessed by them in return, the princes took their seats around Bhishma. Then King Yudhishthira, the just possessed of great energy, having worshipped Bhishma duly, said these words with joined hands. Yudhishthira said, whence arose the word Rajan, king, that is used, O Bharata, on earth? Tell me this, O scorcher of foes. Possessed of hands and arms and neck like others, having understanding and senses like those of others, subject like others to the same kinds of joy and grief, endued with back, mouth, and stomach similar to those of the rest of the world, having vital fluids and bones and marrow and flesh and blood similar to those of the rest of the world, inhaling and exhaling breaths like others, possessed of life breaths and bodies like other men, resembling others in birth and death, in fact, similar to others in respect of all attributes of humanity. For what reason does one man, viz. the king, govern the rest of the world, numbering many men possessed of great intelligence and bravery? Whence is it that one man rules the wide world, teeming with brave and energetic and high-born men of good behavior? Why do all men seek to obtain his favor? Why is it that if one man becomes delighted, the whole world becomes delighted, and if that one man is troubled, the whole world becomes troubled? I desire to hear this in detail, O bull of Bharata's race. O foremost of speakers, discourse to me on this fully. O king, there cannot but be a grave reason for all this, since it is seen that the whole world bows down to one man as to a god. Bhishma said, with concentrated attention, O tiger among kings, listen to it in detail as to how in the Krita age sovereignty first began. At first there was no sovereignty, no king, no chastisement, and no chastiser. All men used to protect one another righteously. As they thus lived, O Bharata, righteously protecting one another, they found the task, after some time, to be painful. Error then began to assail their hearts. Having become subject to error, the perceptions of men, O prince, came to be clouded, and thence their virtue began to decline. When their perceptions were dimmed, and when men became subject to error, all of them became covetous. O chief of the Bharatas! And because men sought to obtain objects which they did not possess, another passion called lust, of acquisition, got hold of them. When they became subject to lust, another passion, named anger, soon soiled them. Once subject to wrath, they lost all consideration of what should be done and what should not. Unrestrained sexual indulgence set in. Men began to utter what they chose. All distinctions between food that is clean and unclean and between virtue and vice disappeared. When this confusion set in amongst men, the Vedas disappeared. Upon the disappearance of the Vedas, righteousness was lost. When both the Vedas and righteousness were lost, the gods were possessed by fear. Overcome with fear, O tiger among men, they sought the protection of Brahmana. Having gratified the divine grandsire of the universe, the gods, afflicted with grief, said unto him, with joined hands, O God, the eternal Vedas have been afflicted in the world of men by covetousness and error. For this, we have been struck with fear. Through loss of the Vedas, O Supreme Lord, righteousness also has been lost. For this, O Lord of the three worlds, we are about to descend to the level of human beings. Men used to pour libations upwards while we used to pour rain downwards. In consequence, however, of the cessation of all pious rites among men, great distress will be our lot. Do thou then, O grandsire, think of that which would benefit us, so that the universe, created by thy power, may not meet with destruction. Thus addressed, the self-born and divine Lord said unto them, I shall think of what will do good to all. Ye foremost of gods, let your fears be dispelled. The grandsire then composed by his own intelligence a treatise consisting of 100,000 chapters. In it were treated the subject of virtue, profit, and pleasure, which the self-born designated as the triple aggregate. He treated of a fourth subject called emancipation with opposite meaning and attributes. The triple aggregate in respect of emancipation, viz., to the attributes of goodness, passion, and darkness, and another, a fourth, viz., the practice of duty without hope of bliss or reward in this or the other world, were treated in it. Another triple aggregate connected with chastisement, viz., conversation, growth, and destruction, was treated in it. Another aggregate of 6 consisting of the hearts of men, place, time, means, overt acts, and alliances, and causes, were treated in it. The religious rites laid down in the 3 Vedas, knowledge, and the acts necessary for the support of life, viz., agriculture, trade, and O bull of Bharata's race, and the very extensive branch of learning called punitive legislation, were laid down in it. The subjects also of behavior towards counselors, of spies, the indications of princes, of secret agents possessed of diverse means, of envoys and agents of other kinds, conciliation, fomenting discord, gifts, and chastisement, O king, with toleration as the 5th, were fully treated therein. Deliberation of all kinds, counsels for producing disunion, the errors of deliberation, the results of the success or failure of counsels, treaties of 3 kinds, viz., bad, middling, and good, made through fear, good offices, and gifts of wealth, were described in detail. The 4 kinds of time for making journeys, the details of the aggregate of 3, the 3 kinds of victory, viz., that secured righteously, that won by wealth, and that obtained by deceitful ways, were described in detail. The 3 kinds of attributes, viz., bad, middling, and good, of the aggregate of 5, viz., counselors, kingdom, fort, army, and treasury, were also treated in it. Chastisements of 2 kinds, viz., open and secret, were indicated. The 8 kinds of open chastisement, as also the 8 kinds of secret chastisement, were dealt with in detail. Cars, elephants, horses, and foot soldiers, O son of Pandu, impressed laborers, crews, and paid attendants, of armies, and guides taken from the country which is the seat of war, these are the 8 instruments, O Kauravya, of open chastisement or forces acting openly. The use and administration of movable and immovable poison were also mentioned in respect of the 3 kinds of things, viz., wearing apparel, food, and incantations. Enemies, allies, and neutrals, these also were described. The diverse characteristics of roads, to be taken, as dependent on stars and planets, etc. The attributes of the soil, on which to encamp, protection of self, superintendence of the construction of cars and other utensils of war and use. The diverse means for protecting and improving men, elephants, cars, and steeds, the diverse kinds of battle array, strategies, and maneuvers in war, planetary conjunctions foreboding evil, calamitous visitations, such as earthquakes, skillful methods of warfare and retreat, knowledge of weapons and their proper keep. The disorders of troops and how to get rid of them, the means of inspiring the army with joy and confidence, diseases, times of distress and danger, knowledge of guiding foot soldiers in battle, the methods of sounding alarms and notifying orders, inspiring the enemy with fear by display of standards, the diverse methods of afflicting the enemy's kingdom by means of robbers and fierce wild tribes, and fire raisers and poisoners and forgers by producing disunion among the chief officers of hostile armies, by cutting down crops and plants, by destroying the efficiency of the enemy's elephants, by producing alarms, by honoring those among the enemy's subjects that are well disposed towards the invader, and by inspiring the enemy with confidence, the waste, growth, and harmony of the 7 essential requisites of sovereignty, capacity for, projected, works, the means for accomplishing them, the methods of extending the kingdom, the means of winning over persons residing in the enemy's territory, The chastisement and destruction of those that are strong, the exact administration of justice, the extermination of the wicked, wrestling, shooting and throwing and hurling of weapons, the methods of making presents and of storing requisite things, feeding the unfed and supervision over those that have been fed, gifts of wealth in season, freedom from the vices called Vyasanas, the attributes of kings, the qualifications of military officers, the sources of the aggregate of three and its merits and faults, the diverse kinds of evil intents, the behavior of dependence, suspicion against everyone, the avoidance of heedlessness, the acquisition of objects unattained, the improving of objects already acquired, gifts to deserving persons of what has thus been improved, expenditure of wealth for pious purposes, for acquiring objects of desire, and for dispelling danger and distress, were all treated in that work. The fierce vices, O chief of the Kurus, born of temper, and those born of lust, and all of 10 kinds, were mentioned in that treatise. The 4 kinds of vices which the learned say are born of lust, viz., hunting, gambling, drinking, and sexual indulgence, were mentioned by the self-born in that work. Rudeness of speech, fierceness, severity of chastisement, infliction of pain on the body, suicide, and frustrating one's own objects, these are the 6 kinds of faults born of wrath that have also been mentioned. Diverse kinds of machines and their actions have been described there. Devastation of the enemy's territories, attacks upon foes, the destruction and removal of landmarks and other indications, the cutting down of large trees, for depriving the enemy and the enemy's subjects of their refreshing shade, siege of forts, supervision of agriculture and other useful operations, the storage of necessaries, robes and attire, of troops, and the best means of manufacturing them, were all described. The characteristics and uses of Pandavas, anakas, conchs, and drums. O Yudhishthira, the 6 kinds of articles, viz. Gems, animals, lands, robes, female slaves, and gold, and the means of acquiring them, for oneself, and of destroying them, for injuring the foe, pacification of newly acquired territories, honoring the good, cultivating friendship with the learned, knowledge of the rules in respect of gifts and religious rites such as homa, the touch of auspicious articles, attention to the adornment of the body, the manner of preparing and using food, piety of behavior, the attainment of prosperity by following in one path, truthfulness of speech, sweetness of speech, observance of acts done on occasions of festivity and social gatherings and those done within the household, the open and secret acts of persons in all places of meeting, the constant supervision of the behavior of men, the immunity of brahmanas from punishment, the reasonable infliction of punishment, honors paid to dependents in consideration of kinship and merit, the protection of subjects and the means of extending the kingdom, the counsels that a king who lives in the midst of a dozen of kings should pursue in respect of the 4 kinds of foes, the 4 kinds of allies, and the 4 kinds of neutrals, the 72 acts laid down in medical works about the protection, exercise, and improvements of the body, and the practices of particular countries, tribes, and families were all duty treated in that work. Virtue, profit, and pleasure, and emancipation were also described in it. The diverse means of acquisition, the desire for diverse kinds of wealth. O giver of profuse presents, the methods of agriculture and other operations that form the chief source of the revenue, and the various means for producing and applying illusions, the methods by which stagnant water is rendered foul, were laid down in it. All those means, O tiger among kings, by which men might be prevented from deviating from the path of righteousness and honesty, were all described in it. Having composed that highly beneficial treatise, the divine Lord cheerfully said unto the deities having Indra for their head those words, for the good of the world and for establishing the triple aggregate, viz., virtue, profit, and pleasure, I have composed this science representing the very cheese of speech. Assisted by chastisement, this science will protect the world. Dealing rewards and punishments, this science will operate among men. And because men are led to the acquisition of the objects of their existence by chastisement, or, in other words, chastisement leads or governs everything, therefore will this science be known in the three worlds as Dandaniti, science of chastisement. Containing the essence of all the attributes of the aggregate of six, this science will always be much regarded by all high-souled persons. Virtue, profit, pleasure, and salvation have all been treated in it. After this, the Lord of Uma, the divine and multiform Shiva of large eyes, the source of all blessings, first studied and mastered it. In view, however, of the gradual decrease of the period of life of human beings, the divine Shiva abridged that science of grave import compiled by Brahman. The abridgment, called Vaisalakasha, consisting of 10,000 lessons, was then received by Indra, devoted to Brahman and endued with great ascetic merit. The divine Indra also abridged it into a treatise consisting of 5,000 lessons and called it Vahudantaka. Afterwards, the puissant Vrahaspati, by his intelligence, further abridged the work into a treatise consisting of 3,000 lessons and called it Varhaspasya. Next, that preceptor of yoga, of great celebrity, viz., Kavi of immeasurable wisdom, reduced it further into a work of 1,000 lessons. In view of the period of men's lives and the general decrease of everything, great rishis did thus, for benefiting the world, abridge that science. The gods then, approaching that Lord of creatures, viz., Vishnu, said unto him, Indicate, O God, that one among mortals who deserves to have superiority over the rest. The divine and puissant Narayana, reflecting a little, created, by a fiat of his will, a son born of his energy, named Virajas. The highly blessed Virajas, however, did not desire sovereignty on earth. His mind, O son of Pandu, inclined to a life of renunciation. Virajas had a son named Kritamat. He too renounced pleasure and enjoyment. Kritamat had a son named Kardama. Kardama also practiced severe austerities. The Lord of creatures, Kardama, begot a son named Ananga. Ananga became a protector of creatures, pious in behavior, and fully conversant with the science of chastisement. Ananga begot a son named Adavala, well versed in policy. Obtaining extensive empire after the demise of his sire, he became a slave of his passions. Mrityu, O king, had a daughter born of his mind, named Sunita and celebrated over the three worlds. She was married to Adavala and gave birth to a son named Vina. Vina, a slave of wrath and malice, became unrighteous in his conduct towards all creatures. The rishis, those utterers of Brahma, slew him with kusa blades, as their weapon, inspired with mantras. Uttering mantras the while, those rishis pierced the right thigh of Vina. Thereupon, from that thigh, came out a short-limbed person on earth, resembling a charred brand, with blood-red eyes and black hair. Those utterers of Brahma said unto him, Nishita, sit here. From him have sprung the Nishadas, viz., those wicked tribes that have the hills and the forests for their abode, as also those hundreds and thousands of others called Mlechchas, residing on the Vindhya mountains. The great rishis then pierced the right arm of Vina. Thence sprang a person who was a second Indra in form. Clad in mail, armed with scimitars, bows, and arrows, and well versed in the science of weapons, he was fully acquainted with the Vedas and their branches. All the ordinances of the science of chastisement, O king, in their embodied forms, came to that best of men. The son of Vina then, with joined hands, said unto those great rishis, I have attained an understanding that is very keen and that is observant of righteousness. Tell me in detail what I shall do with it. That useful task which you will be pleased to indicate, I shall accomplish without hesitation." Thus addressed, the gods that were present there, as also the rishis, said unto him, "Do thou fearlessly accomplish all those tasks in which righteousness even resides. Disregarding what is dear and what not so, look upon all creatures with an equal eye. Cast off at a distance just in wrath and covetousness and honor, and, always observing the dictates of righteousness, do thou punish with thy own hands the man, whoever he may be, that deviates from the path of duty. Do thou also swear that thou wouldst, in thought, word, and deed, always maintain the religion inculcated on earth by the Vedas. Do thou further swear that thou wouldst fearlessly maintain the duties laid down in the Vedas with the aid of the science of chastisement, and that thou wouldst never act with caprice. O puissant one, know that Brahmanas are exempt from chastisement, and pledge further that thou wouldst protect the world from an intermixture of castes." Thus addressed, Vena's son replied unto the deities headed by the rishis, saying, "Those bulls among men, viz., the highly blessed Brahmanas, shall ever be worshipped by me." Those utterers of Brahma then said unto him, "Let it be so." Then Sukra, that vast receptacle of Brahma, became his priest. The Valakilyas became his counselors, and the Saraswatas his companions. The great and illustrious Rishi Garga became his astrologer. This high declaration of the Shrutis is current among men that Prithu is the eighth from Vishnu. A little before, the two persons named Sudha and Magadha had come into existence. They became his bards and panegyrists. Gratified, Prithu, the royal son of Vena, possessed of great prowess, gave unto Sudha the land lying on the sea-coast, and unto Magadha the country since known as Magadha. We have heard that the surface of the earth had before been very uneven. It was Prithu who made the terrestrial surface level. In every manvantara, the earth becomes uneven. Vena's son removed the rocks and rocky masses lying all around, O monarch, with the horn of his bow. By this means the hills and mountains became enlarged. Then Vishnu, and the deities of Indra, and the rishis, and the regents of the world, and the Brahmanas, assembled together for crowning Prithu as the king of the world. The earth herself, O son of Pandu, in her embodied form, came to him with a tribute of gems and jewels. Ocean, that lord of rivers, and Himavat, the king of mountains, and Sakra, O Yudhishthira, bestowed upon him inexhaustible wealth. The great Meru, that mountain of gold, gave unto him heaps of that precious metal. The divine Kuvara, born on the shoulders of human beings, that lord of Yakshas and Rakshasas, gave him wealth enough for gratifying the needs of religion, profit, and pleasure. Steeds, cars, elephants, and men, by millions, O son of Pandu, started into life as soon as Vena's son thought of them. At that time there was neither decrepitude, nor famine, nor calamity, nor disease, on earth. In consequence of the protection afforded by that king, nobody had any fear from reptiles and thieves or from any other source. When he proceeded to the sea, the waters used to be solidified. The mountains gave him way, and his standard was never obstructed anywhere. He drew from the earth, as a milcher from a cow, 7 and 10 kinds of crops for the food of Yakshas, and Rakshasas, and Nagas, and other creatures. That high-souled king caused all creatures to regard righteousness as the foremost of all things, and because he gratified all the people, therefore was he called Rajan, king. And because he also healed the wounds of Brahmanas, therefore he earned the name of Kshatriya. And because the earth, in his region, became celebrated for the practice of virtue, therefore she came to be called by many as Prithvi. The eternal Vishnu himself, O Bharata, confirmed his power, telling him, "No one, O king, shall transcend thee." The divine Vishnu entered the body of that monarch in consequence of his penances. For this reason, the entire universe offered divine worship unto Prithu, numbered among human gods. O king, thy kingdom should always be protected by the aid of the science of chastisement. Thou shouldst also, by careful observation made through the movements of thy spies, protect it in such a way that no one may be able to injure it. All good acts, O king, lead to the good of the monarch. The conduct of a king should be regulated by his own intelligence, as also by the opportunities and means that may offer themselves. What other cause is there in consequence of which the multitude live in obedience to one, save the divinity of the monarch? At that time a golden lotus was born from Vishnu's brow. The goddess Shri was born of that lotus. She became the spouse of Dharma of great intelligence upon Shri, O son of Pandu. Dharma begot Artha. All the three, viz., Dharma, and Artha and Shri, were established in sovereignty. A person upon the exhaustion of his merit comes down from heaven to earth and takes birth as a king conversant with the science of chastisement. Such a person becomes endued with greatness and is really a portion of Vishnu on earth. He becomes possessed of great intelligence and obtains superiority over others. Established by the gods, no one transcends him. It is for this reason that everybody acts in obedience to one, and it is for this that the world cannot command him. Good acts, O king, lead to good. It is for this that the multitude obey his words of command, though he belongs to the same world and is possessed of similar limbs. He who once beheld Prithu's amiable face became obedient to him. Thenceforth he began to regard him as handsome, wealthy, and highly blessed. In consequence of the might of his scepter, the practice of morality and just behavior became so visible on earth. It is through that reason that the earth became overspread with virtue. Thus, O Yudhishthira, the histories of all past events, the origin of the great rishis, the holy waters, the planets and stars and asterisms, the duties in respect of the four modes of life, the four kinds of homa, the characteristics of the four orders of men, and the four branches of learning, were all treated of in that work of the grandsire. Whatever objects or things, O son of Pandu, there are on earth, were all included in that treatise of the grandsire. Histories and the Vedas and the science of Nyaya were all treated in it, as also penances, knowledge, abstention from injury in respect of all creatures, truth, falsehood, and high morality. Worship of persons old in years, gifts, purity of behavior, readiness for exertion, and compassion towards all creatures were very fully described in it. There is no doubt in this. Since that time, O monarch, the learned have begun to say that there is no difference between a god and a king. I have now told thee everything about the greatness of kings. What other subject is there, O chief of the Bharatas, upon which I shall next have to discourse? Footnotes 122:1 Men, by pouring libations of clarified butter on sacrificial fires, feed the gods. The latter, fed by those libations, pour rain on the earth whence men derive their sustenance. Men, therefore, are said to pour upwards and the gods pour downwards. 123:1 Conversation in respect of the wealth of traders and merchants, growth in respect of the penances of ascetics, and destruction in respect of thieves and wicked men. All these depend upon chastisement. 125:1 The Burdwan pundits have been very careless in translating the Santiparva. Their version is replete with errors in almost every page. They have rendered verse 78 in a most ridiculous way. The first line of the verse merely explains the etymology of the word dandaniti, the verb nine being used first in the passive and then in the active voice. The item refers to the world, i.e., men in general. K.P. Singha's version of the Santi is better and, of course, gives the correct sense of this verse. 126:1 literally, rose above the 5 in the sense of having renounced the world. The Burdwan pundits erroneously render it died. 127:1 Manvantara is a very long period of time, not unequal to a geological age. 128:1 numbered among human gods, i.e., among kings. 128:2 The correct reading is Karanish Panda as given in the Bombay edition. 128:3 In both the vernacular versions, the second line of 130 has been rendered wrongly. The two lines are quite unconnected with each other. Nilkantha rightly supposes that Karyam is understood after Mahikshita. Karana, however, is not Kriya as explained by Nilkantha but opportunities and means. 128:4 Nilkantha explains this verse erroneously. He thinks that the meaning is the king becomes obedient to that person who beholds his face to be amiable, etc., etc. It should be borne in mind that Bhishma is answering Yudhishthira's query as to why the whole world adores one man. One of the reasons is a mysterious influence which induces every man who beholds the amiable face of the king to render him homage. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 60. Vaisampayana said, after this, Yudhishthira saluted his grandsire, viz. the son of Ganga, and with joined hands and concentrated attention, once more asked him, saying, what are the general duties of the 4 orders of men, and what the special duties of each order? What mode of life should be adopted by which order? What duties are especially called the duties of kings? By what means does a kingdom grow, and what are those means by which the king himself grows? How also, O bull of Bharata's race, do the citizens and the servants of the king grow? What sorts of treasuries, punishments, forts, allies, counselors, priests, and preceptors should a king avoid? Whom should the king trust in what kinds of distress and danger? From what evils should the king guard himself firmly? Tell me all this, O grandsire. Bhishma said, I bow down to Dharma who is great, and to Krishna who is Brahma. Having bowed down also unto the Brahmanas assembled here, I shall discourse on duties that are eternal. The suppression of wrath, truthfulness of speech, justice, forgiveness, begetting children upon one's own wedded wives, purity of conduct, avoidance of quarrel, simplicity, and maintenance of dependence, these 9 duties belong to all the 4 orders equally. Those duties, however, which belong exclusively to Brahmanas, I shall now tell thee. Self-restraint, O king, has been declared to be the first duty of Brahmanas. Study of the Vedas and patience in undergoing austerities are also their other duties. By practicing these 2, all their acts are accomplished. If while engaged in the observance of his own duties, without doing any improper act, wealth comes to a peaceful Brahmana possessed of knowledge, he should then marry and seek to beget children and should also practice charity and perform sacrifices. It has been declared by the wise that wealth thus obtained should be enjoyed by distributing it among deserving persons and relatives. By his study of the Vedas, all the pious acts laid down for the Brahmana are accomplished. Whether he does or does not achieve anything else, if he devotes himself to the study of the Vedas, he becomes, by that, known as a Brahmana or the friend of all creatures. I shall also tell thee, O Bharata, what the duties are of a Kshatriya. A Kshatriya, O king, should give but not beg, should himself perform sacrifices but not officiate as a priest in the sacrifices of others. He should never teach the Vedas, but study them with a Brahmana preceptor. He should protect the people, always exerting himself for the destruction of robbers and wicked people. He should put forth his prowess in battle. Those among Kshatriya rulers who perform great sacrifices, who are possessed of a knowledge of the Vedas, and who gain victories in battle, become foremost of those that acquire many blessed regions hereafter by their merit. Persons conversant with the old scriptures do not applaud that Kshatriya who returns unwounded from battle. This has been declared to be the conduct of a wretched Kshatriya. There is no higher duty for him than the suppression of robbers. Gifts, study, and sacrifices bring prosperity to kings. Therefore, a king who desires to acquire religious merit should engage in battle. Establishing all his subjects in the observance of their respective duties, a king should cause all of them to do everything according to the dictates of righteousness. Whether he does or does not do any other act, if only he protects his subjects, he is regarded to accomplish all religious acts and is called a Kshatriya and the foremost of men. I shall now tell thee, O Yudhishthira, what the eternal duties of the Vaishya are. A Vaishya should make gifts, study the Vedas, perform sacrifices, and acquire wealth by fair means. With proper attention he should also protect and rear all domestic animals as a sire protecting his sons. Anything else that he will do will be regarded as improper for him. By protecting the domestic animals, he would obtain great happiness. The Creator, having created the domestic animals, bestowed their care upon the Vaishya. Upon the Brahmana and the Kshatriya he conferred the care of all creatures. I shall tell thee what the Vaishya's profession is and how he is to earn the means of his sustenance. If he keeps, for others, 6 kine, he may take the milk of 1 cow as his remuneration, and if he keeps, for others, 100 kine, he may take a single pair as such fee. If he trades with others' wealth, he may take a 7th part of the profits as his share. A 7th also is his share in the profits arising from the trade in horns, but he should take a 16th if the trade be in hoofs. If he engages in cultivation with seeds supplied by others, he may take a 7th part of the yield. This should be his annual remuneration. A Vaishya should never desire that he should not tend cattle. If a Vaishya desires to tend cattle, no one else should be employed in that task. I should tell thee, O Bharata, what the duties of a Sudra are. The Creator intended the Sudra to become the servant of the other 3 orders. For this, the service of the 3 other classes is the duty of Sudra. By such service of the other 3, a Sudra may obtain great happiness. He should wait upon the 3 other classes according to their order of seniority. A Sudra should never amass wealth, lest, by his wealth, he makes the members of the 3 superior classes obedient to him. By this he would incur sin. With the king's permission, however, a Sudra, for performing religious acts, may earn wealth. I shall now tell thee the profession he should follow and the means by which he may earn his livelihood. It is said that Sudras should certainly be maintained by the 3 other orders. Worn-out umbrellas, turbans, beds and seats, shoes, and fans should be given to the Sudra servants. Torn clothes which are no longer fit for wear should be given away by the regenerate classes unto the Sudra. These are the latter's lawful acquisitions. Men conversant with morality say that if the Sudra approaches any one belonging to the 3 regenerate orders from desire of doing menial service, the latter should assign him proper work. Unto the sunless Sudra his master should offer the funeral cake. The weak and the old amongst them should be maintained. The Sudra should never abandon his master, whatever the nature or degree of the distress into which the latter may fall. If the master loses his wealth, he should with excessive zeal be supported by the Sudra servant. A Sudra cannot have any wealth that is his own. Whatever he possesses belongs lawfully to his master. Sacrifice has been laid down as a duty of the 3 other orders. It has been ordained for the Sudra also, O Bharata. A Sudra, however, is not competent to titter Svaha and Svadha or any other Vedic mantra. For this reason, the Sudra, without observing the vows laid down in the Vedas, should worship the gods in minor sacrifices called pakayajnas. The gift called Purnapatra is declared to be the dakshina of such sacrifices. It has been heard by us that in days of old a Sudra of the name of Pajavana gave a dakshina in one of his sacrifices, consisting of 100,000 Purnapatras, according to the ordinance called Aindragni. Sacrifice, as has been already said, is as much laid down for the Sudra as for the three other classes. Of all sacrifices, devotion has been laid down to be the foremost. Devotion is a high deity. It cleanses all sacrificers. Then again, Brahmanas are the foremost of gods unto their respective Sudra attendants. They worship the gods in sacrifices for obtaining the fruition of various wishes. The members of the three other classes have all sprung from the Brahmanas. The Brahmanas are the gods of the very gods. Whatever they would say would be for thy great good. Therefore, all kinds of sacrifices naturally appertain to all the four orders. The obligation is not one whose discharge is optional. The Brahmana, who is conversant with riches, yajusas, and samans, should always be worshipped as a god. The Sudra, who is without riches and yajusas and samans, has Prajapati for his god. Mental sacrifice, O sire, is laid down for all the orders, O Bharata. It is not true that the gods and other, superior, persons do not manifest a desire to share the offerings and such sacrifices of even the Sudra. For this reason, the sacrifice that consists in devotion is laid down for all the classes. The Brahmana is the foremost of gods. It is not true that they that belong to that order do not perform the sacrifices of the other orders. The fire called Vatana, though procured from Vaishyas and inspired with mantras, is still inferior. The Brahmana is the performer or the sacrifices of the three other orders. For this reason all the four orders are holy. All the orders bear towards one another to relation of consanguinity through the intermediate classes. They have all sprung from Brahmanas. In ascertaining the priority or subsequence of men in respect of their creation, it will appear that amongst all the orders the Brahmana was created first. Originally Saman was one, Yajus was one, and Rich was one. In this connection, persons conversant with ancient histories cite a verse, O king, sung in praise of sacrifice by the Vaikhanasa Munis on the occasion of performing a sacrifice of theirs. Before or after sunrise a person of subdued senses, with heart filled with devotion, poureth libations on the sacrificial fire according to the ordinance. Devotion is a mighty agent. With regard to homas again, that variety which is called skana is the initial one, while that which is called askana is the last, but foremost in point of merit. Sacrifices are multifarious. Their rites and fruits again are multifarious. The Brahmana possessed of devotion who, endued with scriptural learning, who is acquainted with them all, is competent to perform sacrifices. That person who desires to perform a sacrifice is regarded as righteous even if he happens to be a thief, a sinner, or the worst of sinners. The rishis applaud such a man. Without doubt they are right. This then is the conclusion that all the orders should always and by every means in their power perform sacrifices. There is nothing in the three worlds equal to sacrifice. Therefore, it has been said that everyone with heart free from malice should perform sacrifices, aided by devotion which is sacred, to the best of his power and according as he pleases. Footnotes 129:1 The difference between a Ritwija and a Purohita is that the former is engaged on special occasions, while the services of the latter are permanent and constant. 130:1 viz., returning unwounded from battle. 130:2 For without battle, he cannot extend his kingdom and acquire wealth to give away and meet the expenses of sacrifices. 131:1 A beshtana is literally a cloth tied round the head, hence, a turban or pagri. The word usira is applied to both beds and seats. The Hindu Upanaha had wooden sawls. 131:2 The Burdwan pundits understand this verse to mean that the Sudra should offer the funeral cake unto his sonless master and support masters if old and weak. There can be little doubt that they are wrong. 131:3 Adarakina evidently means with excessive zeal. Nilkantha explains it as with greater zeal than that which is shown in supporting his own relations. It cannot mean, as K.P. Senhoff puts it, with the surplus left after supporting his own relations. 131:4 Apakayajna is a minor sacrifice, such as the propitiation of a planet foreboding evil, or worship offered to the inferior deities called Viswadevas. A pranapatra is literally a large dish or basket full of rice. It should consist of 256 handfuls. Beyond a pranapatra, the Sudra should not give any other dakshina in any sacrifice of his. 132:1 This ordinance lays down that the dakshina should be 100,000 animals such as kine or horses. In the case of this particular Sudra, that ordinance, without its mantras, was followed, and 100,000 pranapatras were substituted for kine or horses of that number. 132:2 Hence the Sudra, by devotion to the members of the three other classes, may earn the merit of sacrifices though he is not competent to utter mantras. 132:3 For this reason the Sudra earns the merit of the sacrifices performed by their Brahmana masters and progenitors. 132:4 The Brahmana conversant with the Vedas is himself a god. The Sudra, though incompetent to read the Vedas and utter Vedic mantras, has Prajapati for his god whom he can worship with rites other than those laid down in the Vedas. The Brahmanas have Agni for their god, and the Kshatriyas, Indra. Upadrava means a servant or attendant, hence, a Sudra. 132:5 Sacrifices are performed by the body, by words, and by the mind. The Brahmana can perform sacrifices by all the three. The Kshatriya and the Vaishya cannot perform sacrifices by means of their bodies. They must employ Brahmanas in their sacrifices. These two orders, however, can utter mantras and perform mental sacrifices. The Sudra alone cannot employ his body or utter mantras in sacrifices. The holy sacrifice in his case is the mental sacrifice. A mental sacrifice is a resolve to give away in honor of the gods or unto the gods without the aid of the Vedic ritual. The resolve must be followed by actual gifts. 132:6 I.e. For the Sudras also. 132:7 All sacrificial fires, as a rule, are procured front the houses of Vaishyas. The sacrificial fire of the Sudra is called Vatana. 133:1 Though originally one, the Vedas have become diverse. Similarly, from the Brahmana, who created first, all the rest have sprung. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 61. Bhishma said, O mighty armed one, listen now to me, O thou of prowess incapable of being baffled, as I mention the names of the four modes of life and the duties in respect of each. The four modes are Vanaprastha, Bhikshya, Grihasthiya of great merit, and Brahmacharya, which is adopted by Brahmanas. Undergoing the purificatory rite in respect of bearing matted locks, after having gone through the rite of regeneration and performed for some time the rites in respect of the sacred fire and studied the Vedas, one should, with cleansed soul and senses under restraint, having first carefully performed all the duties of the mode called Grihasthiya, proceed, with or without his wife, to the woods for adoption of the mode called vanaprastha. Having studied the scriptures called aranyakas, having drawn up his vital fluid, and having retired from all worldly affairs, the virtuous recluse may then attain to an absorption with the eternal soul, knowing no decay. These are the indications of munis that have drawn up their vital fluid. A learned Brahmana, O king, should first practice and perform them. The Brahmana, O king, that is desirous of emancipation, it is well known, is competent to adopt the Bhikshya mode after having gone through the mode called Brahmacharya. Sleeping at that place, in the course of the wanderings, where evening overtakes him, without desire of bettering his situation, without a home, subsisting on whatever food is obtained, in charity, given to contemplation, practicing self-restraint, with the senses under control, without desire, regarding all creatures equally, without enjoyments, without dislike to anything, the Brahmana possessed of learning, by adopting this mode of life, attains to absorption with the eternal soul that knows no decay. The person leading the Grihasthiya mode of life should, after studying the Vedas, accomplish all the religious acts laid down for him. He should beget children and enjoy pleasures and comforts. With careful attention he should accomplish all the duties of this mode of life that is applauded by ascetics and that is extremely difficult to go through without transgressions. He should be satisfied with his own wedded wife and should never approach her except her season. He should observe the ordinances of the scriptures, should not be cunning and deceitful. He should be abstemious in diet, devoted to the gods, grateful, mild, destitute of cruelty, and forgiving. He should be of a tranquil heart, tractable and attentive in making offerings to the gods and the Pitris. He should always be hospitable to the Brahmanas. He should be without pride, and his charity should not be confined to any one section. He should also be always devoted to the performance of the Vedic rites. In this connection, the illustrious and great rishis cite a verse sung by Narayana himself, of grave import and endued with high ascetic merit. Listen to me as I repeat it. By truth, simplicity, worship of guests, acquisition of morality and profit, and enjoyment of one's own wedded wives, one should enjoy diverse kinds of happiness both here and hereafter. The great rishis have said that support of sons and wives, and study of the Vedas, form the duties of those that lead this high mode of life. That Brahmana who, always engaged in the performance of sacrifices, duly goes through this mode of life and properly discharges all its duties, obtains blessed rewards in heaven. Upon his death, the rewards desired by him became deathless. Indeed, these wait upon him for eternity like menials ever on the alert to execute the commands of their master. Always attending to the Vedas, silently reciting the mantras obtained from his preceptor, worshipping all the deities, O Yudhishthira, dutifully waiting upon and serving his preceptor with his own body smeared with clay and filth, the person leading the Brahmacharya mode of life should always observe rigid vows and, with senses under control, should always pay attention to the instructions he has received. Reflecting on the Vedas and discharging all the duties, in respect of contemplation and overt acts, he should live, dutifully waiting upon his preceptor and always bowing unto him. Unengaged in the 6 kinds of work, such as officiating in the sacrifices of others, and never engaged with attachment to any kind of acts, never showing favor or disfavor to any one, doing good even unto his enemies, these, O sire, are the duties laid down for a Brahmacharin. Footnotes 134:1 literally, with eyes, head, and face on all sides. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 62. Yudhishthira said, Tell his those duties in respect of persons like ourselves which are auspicious, productive of happiness in the future, benevolent, approved by all, pleasant, and agreeable. Bhishma said, "The four modes of life, O puissant one, have been laid down for the Brahmana. The other three orders do not adopt them, O best of the Bharatas. Many acts, O king, leading to heaven and especially fit for the kingly order, have already been declared. Those, however, cannot be referred to in reply to thy present query, for all of them have been duly laid down for such Kshatriyas as are not disinclined to pitilessness. The Brahmana who is addicted to the practices of Kshatriyas and Vaishyas and Sudras incurs censure in this world as a person of wicked soul and goes to hell in the next world. Those names which are applied among men to slaves and dogs and wolves and other beasts are applied, O son of Pandu, to the Brahmana who is engaged in pursuits that are improper for him. That Brahmana who, in all the four modes of life, is duly engaged in the sixfold acts of regulating the breath, contemplation, etc., who performs all his duties, who is not restless, who has his passions under control, whose heart is pure and who is ever engaged in penances, who has no desire of bettering his prospects, and who is charitable, has inexhaustible regions of bliss in the other world. Everyone derives his own nature from the nature of his acts, in respect of their circumstances, place, and means and motives. Thou shouldst, therefore, O king, regard the study of the Vedas, which is fraught with such high merit, to be equal with the exertion of kingly power, or the pursuits of agriculture, trade, and hunting. The world is set a-going by time. Its operations are settled by the course of time. Man does all his acts, good, bad, and indifferent, entirely influenced by time. Those amongst the good acts of a man's past life that exert the greatest influence on the next are liable to be exhausted. Men, however, are always engaged in those acts to which their propensities lead. Those propensities, again, lead a living being to every direction. Footnotes 135:1 The sense seems to be that influenced by past acts everyone acts in subsequent lives. If he is a hunter in this life, it is because the influence of many cruel acts of a past life pursues him even in this. 135:2 Men, therefore, have not always balances of good acts to their credit. These are, however, free agents. The new acts they do determine the character of their next lives. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 63. Bhishma said, drawing the bowstring, destruction of foes, agriculture, trade, tending cattle, and serving others for wealth, these are improper for a Brahmana. An intelligent Brahmana, leading a domestic mode of life, should duly perform the 6 Vedic acts. The retirement of a Brahmana into the woods, after having duly discharged all the duties of the domestic mode of life, is applauded. A Brahmana should avoid service of the king, wealth obtained by agriculture, sustenance derived from trade, all kinds of crooked behavior, companionship with any but his wedded wives, and usury. That wretched Brahmana who falls away from his duties and whose behavior becomes wicked becomes, O king, a Sudra. The Brahmana who weds a Sudra woman, who becomes vile in conduct, or a dancer, or a village servant, or does other improper acts, becomes a Sudra. Whether he recites the Vedas or not, O king, if he does such improper acts, he becomes equal to a Sudra, and on occasions of feeding he should be assigned a place amongst Sudras. Such Brahmanas become equal to Sudras, O king, and should be discarded on occasions of worshipping the gods. Whatever presents of food dedicated to the gods and the Pitris are made unto Brahmanas that have transgressed all restraints or become impure in behavior or addicted to wicked pursuits and cruel acts or fallen away from their legitimate duties, confer no merit on the giver. For this reason, O king, self-restraint and purity and simplicity have been laid down as the duties of a Brahmana. Besides these, O monarch, all the four modes of life were laid down by Brahman for him. He that is self-restrained, has drunk the soma in sacrifices, is of good behavior, has compassion for all creatures and patience to bear everything, has no desire of bettering his position by acquisition of wealth, is frank and simple, mild, free from cruelty, and forgiving, is truly a Brahmana and not he that is sinful in acts. Men desirous of acquiring virtue seek the assistance, O king, of Sudras and Vaishyas and Kshatriyas. If, therefore, the members of these 3 orders do not adopt peaceful duties so as to be able to assist others in the acquisition of virtue, Vishnu, O son of Pandu, never extends his grace to them. If Vishnu be not pleased, the happiness of all men in heaven, the merit arising from the duties laid down for the 4 orders, the declarations of the Vedas, all kinds of sacrifices, and all other religious acts of men, and all the duties in respect of the several modes of life, become lost. Listen now, O son of Pandu, to those duties that should be observed in the 4 modes of life. These should be known by the Kshatriya who desires the members of the 3 other orders in his kingdom to strictly adhere to the respective duties of those modes. For a Sudra who is desirous of hearing such scriptures as are not forbidden in his case, who has accomplished his duties, who has begotten a son, between whom and the superior orders there is not much difference in consequence of the purity of his conduct, all the modes of life have been laid down excepting the observance of universal peacefulness and self-restraint, which are not necessary for him. For a Sudra practicing all these duties, as also for a Vaishya, O king, and a Kshatriya, the Bhikshu mode of life has been laid down. Having discharged the duties of his order, and having also served the kin, a Vaishya of venerable years, with the king's permission, may betake himself to another mode of life. Having studied the Vedas duly and the treatises on the duties of kings, O sinless one, having begotten children and performed other acts of a like nature, having quaffed the soma and ruled over and protected all his subjects righteously, O foremost of speakers, having performed the Rajasuya, the horse sacrifice, and other great sacrifices, having invited learned Brahmanas for reciting the scriptures and made presents unto them according to their desires, having obtained victory small or great. In battle, having placed on his throne the son of his loins or some Kshatriya of good birth for the protection of subjects, having worshipped the Pitris by performing with due rites the sacrifices laid down for honoring them, having attentively worshipped the gods by performing sacrifices and the Rishis by studying the Vedas, the Kshatriya, who in old age desires another mode of life, may, O king, adopt it by leaving that one which immediately precedes it, and by that means he is sure to obtain ascetic success. A Kshatriya, for leading the life of a Rishi, O king, may adopt the Bhikshu mode of life, but he should never do so for the sake of enjoying the pleasures of the world. Having left the domestic mode of life, he may adopt the life of mendicancy by begging what would barely support his life. A life of mendicancy is not obligatory upon the 3 orders, viz. Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Sudras, O giver of profuse presents. Inasmuch, however, as they can adopt it if they choose, this mode of life, therefore, is open to the 4 orders. Amongst men, the highest duties are those which are practiced by Kshatriyas. The whole world is subject to the might of their arms. All the duties, principal and subordinate, of the 3 other orders are dependent, for their observance, upon the duties of the Kshatriya. The Vedas have declared this. Know that as the footprints of all other animals are engulfed in those of the elephant, even so all the duties of the other orders, under every circumstance, are engulfed in those of the Kshatriya. Men conversant with the scriptures say that the duties of the other 3 orders afford small relief or protection, and produce small rewards. The learned have said that the duties of the Kshatriya afford great relief and produce great rewards. All duties have kingly duties for their foremost. All the orders are protected by them. Every kind of renunciation occurs in kingly duties, O monarch, and renunciation has been said to be an eternal virtue and the foremost of all. If the science of chastisement disappears, the Vedas will disappear. All those scriptures also that inculcate the duties of men become lost. Indeed, if these ancient duties belonging to the Kshatriyas be abandoned, all the duties in respect of all the modes of life become lost. All kinds of renunciation are seen in kingly duties, all kinds or initiation occur in them, all kinds of learning are connected with them, and all kinds of worldly behavior enter into them. As animals, if slaughtered by the vulgar, become the means of destroying the virtue and the religious acts of the slaughterers, even so all other duties, if deprived of the protection given by kingly duties, become liable to attack and destruction, and men, full of anxiety, disregard the practices laid down for them. Footnotes 136:1 i.e., their services as priests should not be taken. 136:2 Although I adopt Nilkantha's explanation of Sasreshu here, yet I think that word may be taken here, as elsewhere, to have been used in the sense of one doing menial service. 137:1 The king is entitled to a sixth of the merits acquired by his subjects. The total merit, therefore, of the king, arising from renunciation, is very great. Besides, the merit of every kind of renunciation belongs to him in that way. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 64. Bhishma said, the duties in respect of all the four modes of life, those of Yatis, O son of Pandu, and the customs relating to the conduct of men in general, are all included in kingly duties. All these acts, O chief of the Bharatas, occur in Kshatriya duties. If the functions of royalty are disturbed, all creatures are overtaken by evil. The duties of men are not obvious. They have, again, many outlets. Led by many false systems, their eternal nature is sometimes offended against. Others who pin their faith to the conclusions arrived at by men, without really knowing anything about the truths of duties, as declared in the scriptures, find themselves at last landed and confounded on faiths whose ultimate ends are unknown. The duties imposed upon Kshatriyas are plain, productive of great happiness, evident in respect of their results, free from deceit, and beneficial to the whole world. As the duties of the three orders, as also of Brahmanas and of those that have retired from the world, O Yudhishthira, have before this been said to be all included within those of that sacred mode of life, called Grihasthiya, even so, the whole world, with all good actions, are subject to kingly duties. I have told thee, O monarch, how many brave kings had, in days of old, repaired to that Lord of all creatures, viz., the divine and puissant Vishnu of great prowess, for resolving their doubts about the science of chastisement. Those kings, mindful of the declarations of the scriptures enforced by examples, waited in days of old upon Narayana, after having weighed each of their acts against the duties of each of the modes of life. Those deities, viz., the Sathyas, the Vasus, the Ashwins, the Rudras, the Vishvas, the Maruts, and the Siddhas, created in days of old by the first of gods, are all observant of Kshatriya duties. I shall now recite to thee a history fraught with the conclusions of both morality and profit. In days of old, when the Danavas had multiplied and swept away all barriers and distinctions, the powerful Mandathari, O monarch, became king. That ruler of the earth, viz., King Mandathari, performed a great sacrifice from desire of beholding the puissant Narayana, that god of gods, without beginning, middle, and end. In that sacrifice he worshipped with humility the great Vishnu. The Supreme Lord, assuming the form of Indra, showed himself unto him. Accompanied by many good kings, he offered his adorations to that puissant deity. The high discourse took place between that lion among kings and that illustrious god in the form of Indra, touching Vishnu of great effulgence. Indra said, "What is your object, O foremost of virtuous persons, and thus seeking to behold that ancient and first of gods, viz., Narayana, of inconceivable energy and infinite illusions? Neither myself, nor Brahman himself, can obtain a sight of that God of universal form. I shall grant thee what other objects may be in thy heart, for thou art the foremost of mortals. Thy soul abides in peace, thou art devoted to righteousness, thou hast thy senses under control, and thou art possessed of heroism. Thou seekest unflinchingly to do what is agreeable to the gods. For the sake also of thy intelligence, devotion, and high faith, I shall grant thee whatsoever boons may be desired by thee." Mandathri said, "I bend my head for gratifying thee. Without doubt, however, I desire to see the first of gods. O divine Lord, casting off all earthly desires, I wish to earn religious merit, and to lead the foremost mode of life, that path of the good, highly regarded by all. By exercising the high duties of a kshatriya, I have earned many regions of inexhaustible merit in the other world, and I have also, through those duties, spread my fame. I do not, however, know how to discharge those duties, the foremost in the world, that have flowed from the first of gods." Indra said, "They that are not kings, however observant they may be of their duties, cannot easily attain the highest rewards of duty. Kingly duties first flowed from the original god. Other duties flowed afterwards from his body. Infinite were the other duties, with those of the vanaprastha mode of life, that were created afterwards. The fruits of all those are exhaustible. Kingly duties, however, are distinguished above them. In them are included all other duties. For this reason kshatriya duties are said to be the foremost of all. In days of old, Vishnu, by acting according to kshatriya duties, forcibly suppressed and destroyed his foes and thereby afforded relief to the gods and the rishis of immeasurable energy. If the divine Vishnu of inconceivable energy had not slain all his foes among the Asuras, then the Brahmanas, and Brahman, the creator of the worlds and kshatriya duties, and the duties that first flowed from the supreme deity, would all have been destroyed. If that first and foremost of gods had not, by putting forth his prowess, subjugated the earth with all her Asuras, then all the duties of the four orders and all the duties in respect of the four modes of life would all have been destroyed in consequence of the destruction of Brahmanas. The eternal duties of men had all suffered destruction. It was by the exercise of kshatriya duties that they were revived. In every yuga, the duties of Brahmanas in respect of attaining to Brahma first set in. These, however, are all protected by kingly duties. The latter, on this account, are regarded as the foremost. Casting away life in battle, compassion for all creatures, knowledge of the affairs of the world, protection of men, rescuing them from danger, relieving the distressed and the oppressed, all these occur among kshatriya duties practiced by kings. Persons that do not regard wholesome restraints and that are governed by lust and wrath do not commit overt acts of sin from fear of kings. Others that are docile and of righteous behavior succeed, in consequence of the same influence, in performing all their duties. For this reason kshatriya duties are regarded to be righteous. Without doubt, all creatures live happily in the world, protected by kings exercising kshatriya duties like children protected by their parents. Kshatriya duties are the foremost of all duties. Those eternal duties, regarded as the first in the world, embrace the protection of every creature. Themselves eternal, they lead to eternal emancipation. Footnotes 138:1 IE, for ascertaining whether kingly duties are superior to those laid down for the several modes of life. 138:2 probably, in the sense of there being exceptions and limitations in respect to them. 138:3 i.e., spread confusion on earth. 139:1 the sense seems to be that having failed, after such comparison, to resolve their doubts, they waited upon Vishnu. 140:1 the Bengal reading Satwata seems to be in error. The Bombay text has Saswata. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 65. Indra said, Kshatriya duties, O king, which are possessed of such energy, which include in their exercise all other duties, and which are the foremost of all duties, should be observed by persons that are, like thee, so high-souled and so employed in seeking the good of the world. If those duties are not properly discharged, all creatures would be overtaken by ruin. The kings possessed of compassion for all creatures should regard these to be the foremost of his duties, reclaiming the land for cultivation and fertilizing it, performance of great sacrifices for cleansing himself, a disregard for begging, and protection of subjects. Abandonment, gift, is said by the sages to be the foremost of virtues. Of all kinds of abandonment, again, that of the body in battle is the foremost. Thou hast seen with thy eyes how the rulers of the earth, ever observant of Kshatriya duties, having duly waited upon their preceptors and acquired great learning, at last cast off their bodies, engaged in battle with one another. The Kshatriya, desirous of acquiring religious merit, should, after having gone through the Brahmacharya mode, should lead a life of domesticity which is always meritorious. In adjudicating upon ordinary questions of right between his subjects, he should be thoroughly impartial. For causing all the orders to be observant of their respective duties, for the protection they afford to all, for the diverse contrivances and means and the prowess and exertion with which they seek the accomplishment of their objects. Kshatriya duties, which include all other duties within their scope, are said to be the foremost. The other orders are able to observe their respective duties in consequence of kingly duties. For this reason the former are said to be dependent upon the latter in respect of the merit they produce. Those men who disregard all wholesome restraints and who are too much attached to the pursuit of worldly objects are said to be of the nature of brutes. They are compelled to act with justice by the exercise of kingly duties. Those duties, therefore, are said to be the foremost of all. That course of conduct which has been prescribed for Brahmanas who follow the three Vedas, and those modes of life that have been laid down for Brahmanas, should, before everything else, be observed by every Brahmana. If a Brahmana acts otherwise, he should be punished like a Sudra. The duties of the four modes of life and the ritual prescribed in the Vedas, O king, should ever be followed by a Brahmana. Know that he has no other duties. For a Brahmana acting otherwise, a Kshatriya should not make any arrangement for sustenance. His religious merit grows in consequence of his acts. A Brahmana, indeed, is like Dharma's self. That Brahmana who is employed in acts that are not laid down for him deserves no respect. If not engaged in his proper acts, he should not be trusted. These are the duties that appertain to the several orders. Kshatriyas should take care of them so that their observance may be improved. Even these are the duties of Kshatriyas. For these reasons also, kingly duties and no other are the foremost of all. They are, as I believe, the duties of heroes, and they that are heroes are foremost in practicing them. Monastery said, what duties should be performed by the Yavnas, the Kiratas, the Gandharvas, the Chinas, the Savaras, the Barbars, the Sakas, the Tusharas, the Kankas, the Pathavas, the Andhras, the Madrakas, the Pandras, the Palindas, the Ramathas, the Kambojas, the several castes that have sprung lip from Brahmanas and Kshatriyas, the Vaishyas, and the Sudras that reside in the dominions of Arya, kings. What are those duties again to the observance of which kings like ourselves should force those tribes that subsist by robbery? I desire to hear all this. O illustrious God, instruct me. O chief of all the deities, thou art the friend of us Kshatriyas. Indra said, all the robber tribes should serve their mothers and fathers, their preceptors and other seniors, and recluses living in the woods. All the robber tribes should also serve their kings. The duties and rites inculcated in the Vedas should also be followed by them. They should perform sacrifices in honor of the Pitris, dig wells, and dedicate them to universal service, give water to thirsty travelers, give away beds, and make other seasonable presents unto Brahmanas. Abstention from injury, truth, suppression of wrath, supporting Brahmanas and kinsmen by giving them their dues, maintenance of wives and children, purity, peacefulness, making presents to Brahmanas at sacrifices of every kind, are duties that should be practiced by every person of this class who desire his own prosperity. Such a person should also perform all kinds of pakayajnas with costly presents of food and wealth. These and similar duties, O sinless one, were laid down in olden days for persons of this class. All these acts which have been laid down for all others should be done by persons of also the robber class, O king. Mandathri said, in the world of men, such wicked men may be seen living in disguise among all the four orders and in all the four modes of life. Indra said, upon the disappearance of kingly duties and of the science of chastisement, all creatures became exceedingly afflicted, O sinless one, in consequence of the tyranny of kings. After the expiry of this Dakrita age, a confusion will set in regarding the different modes of life, and innumerable bhikshus will appear with sectarian marks of different kinds. Disregarding the Puranas and the high truths of religion, men, urged by lust and wrath, will deviate into wrong paths. When sinful men are restrained from wicked acts by high-souled persons with the aid of the science of chastisement, then religion, which is superior to everything and eternal, and which is the source of everything good, becomes firmly established. The gifts and libations and offerings to the Pitris of the man that disregards the king who is superior to every one become fruitless. The very gods do not disregard a virtuous king who is truly an eternal God. The divine Lord of all creatures, having created the universe, intended the Kshatriya to rule men regarding their inclinations and disinclinations in respect of duties. I respect and worship that person who, aided by his understanding, watches the course of the duties performed by men. Upon such supervision rest Kshatriya duties. Bhishma continued, having said these words, the divine and puissant Narayana in the form of Indra, accompanied by the Maruts, repaired to his eternal abode of inexhaustible felicity. When, O sinless one, duties practiced by the good had such a course in days of old, what man of cleansed soul and learning is there that would disregard the Kshatriya? Like blind men lost on the way, creatures acting and abstaining unrighteously meet with destruction. O tiger among men, do thou adhere to that circle of duties that was first set a-going and to which the ancients had recourse. I know, O sinless one, that thou art quite competent to do this. Footnotes 141:1 Yama is explained by Nilkantha to mean Kshatriya Dharmina. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 66. Yudhishthira said, Thou hast spoken to me about the four modes of human life. I desire to know more of them. Do thou discourse on them in detail. Bhishma said, O Yudhishthira of mighty arms, all the duties that are practiced in this world by the righteous are known to thee as they are known to me. O foremost of virtuous persons, listen now to me about what thou askest, viz. The merit that a king acquires, in consequence of the duties practiced by others leading other modes of life. All the merits, O son of Kunti, that belong to persons practicing the duties of the four modes of life, attach, O foremost of men, to righteous kings. A king who is not governed by lust and hate, who rules with the aid of the science of chastisement, and who looks equally on all creatures, O Yudhishthira, attains to the object of the Bhikshya mode of life. That king who is possessed of knowledge, who makes gifts to deserving persons on proper occasions, who knows how to favor and punish, who conducts himself in all things according to the injunctions of the Scriptures, and who has tranquility of soul, attains to the object of the Grihasthiya mode of life. That king who always worships those that are deserving of worship by giving them their due, completely attains, O son of Kunti, to the object of the Bhikshya mode of life. That king, O Yudhishthira, who rescues from distress, to the best of his power, his kinsmen and relatives and friends, attains to the object of the Vanaprastha mode of life. That king who on every occasion honors those that are foremost among men and those that are foremost among yatis, attains, O son of Kunti, to the object of the Vanaprastha mode of life. That king, O Partha, who daily makes offerings unto the Pitris and large offerings unto all living creatures, including men, attains to the object of the same mode of life. That king, O tiger among men, who grinds the kingdoms of others for protecting the righteous, attains to the object of the same mode of life. In consequence of the protection of all creatures as also of the proper protection of his own kingdom, a king earns the merit of as many sacrifices as the number of creatures protected, and accordingly attains to the object of the sannyasa mode of life. Study of the Vedas every day, forgiveness, and worship of preceptors, and services rendered to one's own teacher, lead to the attainment of the object of Brahmacharya. That king who silently recites his mantras every day, and who always worships the gods according to the ordinance, attains, O tiger among men, to the object of the Grihasthiya mode of life. That king who engages in battle with the resolve of protecting his kingdom or meeting with death, attains to the object of the Vanaprastha mode of life. That king who gives unto persons leading a Vanaprastha mode of life and unto Brahmanas versed in the three Vedas attains to the object of the Vanaprastha mode of life. That king who displays compassion towards all creatures and abstains entirely from cruelty attains to the objects of all the modes of life. That king, O Yudhishthira, who shows compassion to the young and the old, O son of Kunti, under every circumstance, attains to the objects of every mode of life. That king, O perpetuator of Kuru's race, who affords relief to all oppressed people that seek his protection, attains to the object of the Grihasthiya mode of life. That king who protects all creatures mobile and immobile, and honors them as they deserve, attains to the object of the Grihasthiya mode of life. Bestowing favors and inflicting punishments upon the wives and brothers, elder and younger, and upon their sons and grandsons, are the domestic duties of a king, and these constitute his best penances. By honoring those that are righteous and deserving of worship and protecting those that have, by their penances, acquired a knowledge of self, a king, O tiger among men, attains to the object of the Grihasthiya mode of life. Inviting to this home, O Bharata, persons that have betaken themselves to that Vanaprastha and other modes of life, and treating them with food, constitute the domestic duties of a king. That king who duly adheres to the duties laid down by the Creator obtains the blessed merits of all the modes of life. That king, O son of Kunti, in whom no virtue is wanting, that foremost of men, O Yudhishthira, is said by the learned to be a person in the observance of the Vanaprastha and all the other modes of life. That king who duly honors the office or rank which deserves honor, the race or family which deserves honor, and those old men that deserve honor is said, O Yudhishthira, to live in all the modes of life. A king, O son of Kunti, by observing the duties of his country and those of his family, acquires, O tiger among men, the merits of all the modes of life. That king who at proper seasons bestows upon righteous persons affluence or gifts of value, earns the merits, O king, of all the modes of life. That king, O son of Kunti, who while overcome with danger and fear still keeps his eye on the duties of all men, earns the merits of all the modes of life. The king obtains a share of the merits earned under his protection by righteous people in his dominions. On the other hand, if kings, O tiger among men, do not protect the righteous people within their dominions, they then take the sins of the latter, of omission and commission. Those men also, O Yudhishthira, who assist kings in protecting their subjects, become equally entitled, O sinless one, to a share of the merits earned by others, in consequence of that protection. The learned say that the Grihastha, which we have adopted, is superior to all the other modes of life. The conclusions in respect of it are very clear. It is certainly sacred, O tiger among men. That man who regards all creatures to be like his own self, who never does any harm and has his wrath under control, obtains great happiness both here and hereafter. A king can easily cross the ocean of the world, with kingly duties as his boat passed of great speed, urged on by the breeze of gifts, having the scriptures for its tackle and intelligence for the strength of its helmsman, and kept afloat by the power of righteousness. When the principle of desire in his heart is withdrawn from every earthly object, he is then regarded as one resting on his understanding alone. In this state he soon attains to Brahma. Becoming cheerful by meditation and by restraining desire and other passions of the heart, O tiger among men, it king, engaged in discharging the duty of protection, succeeds in obtaining great merit. Do thou, therefore, O Yudhishthira, exert thyself carefully in protecting Brahmanas of pious deeds and devoted to the study of the Vedas, as also all other men. By exercising the duty of protection only, O Bharata, the king earns merit that is 100 times greater than what is earned by recluses in their asylums within the wood. I have now described, O eldest son of Pandu, the diverse duties of men. Do thou adhere to kingly duties that are eternal and that have been practiced by great men since days of old. If thou employest thyself with concentrated attention to the duty of protecting thy subjects, O tiger among men, thou mayst then, O son of Pandu, obtain the merits of all the 4 modes of life and of all the 4 orders of men. Footnotes 143:1 Nilkantha thinks that Lingantargatam means omniscient. He is for taking this verse to mean listen now to those duties about which thou askest my omniscient self. Bhishma, having acquired omniscience through Krishna's boon, refers to it here. The interpretation seems to be very far-fetched. 143:2 That object is Brahma. 144:1 i.e. Such a man acquires the merits of all the modes of life. 144:2 Dasadharmagatam is explained by Nilkantha as overcome with fear, etc. Keeps his eye on the duties of all men, i.e., protects all men in the discharge of their duties. 144:3 If this verse has a reference to kings, Nyastadanda would mean one who punishes without wrath. 144:4 In this and the preceding verse, sattva, without being taken as used for intelligence, may be taken to mean the quality of goodness as well. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 67. Yudhishthira said, Thou hast said what the duties are of the 4 modes of the life and the 4 orders. Tell me now, O grandsire, what are the principal duties of a kingdom? Bhishma said, The election and coronation of a king is the first duty of a kingdom. A kingdom in which anarchy prevails becomes weak and is soon afflicted by robbers. In kingdoms torn by anarchy, righteousness cannot dwell. The inhabitants devour one another. And anarchy is the worst possible of states. The Shrutis declare that in crowning a king, it is Indra that is crowned, in the person of the king. A person who is desirous of prosperity should worship the king as he should worship Indra himself. No one should dwell in kingdoms torn by anarchy. Agni does not convey, to the gods, the libations that are poured upon him in kingdoms where anarchy prevails. If a powerful king approaches kingdoms weakened by anarchy from desire of annexing them to his dominions, the people should go forward and receive the invader with respect. Some conduct would be consistent with wise counsels. There is no evil greater than anarchy. If the powerful invader be inclined to equity, everything will be right. If, on the other hand, he be engaged, he may exterminate all. That cow which cannot be easily milked has to suffer much torture. On the other hand, that cow which is capable of being easily milked has not to suffer any torture whatever. The wood that bends easily does not require to be heated. The tree that bends easily has not to suffer any torture at the hands of the gardener. Guided by these instances, O hero, men should bend before those that are powerful. The man that bends his head to a powerful person really bends his head to Indra. For these reasons, men desirous of prosperity should elect and crown some person as their king. They who live in countries where anarchy prevails cannot enjoy their wealth and wives. During times of anarchy, the sinful man derived great pleasure by robbing the wealth of other people. When, however, his ill-got wealth is snatched by others, he wishes for a king. It is evident, therefore, that in times of anarchy the very wicked even cannot be happy. The wealth of one is snatched away by two. That of those two is snatched away by many acting together. He who is not a slave is made a slave. Women, again, are forcibly abducted. For these reasons the gods created kings for protecting the people. If there were no king on earth for wielding the rod of chastisement, the strong would then have preyed on the weak after the manner of fishes in the water. And hath been heard by us that men, in days of old, in consequence of anarchy, met with destruction, devouring one another like stronger fishes devouring the weaker ones in the water. It hath been heard by us that a few amongst them then, assembling together, made certain compacts, saying, he who becomes harsh in speech, or violent in temper, he who seduces or abducts other people's wives, or robs the wealth that belongs to others, should be cast off by us. For inspiring confidence among all classes of the people, they made such a compact and lived for some time. Assembling after some time, they proceeded in affliction to the grandsire, saying, without a king, O divine Lord, we are going to destruction. Appoint someone as our king. All of us shall worship him, and he shall protect us. Thus solicited, the grandsire asked Manu. Manu, however, did not assent to the proposal. Manu said, I fear all sinful acts. To govern a kingdom is exceedingly difficult, especially among men who are always false and deceitful in their behavior. Bhishma continued, the inhabitants of the earth then said unto him, do not fear. The sins that men commit will touch those only that commit them, without staining thee in the least. For the increase of thy treasury, we will give thee a 50th part of our animals and precious metals, and a 10th part of our grain. When our maidens also will become desirous of wedding, we shall, when the question comes up, give thee the most beautiful ones among them. Those amongst men who will become the foremost of all in the use of weapons, and in riding animals and driving vehicles, shall proceed behind thee like the deities behind Indra. With thy strength enhanced in this way, and becoming invincible and possessed of great prowess, thou wilt be our king and protect us happily like Kuvera protecting the Yakshas and the Rakshasas. A 4th part of the merit which men will earn under thy protection will be thine. Strengthened by that merit so easily obtained by thee, do thou protect us, O king, like he of 100 sacrifices protecting the deities. like the sun scorching everything with his rays, go out for winning victories. Crush the pride of foes and let righteousness always triumph in the world. Thus addressed by those inhabitants of the earth, Manu, possessed of great energy, proceeded, accompanied by a large force. Of high descent, he seemed then to blaze with prowess. Beholding the might of Manu, like the gods eyeing the might of Indra, the inhabitants of the earth became inspired with fear and set their hearts upon their respective duties. Manu then made his round through the world, checking everywhere all acts of wickedness and setting all men to their respective duties, like a rain-charged cloud, and its mission of beneficence. Those, O Yudhishthira, those men on earth who desire prosperity should first elect and crown a king for the protection of all. Like disciples humbling themselves in the presence of the preceptors, or the gods in the presence of Indra, all men should humble themselves before the king. One that is honored by his own people becomes an object of regard with his foes also, while one that is disregarded by his own is overridden by foes. If the king be overridden by his foes, all his subjects become unhappy. Therefore, umbrellas and vehicles and outward ornaments, and viands, and drinks, and mansions, and seats, and beds, and all utensils for use and show, should be assigned to the king. By such means the king will succeed in discharging his duties of protection the better, and become irresistible. He should speak with smiles. Addressed sweetly by others, he should address others sweetly. Grateful to those that serve him, firmly devoted to those that deserve his respect, and with passions under control, he should give unto others their due. Looked upon by others, he should look at them mildly, sweetly, and handsomely. Footnotes 145:1 Anidram is explained by Nilkantha as a kingdom where anarchy prevails, sleeplessness being its certain indication. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 68. Yudhishthira said, "Why, O bull of Bharata's race, have the Brahmanas said that the king, that ruler of men, is a god?" Bhishma said, in this connection is cited the old story, O Bharata, of the discourse of Vrihaspati unto Vasumanas. There was a king of Kosala possessed of great intelligence, named Vasumanas. On a certain occasion he questioned the great sage Vrihaspati of much wisdom. Conversant with the requirements of humility, King Vasumanas, ever devoted to the welfare of all, having observed the proper humilities and having circumambulated the great sage and bowed unto him duly, inquired of the virtuous Vrihaspati about the ordinances in respect of a kingdom, moved by the desire of securing the happiness of men. Vasumanas said, "By what means do creatures grow, and by what are they destroyed? O thou of great wisdom, by adoring whom do they succeed in obtaining eternal happiness?" Thus questioned by the Kosala king of immeasurable energy, Vrihaspati of great wisdom discoursed unto him coolly about the respect that should be paid to kings. Vrihaspati said, "The duties of all men, O thou of great wisdom, may be seen to have their root in the king. It is through fear of the king only that men do not devour one another. It is the king that brings peace on earth, through due observance of duties, by checking all disregard for wholesome restraints and all kinds of lust. Achieving this, he shines in glory. As, O king, all creatures become unable to see one another and sink in utter darkness if the sun and the moon do not rise, as fishes in shallow water and birds in a spot safe from danger dart and rove as they please, for a time, and repeatedly attack and grind one another with force and then meet with certain destruction, even so men sink in utter darkness and meet with destruction if they have no king to protect them, like a herd of cattle without the herdsman to look after them. If the king did not exercise the duty of protection, the strong would forcibly appropriate the possessions of the weak, and if the latter refused to surrender them with ease, their very lives would be taken. Nobody then, with reference to any article in his possession, would be able to say, "This is mine." Wives, sons, food, and other kinds of property would not then exist. Ruin would overtake everything if the king did not exercise the duty of protection. Wicked men would forcibly appropriate the vehicles and robes and ornaments and precious stones and other kinds of property belonging to others if the king did not protect. In the absence of protection by the king, diverse kinds of weapons would fall upon those that are righteous in their practices, and unrighteousness would be adopted by all. In the absence of royal protection, men would disregard or even injure their very mothers and fathers if aged, their very preceptors and guests and seniors. If the king did not protect, all persons possessed of wealth would have to encounter death, confinement, and persecution, and the very idea of property would disappear. If the king did not protect, everything would be exterminated prematurely, and every part of the country would be overrun by robbers, and everybody would fall into terrible hell. If the king did not protect, all restrictions about marriage and intercourse, due to consanguinity and other kinds of relationship, would cease. All affairs relating to agriculture and trade would fall into confusion, morality would sink and be lost, and the three Vedas would disappear. Sacrifices, duly completed with presents according to the ordinance, would no longer be performed, no marriage would take place, society itself would cease to exist, if the king did not exercise the duty of protection. The very bulls would not cover cows and milk jars would not be churned, and men living by rearing kine would meet with destruction if the king did not exercise the duty of protection. In the absence of royal protection, all things, inspired with fear and anxiety and becoming senseless and uttering cries of woe, would meet with destruction in no time. No sacrifices extending for a year and completed with presents according to the ordinances would occur if the king did not exercise the duty of protection. In the absence of royal protection, Brahmanas would never study the four Vedas or undergo austerities or be cleansed by knowledge and rigid vows. In the absence of royal protection, the slayer of a person guilty of the slaughter of a Brahmana would not obtain any reward. On the other hand, the person guilty of Brahmanicide would enjoy perfect immunity. In the absence of royal protection, men would snatch other people's wealth from their very hands, and all wholesome barriers would be swept away, and everybody, inspired with fear, would seek safety in flight. In the absence of royal protection, all kinds of injustice would set in, an intermixture of castes would take place, and famine would ravage the kingdom. In consequence again of royal protection, men can everywhere sleep fearlessly and at their case without shutting their houses and doors with bolts and bars. Nobody would hear the evil speeches of others, far less actual assaults, if the king did not righteously protect the earth. If the king exercises the duty of protection, women decked with ornament may fearlessly wander everywhere without male relatives to attend upon them. Men become righteous and without injuring serve one another because the king exercises the duty of protection. In consequence of royal protection, the members of the three orders are enabled to perform high sacrifices and devote themselves to the acquisition of learning with attention. The world depends upon agriculture and trade and is protected by the Vedas. All these again are duly protected by the king exercising his principal duty. Since the king, taking a heavy load upon himself, protects his subjects with the aid of a mighty force, it is for this that the people are able to live in happiness. Who is there that will not worship him, in whose existence the people exist and in whose destruction the people are destroyed? That person who does what is agreeable and beneficial to the king and who bears a share of the burden of kingly duties that strike every caste with fear, conquers both this and the other world. That man who even thinks of doing an injury to the king, without doubt meets with grief here and goes to hell hereafter. No one should disregard the king by taking him for a man, for he is really a high divinity in human form. The king assumes 5 different forms according to 5 different occasions. He becomes Agni, Aditya, Mrityu, Vaisravana, and Yama. When the king, deceived by falsehood, burns with his fierce energy the sinful offenders before him, he is then said to assume the form of Agni. When he observes through his spies the acts of all persons and does what is for the general good, he is then said to assume the form of Aditya. When he destroys in wrath hundreds of wicked men with their sons, grandsons, and relatives, he is then said to assume the form of the destroyer. When he restrains the wicked by inflicting upon them severe punishments and favors the righteous by bestowing rewards upon them, he is then said to assume the form of Yama. When he gratifies with profuse gifts of wealth those that have rendered him valuable services, and snatches away the wealth and precious stones of those that have offended him, indeed, when he bestows prosperity upon some and takes it away from others, he is then, O king, said to assume the form of Kuvara on earth. No person who is possessed of cleverness, who is capable of work, who desires the acquisition of virtue, and who is free from malice, should ever spread evil reports about the king. No man, by acting against the king, can ever make himself happy, even if he happens to be the king's son or brother or companion or one whom the king regards as his second self. Fire, having the wind for his urger, blazing forth, among articles that are inflammable, may leave a remnant. The wrath of the king, however, leaves not anything to the person that incurs it. Whatever belongs to the king should be avoided from distance. One should turn away from what belongs to the king as he would from death itself. A person, by appropriating what belongs to the king, speedily meets with destruction like a deer upon touching poison. The man of intelligence should protect as his own what belongs to the king. They that appropriate wealth belonging to the king sink senseless into a deep hell of eternal gloom and infamy. Who is there that will not worship the king who is adored by such terms as delighter of the people, giver of happiness, possessor of prosperity, the foremost of all, healer of injuries, lord of earth, and protector of men? That man, therefore, who desires his own prosperity, who observes all wholesome restraints, who has his soul under control, who is the master of his passions, who is possessed of intelligence and memory, and who is clever in the transaction of business, should always be attached to the king. The king should duly honor the minister who is grateful, endued with wisdom, large-hearted, loyal, possessed of mastery over his senses, virtuous, and observant of the dictates of policy. The king should entertain the man who is loyal, grateful, virtuous, possessed of self-control, brave, magnanimous in his acts, and competent to accomplish tasks without the assistance of others. Knowledge makes men proud. The king makes men humble. The man who is afflicted by the king can never obtain happiness. On the other hand, the man who is favored by the king becomes happy. The king is the heart of his people, he is their great refuge, he is their glory, and he is their highest happiness. Those men, O monarch, who are attached to the king, succeed in conquering both this and the other world. Having governed the earth with the aid of the qualities of self-restraint, truth, and friendship, and having adored the gods by great sacrifices, the king, earning great glory, obtains an eternal abode in heaven. That best of monarchs, viz., the heroic Vasumanas, ruler of Kosala, thus instructed by Vrahaspati the son of Angiras, began thenceforth to protect his subjects. Footnotes 149:1 The sense seems to be that men patiently bear the injuries inflicted upon them by others, without seeking to right themselves by force, because they can invoke the king to punish the offenders. If there were no kings, immediate vengeance for even the slightest injuries would be the universal practice. 149:2 i.e., becoming foremost and happy here, attains to blessedness hereafter. 150 to 1. The wind is said to be the charioteer of fire, because whenever there is a conflagration, the wind, appearing, aids in extending it. 150:2, i.e., no one should covet the possessions of the king. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 69. Yudhishthira said, "What other special duties remain for the king to discharge? How should he protect his kingdom and how subdue his foes? How should he employ his spies? How should he inspire confidence in the four orders of his subjects, his own servants, wives, and sons, O Bharata?" Bhishma said, "Listen, O monarch, with attention to the diverse duties of kings, to those acts which the king or one that is in the position of a king should first do. The king should first subdue himself and then seek to subdue his foes. How should a king who has not been able to conquer his own self be able to conquer his foes? The conquest of these, viz., the aggregate of 5, is regarded as the conquest of self. The king that has succeeded in subduing his senses is competent to resist his foes. He should place bodies of foot soldiers in his forts, frontiers, towns, parks, and pleasure gardens, O delighter of the Kurus, as also in all places where he himself goes, and within his own palace, O tiger among men. He should employ as spies men looking like idiots or like those that are blind and deaf. Those should all be persons who have been thoroughly examined, in respect of their ability, who are possessed of wisdom, and who are able to endure hunger and thirst. With proper attention, the king should set his spies upon all his counselors and friends and sons, in his city and the provinces, and in dominions of the chiefs under him. His spies should be so employed that they may not know one another. He should also, O bull of Bharata's race, know the spies of his foes by himself, setting spies in shops and places of amusement, and concourses of people, among beggars, in his pleasure gardens and parks, in meetings and conclaves of the learned, in the country, in public places, in places where he holds his own court, and in the houses of the citizens. The king possessed of intelligence may thus ascertain the spies dispatched by his foes. If these be known, the king may derive much benefit, O son of Pandu. When the king, by a survey of his own, finds himself weak, he should then, consulting with his counselors, make peace with a foe that is stronger. The king that is wise should speedily make peace with a foe, even when he knows that he is not weak, if any advantage is to be derived from it. Engaged in protecting his kingdom with righteousness, the king should make peace with those that are possessed of every accomplishment, capable of great exertion, virtuous, and honest. When the king finds himself threatened with danger and about to be overtaken by ruin, he should slay all offenders whom he had overlooked before and all such persons as are pointed at by the people. A king should have nothing to do with that person who can neither benefit nor injure him, or with one who cannot rescue himself from distress. As regards military operations, the king who is confident of his own strength should, at the head of a large force, cheerfully and with courage give the order to march, without proclaiming his destination against one destitute of allies and friends or already at war with another, and, therefore, heedless of danger from other quarters or one weaker than himself, having first made arrangements for the protection of his own capital. A king should not forever live in subjection to another possessed of greater prowess. Though weak, he should seek to afflict the stronger, and resolved upon this, continue to rule his own. He should afflict the kingdom of the stronger one by means of weapons, fire, and application of poison. He should also cause dissensions amongst his counselors and servants. Vrihaspati has said that a king possessed of intelligence should always avoid war for acquisition of territory. The acquisition of dominion should be made by the three well-known means of conciliation, gift, and disunion. The king that is possessed of wisdom should be gratified with those acquisitions that are made by means of conciliation, gift, and disunion. The king, O delighter of the Kurus, should take 1/6 of the incomes of his subjects as tribute for meeting the expenses of protecting them. He should also forcibly take away wealth, much or little, as the case may require, from the 10 kinds of offenders mentioned in the scriptures, for the protection of his subjects. A king should, without doubt, look upon his subjects as his own children. In determining their disputes, however, he should not show compassion. For hearing the complaints and answers of disputants in judicial suits, the king should always appoint persons possessed of wisdom and a knowledge of the affairs of the world, for the state really rests upon a proper administration of justice. The king should set honest and trustworthy men over his mines, salt, grain, ferries, and elephant corps. The king who always wields with propriety the rod of chastisement earns great merit. The proper regulation of chastisement is the high duty of kings and deserves great applause. The king should be conversant with the Vedas and their branches, possessed of wisdom, engaged in penances, charitable, and devoted to the performance of sacrifices. All these qualities should permanently reside in a king. If the king fails to administer justice, he can neither have heaven nor fame. If a king be afflicted by a stronger one, the former, if possessed of intelligence, should seek refuge in a fort. Assembling his friends for consultation, he should devise proper means. Adopting the policy of conciliation and of producing dissensions, he should devise means for waging war with the assailant. He should set the inhabitants of the woods on the high roads, and, if necessary, cause whole villages to be removed, transplanting all the inhabitants to minor towns or the outskirts of great cities. Repeatedly assuring his wealthy subjects and the principal officers of the army, he should cause the inhabitants of the open country to take refuge in such forts as are well protected. He should himself withdraw all stores of grain from the open country into his forts. If that becomes impossible, he should destroy them completely by fire. He should set men for destroying the crops on the fields of the enemy by producing disunion among the enemy's subjects. Failing to do this, he should destroy those crops by means of his own troops. He should destroy all the bridges over the rivers in his kingdom. He should bail out the waters of all the tanks in his dominions, or, if incapable of bailing them out, cause them to be poisoned. Disregarding the duty of protecting his friends, he should, in view of both present and future circumstances, seek the protection of the ruler of another kingdom who may happen to be the foe of his foe and who may be competent to deal with his foe on the field of battle. He should destroy all the smaller forts in his kingdom. He should also cut down all the smaller trees excepting those that are called chitya. He should cause the branches of all the larger trees to be lopped off, but he should not touch the very leaves of those called chitya. He should raise outer ramparts round his forts, with enclosures in them, and fill his trenches with water, driving pointed stakes at their bottom and filling them with crocodiles and sharks. He should keep small openings in his walls for making sallies from his fort, and carefully make arrangements for their defense like that of the greater gates. In all his gates he should plant destructive engines. He should plant on the ramparts of his forts satagnis and other weapons. He should store wood for fuel and dig and repair wells for supply of water to the garrison. He should cause all houses made of grass and straw to be plastered over with mud, and if it is the summer month, he should, from fear of fire, withdraw into a place of safety all the stores of grass and straw. He should order all food to be cooked at night. No fire should be ignited during the day, except for the daily homa. Particular care should be taken of the fires in smithies and lying in rooms. Fires kept within the houses of the inhabitants should be well covered. For the effectual protection of the city, it should be proclaimed that condign punishment will overtake the person who lights fires by the daytime. During such times, all beggars, eunuchs, lunatics, and mimes should, O foremost of men, be driven out of the town, for if they are permitted to remain, evil will follow. In places of public resort, in tirthas, in assemblies, and in the houses of the citizens, the king should set competent spies. The king should cause wide roads to be constructed and order shops, and places for the distribution of water to be opened at proper stations. Depots of diverse necessaries, arsenals, camps and quarters for soldiers, stations for the keeping of horses and elephants, encampments of soldiers, trenches, streets and bypaths, houses and gardens for retirement and pleasure, should be so ordered that their sites may not be known to others, O Yudhishthira. A king who is afflicted by a hostile army should gather wealth, and store oil and fat and honey, and clarified butter, and medicines of all kinds, and charcoal and munja grass, leaves, arrows, scribes and draftsmen, grass, fuel, poisoned arrows, weapons of every kind such as darts, swords, lances, and others. The king should store such articles. He should especially keep ready drugs of every kind, roots and fruits, the 4 kinds of physicians, actors and dancers, athletes, and persons capable of assuming diverse disguises. He should decorate his capital and gladden all his subjects. The king should lose no time in bringing under his control such persons as may happen to inspire him with fear, be they his servants or counselors or citizens or neighboring monarchs. After any task of the king has been accomplished, he should reward those that have aided in its accomplishment with wealth and other proportionate gifts and thankful speeches. It has been laid down in the scriptures, O delighter of the Kurus, that a king pays off his debt when he discomfits his foe or slays him outright. A king should take care of 7 things. Listen to me as I recite them. They are his own self, his counselors, his treasury, his machinery for awarding punishments, his friends, his provinces, and his capital. He should with care protect his kingdom, which consists of these 7 limbs. That king, O tiger among men, who is conversant with the aggregate of 6, the triple aggregate, and the high aggregate of 3, succeeds in winning the sovereignty of the whole earth. Listen, O Yudhishthira, to what has been called the aggregate of 6. These are ruling in peace after concluding a treaty with the foe, marching to battle, producing disunion among the foe, concentration of forces, for inspiring the foe with fear, preparedness for war with readiness for peace, and alliance with others. Listen now with attention to what has been called the triple aggregate. They are decrease, maintenance of what is, and growth. The high aggregate of 3 consists of virtue, profit, and pleasure. These should be pursued judiciously. By the aid of virtue, a king succeeds in ruling the earth forever. Touching this matter, Angirace's son, Vrihaspati himself, has sung 2 verses. Blessed be thou, O son of Devki, it behoveth thee to hear them. Having discharged all his duties, and having protected the earth, and having also protected his cities, a king attains to great happiness in heaven. What are penances to that king, and what need has he of sacrifices who protects his people properly? Such a king should be regarded as one conversant with every virtue. Yudhishthira said, there is the science of chastisement, there is the king, and there are the subjects. Tell me, O grandsire, what advantage is derived by one of these from the others? Bhishma said, listen to me, O king, as I describe, O Bharata, the great blessedness of the science of chastisement, and sacred words of grave import. The science of chastisement forces all men to the observance of the duties of their respective orders. Duly administered, it forces people to virtuous acts. When the four orders attend to their respective duties, when all wholesome barriers are maintained, when peace and happiness are made to flow from the science of chastisement, when the people become freed from all fear, and the three higher orders endeavor, according to their respective duties, to maintain harmony, know that men become truly happy at such times. Whether it is the king that makes the age, or it is the age that makes the king, is a question about which thou shouldst not entertain any doubt. The truth is that the king makes the age. When the king rules with a complete and strict reliance on the science of chastisement, the foremost of ages, called Krita, is then said to set in. Righteousness sets in the Krita age. Nothing of unrighteousness exists then. The hearts of men belonging to all the four orders do not take any pleasure in unrighteousness. Without doubt, all men succeed in acquiring the objects they desire and preserving those that have been acquired. All the Vedic rites become productive of merit. All the seasons become delightful and free from evil. The voice, pronunciation, and minds of all men become clear and cheerful. Diseases disappear and all men become long-lived. Wives do not become widows, and no person becomes a miser. The earth yields crops without being tilled, and herbs and plants grow in luxuriance. Barks, leaves, fruits, and roots become vigorous and abundant. No unrighteousness is seen. Nothing but righteousness exists. Know these to be the characteristics, O Yudhishthira, of the Krita age. When the king relies upon only three of the four parts of the science of chastisement, leaving out a fourth, the age called Trita sets in. A fourth part of unrighteousness follows in the train of such observance of the great science, by 3/4. The earth yields crops but waits for tillage. The herbs and plants grow, depending upon tillage. When the king observes the great science by only a half, leaving out the other half, then the age that sets in is called Dwapara. A moiety of unrighteousness follows in the train of such observance of the great science by half. The earth requires tillage and yields crops by half. When the king, abandoning the great science totally, oppresses his subjects by evil means of diverse kinds, the age that sets in is called Kali. During the age called Kali, unrighteousness becomes full and nothing of righteousness is seen. The hearts of men, of all the orders, fall away from their respective duties. Sudras live by adopting lives of mendicancy, and Brahmanas live by serving others. Men fail to acquire the objects they desire and preserve those already acquired. Intermixture of the four orders takes place. Vedic rites fail to produce fruits. All the seasons cease to be delightful and become fraught with evil. The voice, pronunciation, and minds of men lose vigor. Diseases appear, and men die prematurely. Wives become widows, and many cruel men are seen. The clouds do not pour seasonably, and crops fail. All kinds of moisture also fail when the king does not, with proper attention to the great science, protect the subjects. The king is the creator of the Krita age, of the Trita, and of the Dwapara. The king is the cause of the fourth age, called Kali. If he causes the Krita age, he attains to everlasting heaven. If he causes the Trita age, he acquires heaven for a period that is limited. If he causes the Dwapara, he attains to blessedness in heaven according to the measure of his merits. By causing the Kali age, the king incurs a heavy load of sin. Stained by wickedness, he rots in hell for innumerable years, for sinking in the sins of his subjects, he incurs great sin and infamy himself. Keeping the great science in his view, the Kshatriya possessed of learning should strive to acquire those objects which he desires and protect those that have been already acquired. The science of chastisement, which establishes all men in the observance of their respective duties, which is the groundwork of all wholesome distinctions, and which truly upholds the world and sets it a-going, if properly administered, protects all men like the mother and the father protecting their children. Know, O bull among men, that the very lives of creatures depend upon it. The highest merit a king can acquire is acquaintance with the science of chastisement and administering it properly. Therefore, O thou of Kuru's race, protect thy subjects righteously with the aid of that great science. By protecting the subjects and adopting such a conduct, thou wilt surely attain to such blessedness in heaven as is difficult of acquisition. Footnotes 151:1 Kaliya means able or strong, Anakrandam is without allies, Anantaram means without friends, and Vyasaktam is engaged at war with another. 151:2 Tapara is explained by Nilkantha as Karshanapara. 152:1 I follow Nilkantha in reading this verse. 153:1 Chitya trees are those that are regarded holy and unto which worship is offered by the people. 153:2 Nilkantha thinks that Uchvasa means breath or air. The small doors, he thinks, are directed to be kept for the admission of air. 153:3 The tirthas are 18 in number, such as the council room, etc. 154:1 pays off his debt, i.e., discharges his obligations to the subjects. 154:2 The ablative has here the sense of towards. 154:3 The correct reading seems to be shrishtam and not srishtam. If the latter reading be preferred, it would mean the age called Krita that comes in time's course. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 70. Yudhishthira said, by adopting that conduct, O thou that art conversant with every kind of behavior, can a king succeed in easily acquiring, both here and hereafter, objects productive of happiness in the end? Bhishma said, there are these 36 virtues, which a king should observe. They are connected with 36 others. A virtuous person, by attending to those qualities, can certainly acquire great merit. The king should observe his duties without wrath and malice. He should not abandon kindness. He should have faith. He should acquire wealth without persecution and cruelty. He should pursue pleasure without attachments. He should, with cheerfulness, utter what is the agreeable, and be brave without brag. He should be liberal, but should not make gifts to persons that are unobserving. He should have prowess without cruelty. He should make alliance, avoiding those that are wicked. He should not act with hostility towards friends. He should never employ persons not devoted to him as his spies and secret agents. He should never accomplish his objects by persecution. He should never disclose his purposes before persons that are wicked. He should speak of the merits of others, but never his own. He should take wealth from his subjects, but never from those that are good. He should never employ or take the assistance of persons that are wicked. He should never inflict punishment without careful inquiry. He should never disclose his counsels. He should give away, but not to persons that are covetous. He should repose confidence on others, but never on those that have injured him. He should not cherish malice. He should protect his wedded wives. He should be pure and should not always be melted by compassion. He should not indulge much in female companionship. He should take food that is wholesome and never that which is otherwise. He should without pride pay regards to those that deserve them, and serve his preceptors and seniors with sincerity. He should worship the gods without pride. He should seek prosperity, but never do anything that brings infamy. He should wait upon his seniors with humility. He should be clever in business, but should always wait for the proper time. He should comfort men and never send them away with empty speeches. Having favored a person, he should not abandon him. He should never strike in ignorance. Having slain his foe, he should never indulge in sorrow. He should display temper, but should never do so when there is no occasion. He should be mild, but never to those that have offended. Conduct thyself thus while ruling thy kingdom if thou wishest to have prosperity. The king that behaves otherwise incurs great danger. That king who observes all these virtues that I have mentioned reaps many blessings on earth and great rewards in heaven. Vaisampayana continued, hearing these words of Santanu's son, King Yudhishthira, docile in receiving instructions, possessed of great intelligence, and protected by Bhima and others, then worshipped his grandsire and from that time began to rule according to that teaching. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 71. Yudhishthira said, Tell me, O grandsire, in what way should the king protect his subjects so as to be able to avoid grief and so as not to offend against righteousness? Bhishma said, I shall recite, O king, those eternal duties in brief, for if I were to mention them in detail, I would never attain to their end. Thou shouldst worship those brahmanas that are devoted to their duties, possessed of learning, regular in worshipping the gods, observant of high vows, and endued with other accomplishments, when they come to thy abode, and employ them in officiating in thy sacrifices. With thy priest accompanying thee, thou shouldst rise up when they approach, and touch and worship their feet, and do every other act that is necessary. Doing these acts of piety and discharging other acts that are for thy own good, thou shouldst, by presence, cause those brahmanas to utter benedictions on thee for the success of thy purposes. Endued with sincerity, and wisdom and intelligence, O Bharata, thou shouldst adopt truth and avoid lust and wrath. That foolish king who pursues profit without driving away lust and wrath fails to acquire virtue and ultimately sacrifices profit as well. Never employ those that are covetous and foolish in matters connected with pleasure and profit. Thou shouldst always employ in all thy acts those that are free from covetousness and possessed of intelligence. Stained with lust and wrath and unskilled in the transaction of business, foolish persons, if vested with authority in matters of profit, always oppress the people by diverse contrivances productive of mischief. With a sixth part upon fair calculation of the yield of the soil as his tribute, with fines and forfeitures levied upon offenders, with the imposts, according to the Scriptures, upon merchants and traders in return for the protection granted to them, a king should fill his treasury. Realizing this just tribute and governing the kingdom properly, the king should, with heedfulness, act in such a way that his subjects may not feel the pressure of want. Men become deeply devoted to that king who discharges the duty of protection properly, who is endued with liberality, who is steady in the observance of righteousness, who is vigilant, and who is free from just and hate. Never desire to fill thy treasury by acting unrighteously or from covetousness. That king who does not act in accordance with the Scriptures fails to earn wealth and religious merit. That king who is mindful only of the means of acquiring wealth never succeeds in acquiring both religious merit and wealth. The wealth again that he acquires, by such means, is seen to be lavished on unworthy objects. That avaricious king who through folly oppresses his subjects by levying taxes not sanctioned by the Scriptures is said to wrong his own self. As a person desirous of milk never obtains any by cutting off the udders of a cow, similarly a kingdom afflicted by improper means never yields any profit to the king. He who treats a milch cow with tenderness always obtains milk from it. Similarly, the king who rules his kingdom by the aid of proper means reaps much fruit from it. By protecting a kingdom properly and ruling it by the aid of judicious means, a king, O Yudhishthira, may succeed in always obtaining much wealth. The earth, well protected by the king, yields crops and gold to the ruler and the ruled, even like a gratified mother yielding milk to her child. Imitate the example, O king, of the flour man and not of the charcoal maker. Becoming such and discharging the duty of protection, thou mayst be able to enjoy the earth forever. If in attacking an enemy's kingdom thy treasury becomes exhausted, thou mayst refill it by taking wealth from all except Brahmanas. Let not thy heart be moved, even when thou art in great distress, upon seeing Brahmanas possessed of wealth. I need not speak then of what thou shouldst do when thou art in affluence. Thou shouldst give them wealth to the best of thy power and as they deserve, and protect them, comforting them on all occasions. By conducting thyself in this way, thou mayst acquire such regions hereafter as are most difficult of acquisition. Adopting such virtuous behavior, do thou protect thy subjects. Thou mayst then obtain, O delighter of the Kurus, fame that is everlasting, high, and pure. Protect thy subjects righteously, O son of Pandu, for no regret or pain will then be thine. Protection of the subject is the highest duty of the king, since compassion to all creatures and protecting them from injury has been said to be the highest merit. Persons conversant with duties regard that to be the highest merit of the king. When, engaged in protecting all creatures, the king displays compassion towards them. The sin a king incurs by neglecting for a single day to protect his subjects from fear is such that he does not attain to end of his sufferings for it, and held till after 1,000 years. The merit a king earns by protecting his subjects righteously for a single day is such that he enjoys its reward in heaven for 10,000 years. All those regions that are acquired by persons leading duly the Grihastha, the Brahmacharya, and the Vanaprastha modes of life are soon acquired by a king by only protecting his subjects righteously. Do thou, O son of Kunti, observe with great care this duty of protection. Thou shalt then obtain the reward of righteousness, and no grief and pain will be thine. Thou shalt, O son of Pandu, obtain great prosperity in heaven. Merit like this is impossible to be acquired by persons that are not kings. A person, therefore, who is a king, and no other, can succeed in earning such reward of virtue. Possessed of intelligence, thou hast obtained a kingdom. Do thou protect thy subjects righteously. Gratify Indra with offerings of Soma and the friends and well-wishers with the objects of their wishes. Footnotes 157:1 IE, these are the true sources of the royal revenue. 158:1 The meaning is that if a king attends only to the acquisition of wealth, he may succeed in acquiring wealth, but he will never succeed in earning religious merit. 158:2 literally, never flourishes. 158:3 The charcoal maker uproots trees and plants, and burns them for producing his stock in trade. The flower man, on the other hand, waters his trees and plants, and gathers only their produce. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 72. Bhishma said, that person, O king, who would protect the good and punish the wicked, should be appointed as his priest by the king. In this connection is cited the old story about the discourse between Kauravas, the son of Ala, and Madariswan. Kauravas said, whence has the Brahmana sprung, and whence the three other orders? For what reason also has the Brahmana become the foremost? It behoveth thee to tell me all this. Madariswan answered, the Brahmana, O best of kings, has sprung from the mouth of Brahman. The Kshatriya has sprung from his 2 arms, and the Vaishya from his 2 thighs. For waiting upon these 3 orders, O ruler of men, a 4th order, viz., the Sudra, sprung into life, being created from the feet of Brahman. Originally created thus, The Brahmana takes birth on earth as the lord of all creatures, his duty being the keep of the Vedas and the other scriptures. Then, for ruling the earth and wielding the rod of chastisement and protecting all creatures, the second order, viz., the Kshatriya, was created. The Vaishya was created for supporting the two other orders and himself by cultivation and trade, and finally, it was ordained by Brahman that the Sudra should serve the three orders as a menial. Kauravas said, "Tell me truly, O God of winds, to whom this earth righteously belong? Does it belong to the Brahmana or to the Kshatriya?" The god of wind said, "Everything that exists in the universe belongs to the Brahmana in consequence of his birth and precedence." Persons conversant with morality say this. What the Brahmana eats is his own. The place he inhabits is his own. What he gives away is his own. He deserves the veneration of all the other orders. He is the firstborn and the foremost. As a woman, in the absence of her husband, accepts his younger brother for him, even so the earth, in consequence of the refusal of the Brahmana, has accepted his next-born, viz., the Kshatriya, for her lord. This is the first rule. In times, however, of distress, there is an exception of this. If thou seekest to discharge the duties of the order and wishest to obtain the highest place in heaven, then give unto the Brahmana all the land thou mayst succeed in conquering, unto him that is possessed of learning and virtuous conduct, that is conversant with duties and observant of penances, that is satisfied with the duties of his order and not covetous of wealth. The well-born Brahmana, possessed of wisdom and humility, guides the king in every matter by his own great intelligence. By means of sound counsels he causes the king to earn prosperity. The Brahmana points out to the king the duties the latter is to observe. As long as a wise king, observant of the duties of his order, and bereft of pride, is desirous of listening to the instructions of the Brahmana, so long is he honored and so long does he enjoy fame. The priest of the king, therefore, has a share in the merit that the king acquires. When the king behaves himself thus, all his subjects, relying upon him, become virtuous in their behavior, attentive to their duties, and freed from every fear. The king obtains a fourth part of those righteous acts which his subjects, properly protected by him, perform in his kingdom. The gods, men, Pitris, Gandharvas, Uragas, and Rakshasas all depend upon sacrifices for their support. In a country destitute of a king, there can be no sacrifice. The gods and the Pitris subsist on the offerings made in sacrifices. Sacrifice, however, depends upon the king. In the season of summer, men desire comfort from the shade of trees, cool water, and cool breezes. In the season of winter they derive comfort from fire, warm clothes, and the sun. The heart of man may find pleasure in sound, touch, taste, vision, and scent. The man, however, who is inspired with fear, finds no pleasure in all these things. That person who dispels the fears of men obtains great merit. There is no gift so valuable in the three worlds as the gift of life. The king is Indra. The king is Yama. The king is Dharma. The king assumes different forms. The king sustains and supports everything. Footnotes 159:1 Dharmakosha literally means the repository of all duties. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 73. Bhishma said, "The king, with an eye to both religious merit and profit, whose considerations are often very intricate, should, without delay, appoint a priest possessed of learning and intimate acquaintance with the Vedas and the other scriptures. Those kings that have priests possessed of virtuous souls and conversant with policy, and that are themselves possessed of such attributes, enjoy prosperity in every direction. Both the priest and the king should have such qualities as are worthy of regard and should be observant of vows and penances. They would then succeed in supporting and aggrandizing the subjects and the deities, the pitris and the children. It is laid down that they should be possessed of similar hearts and should be each other's friends. In consequence of such friendship between Brahmana and Kshatriya, the subjects become happy. If they do not regard each other, destruction would overtake the people. The Brahmana and the Kshatriya are said to be the progenitors of all men. In this connection is cited the old story about the discourse between Aila's son and Kasyapa. Listen to it, O Yudhishthira. Aila said, when the Brahmana forsakes the Kshatriya or the Kshatriya forsakes the Brahmana, who amongst them should be regarded superior and upon whom do the other orders rely and maintain themselves? Kasyapa said, ruin overtakes the kingdom of the Kshatriya when the Brahmana and Kshatriya contend with each other. Robbers infest that kingdom in which confusion prevails, and all good men regard the ruler to be a mlechka. Their oxen do not thrive, nor their children. Their pots of milk are not churned, and no sacrifices are performed there. The children do not study the Vedas in kingdoms where Brahmanas abandon Kshatriyas. In their houses wealth does not increase. Their children do not become good and do not study the scriptures and perform sacrifices. Those Kshatriyas that abandon Brahmanas become impure in blood and assume the nature of robbers. The Brahmana and the Kshatriya are connected with each other naturally, and each protects the other. The Kshatriya is the cause of the Brahmana's growth, and the Brahmana is the cause of the Kshatriya's growth. When each helps the other, both attain to great prosperity. If their friendship, existing from days of old, breaks, a confusion sets over everything. No person desirous of crossing the ocean of life succeeds in his task even as a small boat floating on the bosom of the sea. The four orders of men become confounded and destruction overtakes all. If the Brahmana, who is like a tree, is protected, gold and honey are showered. If, on the other hand, he is not protected, it then tears and sins are showered. When Brahmanas fall away from the Vedas and, in the absence of a Kshatriya ruler, seek protection from the scriptures, then Indra does not pour rain seasonably and diverse kinds of calamities ceaselessly afflict the kingdom. When a sinful wretch having slain a woman or a Brahmana does not incur obloquy in assemblies of fellow men and has not to stand in fear of the king, then danger threatens the Kshatriya ruler. In consequence of the sins perpetrated by sinful men, the god Rudra appears in the kingdom. Indeed, the sinful by their sins bring upon them that god of vengeance. He then destroys all, the honest and the wicked alike, without making any distinction. Aila said, whence does Rudra spring? What also is his form? Creatures are seen to be destroyed by creatures. Tell me all this, O Kasyapa. Whence does the god Rudra spring? Kasyapa said, Rudra exists in the hearts of men. He destroys the bodies themselves in which he dwells, as also the bodies of others. Rudra has been said to be like atmospheric visitations, and his form is like that of the wind gods. Aila said, the wind does not, by blowing, visibly destroy men on all occasions, nor does the deity of the clouds do so by pouring rain. On the other hand, it is seen among men that they lose their senses and are slain through lust and malice. Kasyapa said, fire, blazing forth in one house, burneth a whole quarter or an entire village. Similarly, this deity stupefies the senses of someone, and then that stupefaction touches all, the honest and the wicked alike, without any distinction. Aila said, if chastisement touches all, viz., the honest and the wicked alike, in consequence of the sins perpetrated by the sinful, why should men, in that case, do acts that are good? Indeed, why should they not perform wicked acts? Kasyapa said, by avoiding all connection with the sinful, one becomes pure and stainless. In consequence, however, of their being mixed with the sinful, the sinless are overtaken by chastisement. Wood that is wet, if mixed with wood that is dry, is consumed by fire in consequence of such coexistence. The sinless, therefore, should never mingle with the sinful. Ella said, the earth holds the honest and the wicked. The sun warms the honest and the wicked. The wind blows equally for them. Water cleanses them equally. Kasyapa said, such, indeed, is the course of this world, O Prince. It is not so, however, hereafter. In the other world, there is great difference of condition between the person that acts righteously and him that acts sinfully. The regions that meritorious men acquire are full of honey and possessed of the splendor of gold or of a fire upon which clarified butter has been poured. Those regions also are likened to the navel of ambrosia. The meritorious person enjoys great felicity there. Death, decrepitude, and sorrow are not there. The region for the sinful is hell. Darkness and ceaseless pain are there, and it is full of sorrow. Sinking in infamy, the man of sinful deeds wrung with remorse there for many years. In consequence of a disunion between Brahmanas and Kshatriyas, unbearable griefs afflict the people. Knowing this, a king should appoint a Brahmana priest possessed of experience and wide knowledge. A king should first install the priest in his office and then cause his own coronation. This has been laid down in the ordinance. The ordinances declare that the Brahmana is the foremost of all creatures. Men acquainted with the Vedas say that the Brahmana was created first. In consequence of the precedence of his birth, all things that are good in this world are vested in him. The rightful owner of all the best things that have flowed from the Creator, the Brahmana, is also, for such precedence, worthy of the respect and the worship of all creatures. A king, however powerful, should, according to the dictates of the scriptures, bestow upon the Brahmana whatever is best and distinguished above others. The Brahmana contributes to the aggrandizement of the Kshatriya, and the Kshatriya to the aggrandizement of the Brahmana. Brahmanas should, therefore, be especially and always worshipped by kings. Footnotes 160:1 Children is a euphemism for subjects, suggested by the word pitris to which it is antithetical. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 74. Bhishma said, it is said that the preservation and growth of the kingdom rest upon the king. The preservation and growth of the king rest upon the king's priest. That kingdom enjoys true felicity where the invisible fears of the subjects are dispelled by the Brahmana and all visible fears are dispelled by the king with the might of his arms. In this connection is cited the old narrative of the discourse between King Muchakunda and Vaisravana. King Muchakunda, having subjugated the whole earth, repaired to the Lord of Ulaka for testing his strength. King Vaisravana created, by ascetic power, a large force of Rakshasas. These ground the forces led by Muchakunda. Beholding the slaughter of his army, King Muchakunda, O chastiser of foes, began to rebuke his own learned priest, Vasishtha. Thereupon that foremost of righteous persons, viz., Vasishtha, underwent very severe penances and, causing those Rakshasas to be slain, ascertained the true course upon which Muchakunda was bent. When King Vaisravana's troops were being slaughtered, he showed himself unto Muchakunda and said these words. The Lord of Treasures said, many kings of old, more powerful than thou art, aided by their priests, had never approached me thus. All of them were skilled in weapons, and all of them were possessed of might. Regarding me as the granter of weal and woe, they approached me for offering worship. In truth, if thou hast might of arms, it behoves thee to display it. Why dost thou act so proudly, aided by Brahmana might? Enraged at these words, Muchakunda, without pride and fear, said unto the Lord of Treasures these words fraught with reason and justice: the self-born Brahman created the Brahmana and the Kshatriya. They have a common origin. If they apply their forces separately, they would never be able to uphold the world. The power of penances and mantras was bestowed upon Brahmanas, the might of arms and of weapons was bestowed upon Kshatriyas. Aggrandized by both kinds of might, kings should protect their subjects. I am acting in that way. Why dost thou, O Lord of Alaka, rebuke me then? Thus addressed, Vaisravana said unto Muchakunda and his priest, I never, without being ordered by the self-created, bestow sovereignty upon any one. Nor do I ever, without being ordered, take it away from anyone. Know this, O king. Do thou rule then the whole earth without bounds? Thus addressed, King Muchakunda replied, saying, I do not, O king, desire to enjoy sovereignty obtained as gift from thee. I desire to enjoy sovereignty obtained by the might of my own arms. Bhishma continued, at these words of Muchakunda, Vaisravana, seeing the king fearless in the observance of Kshatriya duties, became filled with surprise. King Muchakunda, devoted to Kshatriya duties, continued to rule the entire earth obtained by the might of his own arms. That virtuous king who rules his kingdom, aided by and yielding precedence to the Brahmana, succeeds in subjugating the whole earth and achieving great fame. The Brahmana should every day perform his religious rites, and the Kshatriya should always be armed with weapons. Between them they are the rightful owners of everything in the universe. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 75. Yudhishthira said, Tell me, O grandsire, that conduct by which a king succeeds in aggrandizing his subjects and earning regions of felicity in the other world. Bhishma said, the king should be liberal and should perform sacrifices, O Bharata. He should be observant of vows and penances, and should be devoted to the duty of protecting his subjects. Righteously protecting all his subjects, he should honor all righteous persons by standing up when they come and by making gifts unto them. If the king regards it, righteousness becomes regarded everywhere. Whatever acts and things are liked by the king are liked by his subjects. Unto his foes the king should always be like death, with the rod of chastisement uplifted in his hands. He should exterminate robbers everywhere in his kingdom and never pardon anyone from caprice. The king, O Bharata, earns a fourth part of the merit that his subjects earn under his protection. By only protecting his subjects, the king acquires a fourth part of the merit that his subjects acquire by study, by gifts, by pouring libations, and by worshipping the gods. The king acquires a fourth part also of the sin that his subjects commit in consequence of any distress in the kingdom arising from the king's neglect in discharging the duty of protection. Some say that the king earns a moiety, and some say the full measure of whatever sin is caused by his becoming cruel and untruthful in speech. Listen now to the means by which the king may be cleansed of such sins. If the king fails to restore to a subject the wealth that has been stolen away by thieves, he should then compensate the injured from his own treasury, or, in case of inability, with wealth obtained from his dependents. All the orders should protect the wealth of a Brahmana even as they should the Brahmana's boy or life. The person that offends against Brahmanas should be exiled from the kingdom. Everything is protected by protecting the Brahmana's wealth. Through the grace of the Brahmana, which may thus be secured, the king becomes crowned with success. Men seek the protection of a competent king like creatures seeking relief from the clouds or birds seeking refuge in a large tree. A cruel and covetous king, with lustful soul and ever seeking the gratification of his desire, never succeeds in protecting his subjects. Yudhishthira said, I do not, for a moment, desire the happiness that sovereignty bestows or sovereignty itself for its own sake. I desire it, however, for the sake of the merit one may acquire from it. It seems to me that no merit is attached to it. No need for sovereignty, then, by which no merit can be acquired. I shall, therefore, retire into the woods from desire of earning merit. Laying aside the rod of chastisement and subduing my senses, I shall go to the woods which are sacred and seek to acquire the merit of righteousness by becoming an ascetic subsisting upon fruit and roots. Bhishma said, I know, O Yudhishthira, what the nature of thy heart is, and how inoffensive is thy disposition. Thou wilt not, however, by inoffensiveness alone, succeed in ruling thy kingdom. Thy heart is inclined to mildness, thou art compassionate, and thou art exceedingly righteous. Thou art without energy, and thou art virtuous and full of mercy. People, therefore, do not regard thee much. Follow the conduct of thy sire and grandsire. Kings should never adopt that conduct which thou desirest to adopt. Never be touched by such anxiety, after doing thy duty, and never adopt such inoffensiveness of conduct. By becoming so, thou wouldst not succeed in earning that merit of righteousness which arises from protecting subjects. The behavior thou wishest to adopt, impelled by thy own intelligence and wisdom, is not consistent with those blessings which thy sire Pandu or thy mother Kunti used to solicit for thee. Thy sire always solicited for thee courage, might, and truth. Kunti always solicited for thee high-mindedness and liberality. The offerings with svaha and svadha and shraddhas and sacrifices are always asked from children by the pitris and the deities. Whether gifts and study and sacrifices and the protection of subjects be meritorious or sinful, thou hast been born to practice and perform them. The fame, O son of Kunti, is never tarnished of men that even fail in bearing the burdens which are placed on them and unto which they are yoked in life. Even a horse, if properly trained, succeeds in bearing, without falling down, a burden. What need then be said of thee that art a human being? One incurs no censure if only one's acts and words be proper, for success is said to depend upon acts and words. No person, be he a man virtuously following the domestic mode of life, or be he a king, or be he a Brahmacharan, has ever succeeded in conducting himself without tripping. It is better to do an act which is good and in which there is small merit than to totally abstain from all acts, for total abstention from acts is very sinful. When a high-born and righteous person succeeds in obtaining affluence, the king then succeeds in obtaining prosperity in all his affairs. A virtuous king, having obtained a kingdom, should seek to subdue some by gifts, some by force, and some by sweet words. There is no one more virtuous than he upon whom high-born and learned persons rely from fear of losing their means of sustenance and depending upon whom they live in contentment. Yudhishthira said, What acts, O sire, are conducive to heaven? What is the nature of the great felicity that is derived from them? What also is the high prosperity that may be obtained thence? Tell me all this, if thou knowest. Bhishma said, That man from whom a person afflicted with fear obtains relief even for a moment, is the most worthy of heaven amongst us. This that I tell thee is very true. Be thou cheerfully the king of the Kurus, O foremost one of Kuru's race, acquire heaven, protect the good and slay the wicked. Let thy friends, together with all honest men, derive their support from thee, like all creatures from the deity of the clouds, and like birds from a large tree with delicious fruits. Men seek the protection of that person who is dignified, courageous, capable of smiting, compassionate, with senses under control, affectionate towards all, and equitable, and just. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 76. Yudhishthira said, O grandsire, amongst Brahmanas some are engaged in the duties proper to their order, while others are engaged in other duties. Tell me the difference between these two classes. Bhishma said, Those Brahmanas, O king, that are possessed of learning and beneficent features, and that look upon all creatures with an equal eye, are said to be equal to Brahma. They that are conversant with the riches, the Yajuzas and the Samans, and who are devoted to the practices of their order, are, O king, equal to the very gods. Those, however, amongst them that are not well-born and not devoted to the duties of their order, and are, besides wedded to evil practices, are like Sudras. A virtuous king should realize tribute from and impress without pay into the public service those Brahmanas that are not possessed of Vedic lore and that have not their own fires to worship. They that are employed in courts of justice for summoning people, they that perform worship for others for a fee, they that perform the sacrifices of Vaishyas and Sudras, they that officiate in sacrifices on behalf of a whole village, and they that make voyages on the ocean, these five are regarded as Chandalas among Brahmanas. They amongst them that become Ritvikas, Purohitas, counselors, envoys, and messengers, become, O king, equal to Kshatriyas. They amongst them that ride horses or elephants or cars or become foot soldiers, become, O king, equal to Vaishyas. If the king's treasury is not full, he may realize tribute from these. In realizing tribute, the king, however, should exclude those Brahmanas that are, for their conduct, equal to the gods or Brahma. The Vedas say that the king is the lord of the wealth belonging to all the orders except Brahmanas. He can take the wealth of those Brahmanas also that have fallen away from their legitimate duties. The king should never be indifferent towards those Brahmanas that are not observant of their duties. For the sake of making his people virtuous, he should punish and separate them from their superiors. That king, O monarch, in whose territories a Brahmana becomes a thief, is regarded by the learned to be the author of that misdeed. Persons conversant with the Vedas declare that if a Brahmana versed in the Vedas and observant of vows becomes, through want of sustenance, a thief, it is the duty of the king to provide for his support. If, after provision has been made for his support, he does not abstain from theft, he should then, O scorcher of foes, be banished from the kingdom with all his kinsmen. Footnotes 166:1 Mahapathika is believed to mean a person making a voyage by the sea or the ocean. The literal meaning seems to be the person making a long or distant voyage. 166:2 A Ritwij is a priest employed on a special occasion. A Purohita is one who always acts as a priest. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 77. Yudhishthira said, Of whose wealth, O bull of Bharata's race, is the king regarded to be the lord? And what conduct also should the king adopt? Discourse to me on this, O grandsire. Bhishma said, The Vedas declare that the king is the lord of the wealth that belongs to all persons except Brahmanas, as also of those Brahmanas that are not observant of their proper duties. The king should not spare those Brahmanas that are not observant of their duties. The righteous say that this is the ancient custom of kings. That king, O monarch, in whose dominion a Brahmana becomes a thief, is regarded to be the author of that misdeed. It is the king that becomes sinful on that account. In consequence of such a circumstance, kings regard themselves to be worthy of reproach. All righteous kings, therefore, provide Brahmanas with the means of support. In this connection is cited the old narrative of the speech made by the king of the Kaikyas unto a Rakshasa while the latter was about to abduct him away. Of rigid vows and possessed of Vedic lore, the king of the Kaikyas, O monarch, while living in the woods, was forcibly seized on a certain occasion by a Rakshasa. The king said, There is no thief in my territories, nor any person of wicked behavior, nor any one that drinks alcohol. There is no one in my dominions who has not his sacred fire, or who does not perform sacrifices. How then hast thou been able to possess my heart? There is no Brahmana in my dominions who is not possessed of learning, or who is not observant of vows, or who has not drunk soma. There is no one who has not his sacred fire, or who does not perform sacrifices. How then hast thou been able to possess my soul? In my dominions no sacrifice has been performed without completing it by dakshina. No one in my dominions studies the Vedas who is not observant of vows. How then hast thou been able to possess my soul? The Brahmanas in my kingdom teach, study, sacrifice, officiate at others' sacrifices, give, and receive gifts. All of them are observant of those 6 acts. The Brahmanas in my kingdom are all devoted to the performance of the duties of their order. Worshipped and provided for, they are mild and truthful in speech. How then hast thou been able to possess my soul? The Kshatriyas in my kingdom are all devoted to the duties or their order. They never beg but give, and are conversant with truth and virtue. They never teach but study, and perform sacrifices but never officiate at the sacrifices of others. They protect the Brahmanas and never fly from battle. How then hast thou been able to possess my soul? The Vaishyas in my dominion are all observant of the duties of their order. With simplicity and without deceit they derive their sustenance from agriculture, cattle keeping, and trade. They are all heedful, observant of religious rites and excellent vows, and truthful in speech. They give to guests what is their due, and self-restrained, and pure, and attached to their relative and kinsmen. How then hast thou been able to possess my heart? The Sudras in my kingdom, observant of the duties of their order, humbly and duly serve and wait upon the other 3 orders without entertaining any malice towards them. How then hast thou been able to possess my heart? I support the helpless and the old, the weak, the ill, and women, without guardians, by supplying them with all their necessaries. How then hast thou been able to possess my heart? I am never an exterminator of the special customs of families and of countries existing duly from days of old. How then hast thou been able to possess my heart? The ascetics in my kingdom are protected and worshipped. They are always honored and entertained with food. How then hast thou been able to possess my heart? I never eat without feeding others from my dishes. I never go to other people's wives. I never sport or recreate alone. How then hast thou been able to possess my heart? No one in my kingdom who is not a Brahmacharin begs his food, and no one who leads the bhikshu mode of life desires to be a Brahmacharin. No one who is not a Ritwich pours libations of clarified butter upon the sacrificial fire. How then hast thou been able to possess my soul? I never disregard the learned or the old or those that are engaged in penances. When the whole population sleeps, I keep myself awake for watching and protecting. How then hast thou been able to possess my heart? My priest possesses knowledge of self. He is given to penances and is conversant with all duties. Possessed of great intelligence, he has the fullest power over my kingdom. By gifts I desire to acquire knowledge, and by truth and the protection of Brahmanas I desire to attain regions of blessedness in heaven. By service I attach myself to my preceptors, I have no fear of Rakshasas. In my kingdom there are no widows, no wicked Brahmanas, no Brahmana that has fallen away from his duties, no deceitful person, no thief, no Brahmana that officiates in the sacrifices of people for whom he should never officiate, and no perpetrator of sinful deeds. I have no fear of Rakshasas. There is no space in my body, of even 2 fingers' breadth, that does not bear the scar of a weapon wound. I always fight for the sake of righteousness. How hast thou been able to possess my heart? The people of my kingdom always invoke blessings upon me in order that I may always be able to protect kine and brahmanas and perform sacrifices. How then hast thou been able to possess me? The Rakshasa said, Since thou art observant of the duties under all circumstances, therefore, O king of the Kaikyas, go back to thy abode. Blessed be thou, I leave thee. They, O king of the Kaikyas, who protect kine and brahmanas and all their subjects, have nothing to fear from Rakshasas and much less from sinful persons. Those kings that give the lead to brahmanas and whose might depends upon that of the brahmanas and whose subjects discharge the duties of hospitality always succeeds in acquiring heaven. Bhishma continued, Thou shouldst, therefore, protect the brahmanas. Protected by thee, they will protect thee in return. Their blessings, O king, would surely descend upon kings of righteous behavior. For the sake of righteousness, those brahmanas that are not observant of the duties of their order should be chastised and separated into a distinct class from their superiors. A king who conducts himself in this way towards the people of his city and the provinces obtains prosperity here and residence in heaven with Indra. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 78. Yudhishthira said, It has been said that in seasons of distress a brahmana may support himself by the practice of kshatriya duties. Can he, however, at any time, support himself by the practice of the duties laid down for the Vaishyas? Bhishma said, When a brahmana loses his means of support and falls into distress, he may certainly betake himself to the practices of a Vaishya and derive his support by agriculture and keeping cattle, if, of course, he is incompetent for kshatriya duties. Yudhishthira said, If a brahmana, O bull of Bharata's race, betakes himself to the duties of a Vaishya, what articles may he sell without losing his prospect of heaven? Bhishma said, Wines, salt, sesamum seeds, animals having manes, bulls, honey, meat, and cooked food, O Yudhishthira, under all circumstances, a brahmana should avoid. A brahmana, by selling these, would sink into hell. A brahmana, by selling a goat, incurs the sin of selling the god of fire, by selling a sheep, the sin of selling the god of water, by selling a horse, the sin of selling the god of the sun, by selling cooked food, the sin of selling land, and by selling a cow, the sin of selling sacrifice and the soma juice. These, therefore, should not be sold by a brahmana. They that are good do not applaud the purchase of uncooked food by giving cooked food in exchange. Uncooked food, however, may be given for procuring cooked food, O Bharata. We will eat this cooked food of thine. Thou mayst cook these raw things that we give in exchange. In a compact of this kind there is no sin. Listen, O Yudhishthira, I shall speak to thee of the eternal practice, existing from days of old, of persons conducting themselves according to approved usages. I give thee this. Give me this other thing in return. Exchange by such agreement is righteous. To take things by force, however, is sinful. Even such is the course of the usage followed by the rishis and others. Without doubt, this is righteous. Yudhishthira said, When, O sire, all the orders, giving up their respective duties, take up arms against the king, then, of course, the power of the king decreases. By what means should the king then become the protector and refuge of the people? Resolve this doubt of mine, O king, by speaking to me in detail. Bhishma said, By gifts, by penances, by sacrifices, by peacefulness, and by self-restraint, all the orders headed by the brahmanas should, on such occasions, seek their own good. Those amongst them that are endued with Vedic strength should rise up on every side and like the gods strengthening Indra contribute, by Vedic rites, to enhancing the strength of the king. Brahmanas are said to be the refuge of the king while his power suffers decay. A wise king seeks the enhancement of his power by means of the power of the Brahmanas. When the king, crowned with victory, seeks the re-establishment of peace, all the orders then betake themselves to their respective duties. When robbers, breaking through all restraints, spread devastation around, all the orders may take up arms. By so doing they incur no sin, O Yudhishthira. Yudhishthira said, if all the Kshatriyas become hostile towards the Brahmanas, who then will protect the Brahmanas and their Vedas? What then should be the duty of the Brahmanas, and who will be their refuge? Bhishma said, by penances, by brahmacharya, by weapons, and by physical might, applied with or without the aid of deceit, the Kshatriyas should be subjugated. If the Kshatriya misconducts himself, especially towards Brahmanas, the Vedas themselves will subjugate them. The Kshatriyas have sprung from the Brahmanas. Fire has sprung from water, the Kshatriya from the Brahmana, and iron from stone. The energy of fire, the Kshatriya, and iron are irresistible. But when these come into contact with the sources of their origin, their force becomes neutralized. When iron strikes stone, or fire battles with water, or the Kshatriya becomes hostile to the Brahmana, then the strength of each of those three becomes destroyed. Thus, O Yudhishthira, the energy and might, howsoever great and irresistible, of Kshatriyas become quelled as soon as they are directed against the Brahmanas. When the energy of the Brahmanas becomes mild, when Kshatriya energy becomes weak, when all men misbehave themselves towards the Brahmanas, they that engage in battle then, casting off all fear of death, for protecting the Brahmanas, morality, and their own selves, those persons, moved by righteous indignation and possessed of great strength of mind, succeed in winning high regions of bliss hereafter. All persons should take up arms for the sake of Brahmanas. Those brave persons that fight for Brahmanas attain to those felicitous regions in heaven that are reserved for persons that have always studied the Vedas with attention, that have performed the austerest of penances, and that have, after fasting, cast off their bodies into blazing fires. The Brahmana, by taking up arms for the three orders, does not incur sin. People say that there is no higher duty than casting off life under such circumstances. I bow to them, and blessed be they that thus lay down their lives in seeking to chastise the enemies of Brahmanas. Let us attain to that region which is intended for them. Manu himself has said that those heroes repair to the region of Brahman. As persons become cleansed of all their sins by undergoing the final bath on a horse sacrifice, even so they that die at the edge of weapons while fighting wicked people become cleansed of their sins. Righteousness becomes unrighteousness, and unrighteousness becomes righteousness, according to place and time. Such is the power of place and time in determining the character of human acts. The friends of humanity, by doing even acts of cruelty, have attained to high heaven. Righteous Kshatriyas, by doing even sinful acts, have attained to blessed ends. The Brahmana, by taking up arms on these three occasions, does not incur sin, viz., for protecting himself, for compelling the other orders to betake themselves to their duties, and for chastising robbers. Yudhishthira said, if when robbers raise their heads and an intermixture of the orders begins to take place in consequence of confusion, and Kshatriyas become incompetent, some powerful person other than a Kshatriya seeks to subdue those robbers for the sake of protecting the people. Indeed, O best of kings, if that powerful person happens to be a Brahmana or a Vaishya or a Sudra, and if he succeeds in protecting the people by righteously wielding the rod of chastisement, is he justified in doing what he does, or is he restrained by the ordinances from accomplishing that duty? It seems that others, when the Kshatriyas prove so wretched, should take up weapons. Bhishma said, be he a Sudra or be he the member of any other orders, he that becomes a raft on a raftless current, or a means of crossing where means there are none, certainly deserves respect in every way. That person, O king, relying upon whom helpless men, oppressed and made miserable by robbers, live happily, deserve to be lovingly worshipped by all as if he were a near kinsman. The person, O thou of Kuru's race, that dispels the fears of others, always deserves respect. What use is there of bulls that would not bear burthens, or of kine that would not yield milk, or of a wife that is barren? Similarly, what need is there for a king that is not competent to grant protection? As an elephant made of wood, or a deer made of leather, as a person without wealth, or one that is a eunuch, or a field that is sterile, even so is a Brahmana that is void of Vedic lore and a king incapable of granting protection. Both of them are like a cloud that does not pour rain. That person who always protects the good and restrains the wicked deserves to become a king and to govern the world. Footnotes 169:1 Amma is raw food, such as paddy or uncooked rice, or fruits, etc. 171:1 The allusion is to such men as Uttanka and Parasvara, who although they performed such cruel acts as the snake sacrifice and the Rakshasa sacrifice, were nonetheless entitled to heaven. So Kshatriya kings, by invading the kingdoms of their foes and slaying thousands of mali and animals, are nevertheless regarded to be righteous and ultimately go to heaven. 171:2 Kshatrarth, i.e., for protecting the subjects. Anya means someone who is not a Kshatriya. Abhibhavat means subdues. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 79. Yudhishthira said, "What, O grandsire, should be the acts and what the behavior of persons employed as priests in our sacrifices? What sort of persons should they be, O king? Tell me all this, O foremost of speakers." Bhishma said, "It is laid down from those Brahmanas that are eligible as priests that they should be conversant with the Chandas, including the Samans, and all the rites inculcated in the Shrutis, and that they should be able to perform all such religious acts as lead to the prosperity of the king. They should be devotedly loyal and utter agreeable speeches in addressing kings. They should also be friendly towards one another, and cast equal eyes on all. They should be devoid of cruelty, and truthful in speech. They should never be usurers, and should always be simple and sincere. One that is peaceful in temper, destitute of vanity, modest, charitable, self-restrained, and contented, possessed of intelligence, truthful, observant of vows, and harmless to all creatures, without lust and malice, and endued with the three excellent qualities, devoid of envy and possessed of knowledge, deserves the seat of Brahman himself. Persons with such qualities, O sire, are the best of priests and deserve every respect." Yudhishthira said, "There are Vedic texts about the gift of dakshina in sacrifices. There is no ordinance, however, which lays down that so much should be given. This ordinance, about the gift of dakshina, has not proceeded from motives connected with the distribution of wealth. The command of the ordinance, in consequence of the provision in cases of incapacity, is terrible. That command is blind to the competence of the sacrificer. The audition occurs in the Vedas that a person should, with devotion, perform a sacrifice. But what can devotion do when the sacrificer is stained by falsehood? Bhishma said, "No man acquires blessedness or merit by disregarding the Vedas or by deceit or falsehood. Never think that it is otherwise. Dakshina constitutes one of the limbs of sacrifice and conduces to the nourishment of the Vedas. A sacrifice without dakshina can never lead to salvation. The efficacy, however, of a single pranapatra is equal to that of any dakshina, however rich. Therefore, O sire, everyone belonging to the three orders should perform sacrifices. The Vedas have settled that Soma is as the king himself to the Brahmanas. Yet they desire to sell it for the sake of performing sacrifices, though they never wish to sell it for gaining a livelihood. Rishis of righteous behavior have declared, agreeably to the dictates of morality, that a sacrifice performed with the proceeds of the sale of soma serves to extend sacrifices. These three, viz., a person, a sacrifice, and soma, must be of good character. A person that is of bad character is neither for this nor for the other world. This audition has been heard by us that the sacrifice which high-souled brahmanas perform by wealth earned by excessive physical labor is not productive of great merit. There is a declaration in the Vedas that penances are higher than sacrifices. I shall now speak to thee of penances. O learned prince, listen to me. Abstention from injury, truthfulness of speech, benevolence, compassion, these are regarded as penances by the wise and not the emaciation of the body. Disregard of the Vedas, disobedience to the dictates of the scriptures, and violation of all wholesome restraints are productive of self-destruction. Listen, O son of Pritha, to what has been laid down by those that pour 10 libations upon the fire at 10 times of the day. For them that perform the sacrifice of penance, the yoga they endeavor to effect with Brahma is their ladle, the heart is their clarified butter, and high knowledge constitutes their pavitra. All kinds of crookedness mean death, and all kinds of sincerity are called Brahma. This constitutes the subject of knowledge. The rhapsodies of system builders cannot affect this. Footnotes 172:1 Item Sastram Pratidanam Na is thus explained by Nilkantha. In cases of incapacity, again, to give the prescribed dakshina, the sacrificer is directed to give away all he has. This direction or command is certainly terrible, for who can make up his mind to part with all his wealth for completing a sacrifice? 172:2 The falsehood consists in finding substitutes for the dakshina actually laid down. They are morsels of cooked food for a living cow, a grain of barley for a piece of cloth, a copper coin for gold, etc. 172:3 The fact is that although the sacrificer may not be able to give the dakshina actually laid down in the Vedas, yet by giving its substitute he does not lose any merit, for a single pranapatra, 256 handfuls of rice, is as efficacious if given away with devotion as the richest dakshina. 173:1 i.e., such a sacrifice, instead of producing no merit, becomes the means of extending the cause of sacrifices. In other words, such a sacrifice is fraught with merit. 173:2 A pavitra is made by a couple of kusa blades for sprinkling clarified butter upon the sacrificial fire. Mahabharata, Book 12, Section 80. Yudhishthira said, "The most trifling act, O grandsire, cannot be accomplished by any man if unaided. What then need be said of the king, who has to govern a kingdom? What should be the behavior and what the acts of the king's minister? Upon whom should the king repose confidence and upon whom should he not?" Bhishma said, "Kings, O monarch, have 4 kinds of friends. They are he that has the same object, he that is devoted, he that is related by birth, and he that has been won over by gifts and kindness. A person of righteous soul, who would serve one and not both sides, is the 5th in the enumeration of the king's friends. Such a person adopts that side on which righteousness is, and accordingly acts righteously. With respect to such a person, the king should never disclose such purposes of his as would not enlist his sympathy. Kings desirous of success are obliged to adopt both kinds of paths, righteous and unrighteous. Of the 4 kinds of friends, the 2nd and the 3rd are superior, while the 1st and the 4th should ever be regarded with suspicion. In view, however, of those acts which the king should do in person, he should always regard with suspicion all the 4. The king should never act heedlessly in the matter of watching his friends. A king that is heedless is always overpowered by others. A wicked man assumes the garb of honesty, and he that is honest becomes otherwise. A foe may become a friend, and a friend may become a foe. A man cannot always be of the same mind. Who is there that would trust him completely? All the chief acts, therefore, of a king he should accomplish in his own presence. A complete reliance on his ministers is destructive of both morality and profit. A want of trust again in respect of all is worse than death. Trustfulness is premature death. One incurs danger by truthfulness. If one trusts another completely, he is said to live by the sufferance of the trusted person. For this reason, everyone should be trusted as also mistrusted. This eternal rule of policy, O sire, should be kept in view. One should always mistrust that person who would, upon one's desire, obtain one's wealth. The wise declare such a person to be one's enemy. A person whose joy knows no bounds upon beholding the aggrandizement of the king and who feels miserable upon seeing the king's decay furnishes the indications of one of the best friends of the king. He whose fall would be brought about by thy fall should be trusted by thee completely, even as thou shouldst trust thy sire. Thou shouldst, to the best of thy power, aggrandize him as thou winnest aggrandizement for thyself. One who, in even thy religious rites, seeks to rescue thee from harm, would seek to rescue thee from harm's way in every other business. Such a one should be regarded as thy best friend. They, on the other hand, that wish one harm are one's foes. That friend is said to be like thy own self, who is inspired with fear when calamity overtakes thee, and with joy when prosperity shines on thee. A person possessed of beauty, fair complexion, excellent voice, liberality, benevolence, and good birth cannot be such a friend. That person who is possessed of intelligence and memory, who is clever in the transaction of business, who is naturally averse from cruelty, who never indulges in wrath, and who, whether regarded or disregarded, is never dissatisfied, be he thy priest or preceptor or honored friend, should always receive thy worship if he accepts the office of thy counselor and resides in thy abode. Such a person may be informed of thy most secret counsels and the true state of all thy affairs, religious or pertaining to matters of profit. Thou mayst confide in him as in thy own sire. One person should be appointed to one task, and not two or three. Those may not tolerate each other. It is always seen that several persons, if set to one task, disagree with one another. That person who achieves celebrity, who observes all restraints, who never feels jealous of others that are able and competent, who never does any evil act, who never abandons righteousness from lust or fear or covetousness or wrath, who is clever in the transaction of business, and who is possessed of wise and weighty speech, should be thy foremost of ministers. Persons possessed of good birth and good behavior, who are liberal and who never indulge in brag, who are brave and respectable, and learned and full of resources, should be appointed as ministers for supervising all thy affairs. Honored by thee and gratified with wealth, they would act for thy good and be of great help to thee. Appointed to offices connected with profit and other important matters, they always bring about great prosperity. Moved by a feeling of healthy rivalry, they discharge all duties connected with profit, holding consultations with one another when necessary. Thou shouldst fear thy kinsman as thou shouldst death itself. A kinsman can never bear a kinsman's prosperity, even as a feudatory chief cannot bear to see the prosperity of his overlord. None but a kinsman can feel joy at the destruction of a kinsman adorned with sincerity, mildness, liberality, modesty, and truthfulness of speech. They, again, that have no kinsman, cannot be happy. No man can be more contemptible than they that are destitute of kinsmen. A person that has no kinsman is easily overridden by foes. Kinsmen constitute the refuge of one that is afflicted by other men, for kinsmen can never bear to see a kinsman afflicted by other people. When a kinsman is persecuted by even his friends, every kinsman of the persecuted regards the injury to be inflicted upon himself. In kinsmen, therefore, there are both merits and faults. A person destitute of kinsmen never shows favors to any one nor humbles himself to any one. In kinsmen, therefore, both merit and demerit may be marked. One should, for this reason, always honor and worship his kinsmen in words and acts, and do them agreeable offices without injuring them at any time. Mistrusting them at heart, one should behave towards them as if he trusted them completely. Reflecting upon their nature, it seems that they have neither faults nor merits. A person who heedfully conducts himself in this way finds his very foes disarmed of hostility and converted into friends. One who always conducts himself in this way amid kinsmen and relatives and bears himself thus towards friends and foes succeeds in winning everlasting fame. Present you by HinduMonastery.com